Anthony, why aren't you on your way to school? You missed your bus. You want to walk through the colored neighborhood. Junior, big fancy car. We're going to my sister's tonight, and you promised to bring a pork loin.
Non-stop. Don't you get sick of yourself?
Welcome, boys, to Not a Trough number 6. So, Not a Trough number 6, we have 6 titles that actually wasn't planned. As I'm speaking now, it occurred to me that we have 6 titles for episode 6. That's just a coincidence. But we have a bit different. I felt like we were lacking a little bit in the fantasy department, so I went a little heavier with fantasy this time around. I still think we have a bit of a decent variety here, so let's just introduce our books. Let's not waste any more time. We have The Fear of Moncroix. I'm not pronouncing that right. I don't care. This is by Brian Asher. And for a while, I had him on a list like, oh, I should check this guy out. I wasn't sure like why I had him on a list, but I just checked X, and some of the people that follow me follow him, so that must be how I heard about him, but I didn't read him before now. And we have a vampire dark fantasy book. There's some mystery and like court intrigue. This is a solid non-recommendation. For this one, we have The Shadow of the Twin Moons. Now, boys, it has been a few years, but I did review the first book. Yes, by Lord Otter. The first book was a very strong non-recommendation. It's been a few years. This author, they've been working, they've been editing, they've been improving their craft. This is solid non-recommendation. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I would say he's probably better in some aspects, but it's still not a very engaging book. So you don't have to rewatch that old video. I actually just listened to it again to, help me out for this video. And the main gripes I had were weird sexual shit, a bit too sexually suggestive here and there. And then also the pacing was rather horrible. We're following the same pair of brothers from the first book. They're on the run. They happen to, come across this weird moon cult, and there's this prophecy thing. This cult is really evil. The empire they're running from is also really evil. It's just, I don't know. I just don't really give a fuck. It's just not super engaging. And there's like this new god that's being birthed into the world. It just kind of sucks, right? It's not like so awful and terrible that it's like funny or engaging. It's just kind of bad. Yeah, I would just say it's just kind of bad. Well, here's one I did like. This is Worst Boyfriend Ever, written by a sensitive young man. And this author, they have a pretty popular Substack, and then they, made this book, which is a lot of their Substack articles put into a book, and we are loosely following a narrative. I like the style. I think the style is really good, where it's just like little snippets, and it's not really connected as a story in the traditional sense. I think that's just great, where there's not really like character or plot, or you don't really bother with the traditional storytelling stuff that people have used for, I don't know, centuries, thousands of years. So we just don't bother with any of that, and I think it's brilliant. That's just all out the window. And it's autobiographical. It's about the author cheating on his girlfriend with Asian women, and it's sometimes women he gets from Tinder, and other times it's Asian prostitutes. So it's about his journey with that. And at the end of the narrative, he's left his life behind. And it's also about him working a job he doesn't care for. And at the end, our author gets rid of everything, gets in a van, and he is now living in a van. And the story continues on the Substack. He's writing about his life. And it's about him having sex with Asian women. So it's funny, it's dark, it's edgy. It's really edgy. I think it's so brilliantly crafted. This absolutely is the number one pick for this video, and frankly probably for all the books that I've reviewed on this channel from this side of things. Nothing really comes close to it. Kind of a special treat, boys, but I actually went to go meet one author and to talk about their work. That is A Sensitive Young Man. I really want to thank him for taking the time to meet with me. And then I had one author come to me who we'll talk about his book in a little bit, but that's just kind of a special treat. So I'll put in, the interview we had probably towards the end of my review of A Sensitive Young Man. But yeah, great stuff. It was really a privilege to read this work. The Adventures of Patrick Midnight by Arbogast. In our very last video, we did not like the, Casebook of Patrick Midnight? The second one. Pretty strong non-recommendation there. This one, I enjoyed a lot more, significantly more. This is a recommendation. I do feel like it still has some weaknesses, some things I don't really love, but I would say I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed this significantly more than the last one. So, supernatural, ghost shit. It's like a noir kind of guy. I don't know if noir is the right term, but yeah, no, supernatural detective action stories, and the guy Patrick Midnight is haunted by the ghost of his ancestor from colonial times. I liked it. The next one, however, Full Moon Reaction, 2nd edition by Justin Joffrey, is by 1325 Publishing, the Patrick Midnight publisher, Arbogast. And this is not a fantasy book like I imagined, because White Pill Media has a bad tendency of just, I'll buy this thing. Oh, that's what it is? Kind of a situation like that here. So with this, our author's talking about culture, they're talking about the occult, they're talking about their life, kind of opinions on politics and America, that type of thing. It is not, a book. It's not a narrative. There's not really a story there. There are some snippets from their life, but that's it in terms of what the content is. Some of it was entertaining. I thought some of it was all right. I didn't completely hate it, but I wouldn't say I would recommend it. And then this, Once Upon a Time in Argentina, a novel, The Wild Bunch on the High Seas by Frank Kidd, who is someone that I follow and follows me, but I don't believe we ever interacted with each other before now. That's exciting. Now, Frank Kidd, his friends call him Frankie, so Frankie, good guy that he is. I actually had him come to me so we could discuss his book, and yeah, that'll be a part of, his review. And I'll probably be last with Frankie, but what his book is about is a group of mercenaries in Argentina. There are Chinese fishermen that are destroying the ocean that are destroying all the fish in the ocean of Argentina. So these mercenaries are going around killing these Chinese fishermen, and things develop from there. I would say, I think a lot of the dialogue, the slow moments between the mercenaries feels very good. I think that's done rather well. I will also say that the pacing for quote thriller, it says part thriller, but the pacing can be exceedingly slow at times and just kind of frustrating. I would say I feel rather comfortable in saying that roughly 100 pages or so could have been trimmed from this work. It is a rather quick read, but I felt it should be quicker than what we got. And there were also a few other creative decisions that we'll get to, but Yeah, Frankie's work, I would say I'm mixed on it. Yeah, not awful. Obviously, we're going to have spoilers for all of these works. There will be links down below for the recommendations. We'll have, the list of songs in order of appearance. And, oh, okay. Before we just hop in, a small note, but some people thought it was funny to post Protestant N-word towers in the last comment section. Not cool, guys. Some of my best friends are Protestants, and I personally believe that white Anglo-Saxon Protestants have a place in America. Oh, and some people thought that some bad words got said in the last episode, and that's not fun. So I thought before we would begin that I would list out everything that I like about black people. There was one last thing. I forgot the outro. So our outro will in fact be at the end of the video, just to change it up a little bit. And I guess some topics will be about family, work issues that seem to be resolved now, thankfully, hopefully. Media I have been watching and playing for our autistic listeners. I'm sure I don't have any, but on the unlikely chance that there is some autist listening to this, Transformers, yes. All of the movies, in fact. Code Geass. I forgot to talk about this in the last episode. A little bit about a game store that I frequented as a younger man. I have some stories from that. Crawling back into nostalgia a little bit, and I think it's somewhat dangerous, but yeah, we'll get into it. And in the media that I'm going to be talking about, there is Animal Farm 1954, Animal Farm 1999, and Animal Farm 2026. I watched all three of them, and I'm going to talk about all of them, but in particular, I'll focus on the 1954 movie. And I know the author of Carbon Pages, he will not like this segment. He's going to get really mad, so I'm just cautioning people right now, just get ready for it. Just everyone get ready, be prepared. All right, that is everything. This intro has gone on far longer than it should have. Let us now just get into the video, and we are going to begin with The Fear of Moncroix by Brian Asher. So, The Fear of Moncroix, it is 250 pages. It is $15. It is so this is a non-recommendation, full spoilers. You're not missing anything by listening to this review. Essentially, we have a group of monster hunters called Waywards in the world, and they have a meeting at the start of the book where they have figured out a way they have this new magic potion that if they drink it will allow them to appear as vampires and to infiltrate the vampire court, because they have just received some intelligence that the vampires have figured out a way to escape beyond the realm. It's a little weird where they're like vampires and there's werewolves and ghouls and other monsters, but they're all concentrated in this one realm and they are not able to move beyond the borders of this area. But apparently they have some new magic thing that's going to allow them to do that. So their plan is to infiltrate, figure out what the hell's going on, and put a stop to it. So after the little meeting that they have in the swamp, we then have a flash forward, and we have one survivor of the massacre left who is still living in the vampire court, pretending to be a vampire, where all of his friends have been murdered. And he is the last one. There's now a rumor going on that there's some new monster hunter, because the entire order was taken out, that is looking for survivors of the Wayward Order. So it gives him some new hope after living as a monster for all these years. The premise is kind of interesting. I don't think the premise is too bad. It's like, oh, you have a lot to work with. But unfortunately, it doesn't live up to the promise. It's a lot of missteps where there's a lot of like court intrigue, but it's intrigue with characters that we don't know and we don't care about. Like, oh, this house of vampires doesn't like this other house of vampires, and this character has some machinations going on against this group, and it's rather disconnected. Our main character, Davian, who has lived amongst them for many years, seemingly has formed no attachments with the vampires. So we get told too much. But he has lived with them, he has feasted on humans, he has done all the things that they do, and there's not really a lot of struggle on his end. It's not we don't get his perspective of like trapping an innocent human and feasting on their flesh and feasting on their blood, because if he doesn't, the vampires are going to kill him, right? Because they'll realize he's not one of them. We don't have moments like that, these moments of like horror where he was once the monster hunter, now he's the monster. You could do a lot with that. Our author doesn't do that. Seemingly also, he makes like one comment towards the end of the book about, yeah, I made some friends in the vampire court, but no one that I'm willing to like stick around for. And I felt like that's kind of a shame. There would be more like tension, more, I don't know, struggle, where maybe after living with the vampires for so many years that he does consider some of them to be his friends, right? They are, and that would be fucked up, right? Because these are the same people who like literally feasted on his former friends. None of the mysteries are really compelling. It's like the author will throw out several like misdirects, and then it's like, oh, the person that you thought it was all along, right? Well, it turns out it is them, and you're like, oh, I don't really care that this person is actually the one behind it all. It doesn't mean much to me because they weren't much of a character. But anyways, okay, I've been speaking without getting into the book. Okay, I'm sorry. Let us get into the book now. I don't know. I don't think I would read anything more by this author. This might have been their first published book, so maybe they've improved. But looking at their other titles, it sort of looks like D&D-esque stuff, and that does not interest me at all. Oh, apparently the world has airships and shit. That's only in like this one city, which is walled off from the rest of the magic stuff. So we never see any of the steampunk stuff. It's just, I don't know, like basic vampires. There's a little more going on with the vampires. They wear like magic hunting masks, and this can project images and stuff. But I don't know. It's sort of standard fare, right? It's basically just kind of standard fare. Davian, after the introduction scene with them deciding to go into the court, wakes up with a nightmare with his friend dying before him in this grand manor house, which is where all of his friends were killed. It's been close to a decade since all the Waywards except for him have been killed. And he is in bed with a vampire. This is Adelina, who is a part of another vampire house, she's very prestigious, and she outranks him. There's basically nothing with her character. It's sort of teased that she's actually this one character who's a badass in disguise. I thought, oh, okay, that's pretty basic, but I guess that's a little something extra. She's not that character, and then she's just like, aha, I subverted your expectations. It's not who you thought it was. Okay. Then this character's just kind of boring, right? They're just kind of boring, and you don't do much with them. So I don't think it's a very clever trick, right? To do subverted expectations, but you're also not developing anything more interesting. So in the years since the vampires have taken out basically their only enemies, which were the monster hunters, they have established hunting grounds, which basically means they have certain human nobles that they work for them, and they arrange like times and places for vampires to feast on humans, and they cover it up. It's basically that. There's another little thing where apparently the diets of humans affect how their blood tastes, so some of the nobles make sure that their humans eat certain foods to affect their, yeah, they make comparisons to it being like wine and different flavors of wine and the taste, whatever. So it's all very formal and arranged. It wasn't just the vampires defeated the monster hunters, so now it's just massacre, massacre, massacre. No, they're ruling in the shadows. They're gaining more and more control over the land, but it's more gradual, orderly. So he went to visit this duke because the lord of his house, his son, Thedric, really wants a hunt, even though it's kind of risky and they're doing a hunt in an area that they've just done a hunt in, but the son doesn't care. He's a spoiled brat. There are vampires who can get turned, and then I think there are just vampires that are just born a vampire. I guess that, yeah, some like vampire media, that's how it is, and it seems to be the case here because like the Lord treats him like this is my biological son who's a vampire, not like my human son that got turned. Yeah. But our very next chapter, chapter 2, we hit the ground running where we have a very cocky, arrogant swordsman as he is killing this vampire. We do have some artwork in the book, and I don't think it's bad. I think the artwork looks fine. It's just, I don't know. It's just, yeah, like a mediocre fantasy story. The young man's name is Karnith, and to speed up what his backstory is, so not all of the vampire hunter, monster hunter guys wanted to go along with the infiltrate the vampire court for weeks or months, because they were there for a while before everything blew up and they were discovered. Some of them decided, let's get the fuck out of Dodge, and this guy's father was one of the few that managed to survive, and he got out of the whole continent, had a family, and his son has come back to like avenge his father or avenge the order. That's basically his motivation. He's killing a vampire lord's son, so it's a very big deal. And also a vampire has not been killed since the Wayward Order has been defeated. But the masks that the vampires wear, they can disguise their appearance into basically anything they want. So Thedric was appearing as a ghoul, which is a more common just monster that's around. And he is just killing vampires, looking for clues as to, if any of the Waywards survived the massacre all those years ago or not. We then have Davian going to the witch, Sister Penelope. And years ago, after the attack, he went to her to ask, like, what the hell do you know about all this? She's able to talk because one of her buyers was killed, and this was the Count Malnuvius. So this guy was one of the vampires that set the trap that brought the Waywards in, but he also was killed that night because the other vampires thought he was in league with the Waywards, which is not the full story, and Davian knows that other vampires were involved in all of this. And it's sort of set up that Penelope, she sort of works for anyone who brings her money, and she'll keep her secrets, but she's also not really someone to be trusted. And, there's some like dialogue about witches and their role and how they are there to keep the balance. And you're like, oh, wait, is this what we're doing? This witch has kept the balance because the Waywards were going to kill all the vampires, so then she tips the vampires off about, hey, they infiltrated the court, you have to kill them all. So, then there are no vampires left. Sort of like that in her own way. No, that's not it either. I think that also would have been kind of cliche, but when it turns out like who the big bad was, it's also not interesting either. Davian is back with the vampires at his house. The Count Geldum, he is obviously really upset about his son's death. So Davian, who used to be a hunter in the house, meaning he would go out and kill humans. And Davian never reflects on this, and it feels like such a wasted opportunity. He offers to go be a hunter again, and the Count is very thankful, and his goal is to find this human before the other vampires find him, and the Count wants this human brought to him alive. We get this POV in Chapter 4 with Yaspin. Yaspin is a merchant trader who works with the vampires and the humans. He is not a member of the court because he was banished. And he also had his teeth ripped out, the like 2 teeth that you would use to puncture someone's neck. So he still very much craves blood. It drives him like mad that he can't taste blood like he's supposed to. But he still tries to get the taste as close as he can, right? So he like sucks it, and then he drinks it, and then tries to like it into his gums with his tongue. It's gross. I mean, it's a good detail, and he's an all right character. I don't think he's bad. He's probably one of the more interesting aspects to the book. And he's definitely not pro-human, but he's more pro fuck the court up. I want to see some vampires get killed, especially after how they treated me. Yeah, this kind of in-between guy. I felt like, yeah, maybe he could have done a little more, but he's an interesting character because he still has like the weaknesses of a vampire, and if humans knew what he was, they would definitely kill him. So he's just kind of on the periphery. I suppose maybe, doing something a little artistic where Davian is a human and he's living amongst the vampires, and Yaspin is a vampire and he's kind of living amongst the humans. Ooh, I still wish this was a better book. And Karnith has come to Yaspin and brings one of the vampire hunting masks that, Thadric had. And I think he killed 2 other vampires along with Thadric. And he wants to know, what the hell is this? Yaspin takes the mask and basically just said, hey man, just try to enjoy your last few days because, the people who are involved with this, they're going to hunt you down and they're going to kill you. So there's not much you can do. Just try to get the hell out of here, I guess. Then we have Countess Fiona Majory, who leads a house. She is the aunt of Adelina, who is the one who sleeps with Davian. I don't know. She's not super interesting. She's smart, she's cunning, she does political intrigue stuff and maneuvering. She made the masks and like established the hunting grounds for the vampires and the things with the humans that secretly rule for them and procure blood for them, that type of thing. So she's behind a lot of it. This character who's cunning and has developed a lot of magic and science for the vampires. And there's not a mystery here. Just within like 2 pages of Fiona's chapter, she just says, it led her to set a trap for the Waywards, luring them in with the failed potion as bait. What she hadn't expected was for them to reverse engineer the recipe, allowing themselves to mimic her kind. Fiona had expected them to be more upfront in their response. Luckily, she'd caught wind from an informant about that unexpected hiccup. It was easy then to construct a narrative that Malnuvius yearned for the throne and planned to use infiltrators as a means of snatching it. So it's her. She was behind it. Davian doesn't know that it's her. He kind of suspects that it's her, but it's there. So even that mystery isn't there. We're only 53 pages in, so about a quarter done, and we already know this thing, and there's going to be a few other little mysteries, and yeah. So I guess like the informant, right, that's up in the air. Who could this be? Maybe it was Sister Penelope. Fiona asked her niece to, try to get involved with Davian and use him to learn what his house is planning right now. And if you can't get Davian to open up to you, then just shadow him and just watch his movements. So I thought that stuff was going like, okay, like, oh, he's gonna, try to recruit the Karnith to his side, or work with them to defeat the vampire court, do what they failed to do all these years ago. The vampire that he's sleeping with is going to catch him in the act, and maybe there's going to be some push and pull there where, like, does she betray the man that she's been with for these years, or does she, turn him in? But they don't even really care for each other. They just sleep together, so there's no, there's no tension there. There's no tension at all. Yeah, I felt like that could have been something where maybe, you could dangle in front of Adelina that maybe there's a way for her to become human, and I don't know, right? That's something, but that's not even an option, so there's just not a lot of tension. So how is Davian supposed to get Karnith? How is he supposed to find this one random human that no one knows what he really looks like? Well, the plan is to leave some breadcrumbs for Karnith to come find him. So he goes to an inn, he lures a woman outside, and then he bites her but makes sure to avoid any vital organs. So there's a vampire attack, and hopefully Karnith will return. And he tells the woman, like, I'll be back. So this will be bait for Karnith to show up. I thought it would go a little darker than this. I guess I'm glad he didn't have to kill any humans as bait for Karnith to show up because he wants to, work with Karnith. But, at the same time, did he ever have to do anything for the vampires that he didn't want to do? Like, being the monster, not the protector, and killing innocent people. We never get into it. We really never, ever get into it. And yeah, what a waste. Davian also went to Yaspin for information, and Yaspin doesn't tell him everything that he knows because he knows where Karnith is, but he wants a little more chaos to go on, before helping the vampires. Oh, and when vampires fly, they don't quite fly. I guess glide is more appropriate. They kind of turn into smoke or whatever. Karnith is using the woman as bait, and Davian shows up. Davian doesn't know if anyone's watching, like another vampire, so he has to fight Karnith and make it look good, and Karnith has no idea. He just thinks he's killing a vampire. I would say we have a few fight scenes in this book, and it just takes up too much of a page count where I've never really enjoyed fight scenes in books. It's a book. It's the written word. It doesn't feel, you know what I mean? It's not visual. It's not like an anime. It's not a comic book where you can see all the action. And yeah, I'm reading it, but I've never enjoyed longer, drawn out fight scenes. I guess I prefer, like, and then the battle happens, and then maybe you describe, like snapshots of things that happened in the fighting. I guess that's more of what I like. I don't really love the blow by blow, and our author does that quite a bit. So this is a long fight. Davian manages to lure Karnith away and then tries to explain what's going on, and he's not really a vampire. He's just taking a potion to appear as one, and he's one of the Waywards. And he recognizes in Karnith's defensive stance that he's the son of one of the people that he knew, Geass. I think Geass maybe said a line or two in chapter 1, and then he was gone. Then Fiona goes to visit Count Geldum, and she's doing her little machination bullshit, and she offers the Count Tassia, and Tassia is her vampire hunter and also known as the most vicious vampire in, like, their realm. Karnith and Davian are working together. They're gonna figure out, like, who was the one that set them up and, and revealed their plan to the vampires. Their plan now is to come up with this story that Karnith was hired by one of the other vampire houses to assassinate Thedric, the son of the lord of this house, and this will throw the entire vampire court into disorder. Because for the last few years, the houses have been getting along pretty well, but before the whole Wayward situation, the houses were close to the brink of war, and the Wayward thing united them. So they want the vampires to destroy each other, and then in the chaos, they're both just gonna get the hell out of here. We do have a decent amount of POV switching, like just little bits. Like we're in the Count's POV, we're in this character's POV, this minor character, this character we'll never see again. I don't know. I don't feel like it's great. I don't know. I don't think it was terrible either, but maybe sort of unnecessary. I think I would have preferred sticking to a few principal characters and then developing them a bit more. I could have used more of that. Because all Gremio does, he is carrying two messages, and Gremio, he is a guy that works for Yaspin, and he has two letters with him, and then he witnesses this monster killing 3 humans in the woods, and it turns out this is Tassia. Gremio got to see Tassia without her mask, and he says, "That's Tassia?" Gremio muttered in astonishment. It makes sense considering who runs House Measury. It sort of seemed like it would be Adelina, right? And it's like, oh, Tassia is related to, Fiona, right? So it makes sense that, Fiona's best hunter would be someone so close to her, which is not, in fact, the case. And then Gemio also reflects on how no one knows the origins of Tassia, and she's never removed her mask to anyone. She just kind of appeared a few years ago. Now, I also, in my own crackpot theory, thought that, we have Davian here who survived the Wayward Massacre, right? Maybe, perhaps, we had another Wayward survive the massacre, And this Fiona, who does a lot of magical science experiments and shit, maybe took one of the Waywards who's really skilled at hunting vampires and corrupted them over the years and turned them into this Tassia figure, and they always wear a mask, so Davian would never know that one of the members of his order was still alive, that of his order is actually still alive and has been close to him all this time. I thought that could have been kind of cool. That's not actually what happens. And then I also thought maybe it's Adelina, right? And maybe Adelina is actually like one of the Waywards that, likes being a vampire, and he just has no idea because maybe Adelina is wearing a mask. And, well, I don't know. I mean, can you wear 2 masks or not? It seems like that could be within the realm of possibility that Adelina, was a Wayward, has put a mask on to have Adelina's face, and then there's another mask on top of that when she becomes Tassia. That is also not the case. I made this a lot more interesting in my head because I was kind of bored reading this. Okay, and the author does something that I think is kind of bullshit. It doesn't work. So Tassia murders the guy, the messenger Gemio, right? And then she looks and sees who the letters are addressed to. Davian, Tassia wondered aloud. I'll save these for Fiona, she decided, sliding them into her hip pouch. You could argue that Tassia was surprised to see the messenger here, which, she is. Maybe she thinks that there could be someone else nearby listening. I'm gonna spoil it for you. Tassia is Fiona, so I understand the author trying to keep the all the balls in the air, like, ooh, who is Tassia? Who is Tassia? But Tassia in this moment would not. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that she would say, "I'll save these for Fiona" when she is Fiona. It doesn't work. There's no one around. It's for the audience. It's not what the character would actually say or do. So it just feels kind of bullshit. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was also just disappointing. Like, oh, that would be kind of something. Like he's a human pretending to be a vampire, and he hates it, and he desperately wishes he could go be a human again. And then maybe this Adelina is, somehow is a Wayward in disguise, and she actually enjoys being a vampire now. She prefers it to, her human life. there could be something there. That's not it. There's nothing like that. Davian has Karnath hidden away, and then he goes back to his lord, who has called a meeting of the heads of the houses, and claims that, hey, I have the hunter, he's being kept, and he has said that he was hired by the Lord himself to assassinate his own son to frame treachery on the other houses, but he says this is bullshit, but it's just to confuse everyone. And he intends to find out who really hired the hunter, and he's gonna do an investigation for it. So all the vampires are freaking out, they're concerned and looking at each other with suspicion. He and Fiona have a bit of a back and forth, and she accidentally reveals that the the potions from years ago at the massacre were only temporarily helped humans. So he's like, wait, how did she know that the potion only temporarily, disguised humans as vampires? He calls it a lead. Frankly, I feel like it's a lead, but also like this is the bitch. This is the bitch who did it. Like, she's the one who designed the magic vampire hunting masks and all the other crap. It's obviously her, right? None of the other vampires have been established as being like really magical or scientific. It's just her. It has to be her, man. Fiona reflects on, only Malnuvius and I built that trap after he took the fall. There was no one left of his house to seek vengeance on me, because it's sort of like whenever your lord or like the house does something really bad and falls out of favor with the court, everyone in the house gets massacred. That's a rule for them, I guess. And Davian has actually been listening to their entire conversation because he showed Yaspin his little badge and, the thing that makes him like a special investigator for the court. So Yaspin had him hiding behind a bookshelf. So he got to hear all this shit. Davian met with the witch, and then Tassia shows up and she wants information from the witch about Davian. Another pretty long fight sequence between the witch and Tassia, and there's some magic involved. They're fighting in a bog, and it ends with the witch being killed, not once, but like permanently, because she like tries to imbue her soul in something else and escape, but it doesn't work. I just felt it went on definitely too long for me, and I don't know what was gained from it. I guess the old witch is dead. I don't really care about her. I guess her being dead removes her from the suspect pool, so there's that, I suppose. Davian and Karnath's plan is to lay the blame at Fiona at the next meeting, and he wants evidence to point not only towards her hiring Karnath to do the assassination, but also from the massacre 10 years ago and her being in league with the vampire lord who got all the blame put on him. Their little scheme is foiled, however, because Tassia shows up to collect Karnath after Davian has left. Oh, and there's a little bit about some of the like magic lore for the world, because Karnath is being kept in a little like cave prison with this creature who's like a god that got summoned to this world, but it's sort of like a genie, a bit different from a genie, but he is a prisoner of Fiona and is used to make the magic masks that the other vampires can't make, and so she's been using this thing to do shit for her. Sorry I'm so enthusiastic, but it's just not great because, Davian finds that the witch is dead and he's kind of sad. I don't really care. And then, one of the vampire hunting masks was left. This has to be evidence of Tassia and Fiona. So he goes and takes the mask back to the court, and then it's revealed that the mask is a fake, because Fiona planted it to be a fake, and oh my god, you brought a fake to this court? And yeah, vampire shit. Yaspin left evidence for Davian to point him in the direction of where Fiona was holding Karnith, and then, oh wait, when he gets there, Karnith has already made his own escapes. Now he has to track Karnith down. Karnith, like, fights some ghouls and a magic toad, and there's this little thing, so all the magical beings, like vampires and werewolves and shit, the Waywards too, you have to bond with the spirit, and this is called a snare, and you having a snare means that you cannot like escape beyond the walls and you're stuck in this realm. So he has a little encounter with a spirit thing, and it ends up stealing the snare out of like his dad's magic sword, so the sword is no longer magic. It gave him the strength to survive the fight he ended up with. And finally, at page 203, we have a chapter titled 10 Years Ago, where Davian is going to reveal the story of what happened on that night when the Order was defeated. Because for 200 pages, we haven't gotten into it, and we're near the end of the book, so I guess we're doing it now, but maybe it would have helped if we, invoked some imagery of it, before. That could have helped, but the author didn't do that. There's not much to it. It's just the leader, the oldest vampire, brings up a recruit because they've been infiltrating the vampire houses for months at this point. And he goes, hey, look, we got your newest recruit, and look, here's this magic potion vial, which he uses to, go from human to vampire. And this guy and this one vampire, the Lord, admits okay, yes, we were working on a potion, but it was supposed to help us appear as humans and then escape beyond the wall, not for them to do it to us. And then they just go, hey, kill everyone. So they're killing all the new recent vampire recruits. Davian is in the fight. He is trying to make it appear that he's helping the vampires, when in reality he's trying to sabotage them, accidentally knocking them down. Yeah, just kind of getting in the way and giving his compatriots more time. Now, how are they deciding who is and isn't a vampire here? Because they're still under the magic potion spell. At least some of them are, but for others, their potions are wearing off, and they don't exactly have time. And they're basically going for the newest recruits to houses, and they're sort of testing those people. And he's fighting with his best friend, and his friend says, my potion's going to wear off, and Davian just keeps begging, we can escape, we can try to regroup with some of the others. But Celeste knows that it's not going to work out, so he keeps fighting with Davian, and Davian can't control himself, and he ends up biting Celeste in the neck and killing him by drinking his blood. Pretty traumatic, pretty cool. We don't really reflect on it except for, recounting it here. And also, Celeste just wasn't much to us. They were in the initial chapter, right, for a little bit. Then we have the very brief nightmare sequence in the chapter following that. And I think Celeste is maybe mentioned a handful of times or less in the remainder of the book. And then we have this here, on page 200. So they're more of a plot device than really a character for us to, to get invested with. There's more back and forth at the court as the case develops, and his lord has had enough. He's so overcome with grief about his son being killed that he demands trial by combat, and he chooses Davian as his champion, and Fiona naturally picks Tassia as her champion, who is the best vampire. And I get it, it's another subverted expectation kind of thing, where it's aha, we're building up this investigation, and we're going to expose Fiona in front of everyone, and then turns out we're not doing the investigation, we're doing trial by combat. Okay, but I don't know, we wasted a lot of time with the investigation, right? So it just doesn't feel great, and it's another rather long action sequence, and I just don't really care about it. Also, another factor is Karnith, he shows up, he kills Thadric, and this sets everything in motion for the book. Then he's out of the picture because he's supposed to be a prisoner of Davian, and then he's a prisoner of Fiona, and then he's back with Davian, and he's still out of the picture, and he just doesn't do a whole hell of a lot for the rest of the book, right? After what, page 15, 20, he does essentially very little. Well, I guess in the swamp he kills a few monsters, and we get some lore because of his POV, but I also don't really care about the lore, so yeah. I guess I care about lore, or I don't know if I say I care about lore. I find lore interesting when it's a world I already care about, with characters I already care about. When it's lore in a kind of boring, not very engaging world, it feels like shit. Like, just get rid of it. I don't care about the lore. I just want the story to be over faster. In the fighting, Fiona gets revealed to be Tassia, and the reason the weird like god creature is still around is because Fiona's partner, the other lord, is the one who summoned it. Like, go back to the realm it was summoned from, because the lord died and it's been kept here by Fiona. So that's why it's still here after all these years. And he gets everyone to kill Fiona because he swaps one of her health potions in the fighting with like one of the human to vampire, vampire to human potions. So she drank it thinking it was a health potion, when in reality it did that, and then all the vampires see her as a human, so she gets devoured. In our epilogue, we have Davian and Karnith paying respects to Karnith's father. And Karnith asks if Davian feels guilty at all for what happened to Adelina, because she was slaughtered in the aftermath. And then, yeah, he asks if there's anyone that you'll miss. Honestly, there's a few who I consider friends, but no one worth staying for. Kind of a missed opportunity there. Like, there's not a whole lot of tension if he's just, oh yeah, a guy shows up and he's gonna turn my whole world upside down, right? Cool. And maybe, there could have even been the question of, do I deserve redemption? Do I deserve to not be a vampire, a monster anymore after everything that I've done to survive over the last few years? There could have been something there. And they go off and maybe they're going to build something new, some new order. From what I can tell, the author has not done a follow-up to this work. I wouldn't read it if he had, or maybe I would, on the off chance that it's even worse than this one, and, I could rip it apart. Several of my theories were wrong, but the real answers just don't feel that much better. It was just kind of like, right? That's the word I would use to describe reading this. Just, I guess another factor is just knowing so little about his life as a wayward before a vampire, and we don't even get that much of him being a vampire. Very little, not nearly enough. So I can't really make a comparison. I don't know, he's doing something with the vampires, and then he reflects about what the human equivalent would be like, and just, oh, I feel more comfortable doing the vampire thing. The human parts of me that feels so foreign, right? He doesn't really connect with it anymore. I'm not sure. Just a weak showing here. Sorry. Maybe you found some of it entertaining. I hope so. Also, all right, not to be that guy. The cover looks okay. We have a guy with a sword, a vampire, a woman in red. I guess that's Fiona. There's some vampire bats. There's a castle in the background. That all looks great. There's also a werewolf on the cover, like 2 werewolves. And there are werewolves in the book, barely, like they're mentioned, but there's nothing like that. It's a little gay. It's a little false advertising, frankly. Okay, also, all right, I am going to say this. Apparently, this is the back cover. The Fear of Moncroix is another thrilling adventure set in the world of floating nations known as the Intercontinents. We're floating? We're in the sky? I didn't realize that. Holy shit. Oh no, that can't be true. That cannot be true. Are we floating in the air? No one brings it up. If this is true, no one fucking mentions it. There's like, oh yeah, they airships in the one city, airships. But like, hey, I don't know. No one fucking says anything. If you dig down too far in this realm, do you just fall through the bottom? I don't know. All right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We're done with this. Second book, Shadow of the Twin Moons. This is by Lord Otter. It's 276 pages of $16. The first book came out in 2023. Our second one came out in 2025. Yeah, I had a very unfavorable review of the first work, and listening to the old video, I was kind of a bitch back then. Where it's like, I just want to be honest. It's not my intention to drag any authors. I know everyone's trying and blah blah blah. Fucking gay. No, dragging authors. It's fun. Do it. It's great. I've become more cruel as this channel has progressed or regressed. Digressed? Is digressed a word? Probably not. Regressed. That was probably the word I wanted. Whatever. Do I look like a fucking encyclopedia? A month has passed since the previous book where they were at that city that was under siege. They helped the people out from the evil empire, the Igrathians. One of the brothers, I forget who, one of them is like a thief and warrior. The other one can do electricity magic. So it's Steel and Stormbright. Okay, you get it. One of them was like banging the young queen of that place. She got killed. And then, they defeated the bad army and they've been on the run. And they end up, it's just by happenstance, which is fine. I don't really have an issue with that. And it's just this weird moon cult who they immediately give not very good vibes. And they're being pursued by the evil General Surst, who is a psycho woman who was sexually abusing her young slaves in the previous work. And I think the author ended up checking out my review because they made some post on X about blah, blah, blah regarding the sexual scenes in the first book. And whatever they claimed back then, I might be misremembering it, but they were trying to claim like, it wasn't intended to be like sexually stimulating. It 100% was. And in this book, there's this, we'll get to it, but there's this torture scene which is 1,000% sexually charged. And yeah, there's still some of that in here. Okay, so there's this cult thing. They end up going to this city. All right, so a gripe I had is the city Candalia. It is called the City of Thieves, Harlots, and Information Brokers. The streets festooned with drunkards, refuse, and ever-billowing smog. Death and danger lurk around each corner. From hidden back alleys, devious eyes observe and wait for the hour of convergence. The time is close. What answer shall the brothers find amongst the loathsome metropolis? Only time will tell as whispers circulate between cutthroats and peasants. Vile cults slay in the dark, and strange voices speak on from the shadows between stars. Wow, this city seems like a pretty bad, grimy place. I wonder if we're going to spend a lot of time there and we're going to develop the city. We won't, in fact. And we are told repeatedly multiple times about how, bad and wicked and, the city is disgusting. We spend very little time in the city, and what time we do spend is typically spent in inns where nothing really bad happens there, but we're told about how terrible this place is, but it's not. We never really see that in the book. It sucks. The city's a bit of a letdown. We don't do too much there. I'm just not really interested in the cult. It's kind of a standard fantasy bit where, we're birthing this new god into the world who's going to defeat the bad guys. But also this new god is not a good thing, and so we have to stop it. And you've seen this plot 1,000 times. It's not very compelling. The very evil, wicked General Surst, who has done far too many villainous things to be redeemed, is still present in this book, and it really seems like our author in a third book, if they write a third one, is really working towards redeeming them. They cannot be redeemed. And it's really annoying. It's this thing where, our bad guy is this hot woman, and if a man had done any of the shit that she had done, you would immediately call for his execution. But because it's her, then I guess it's okay. And it's just not well done. Our front cover, we have the two moons, we have the two brothers, they're holding each other up. And our wicked moon god, who has a very elongated forehead, and honestly, he looks somewhat African just with the head. It sort of reminded me of like the Yakub stuff a little bit. If you look up the cover on Amazon, you might see what I'm talking about. But yeah, not a fan of this. So yes, we will get into it. Just not super compelling. Like you sort of know the once they set up like this is what the plot is, then we follow that plot, and there's not a whole lot of interest along the way. It feels like fine at parts to just mediocre and not very good. There's one thing at the end which did surprise me a little bit, so I sort of enjoyed that, but it wasn't nearly enough for me to say this was a good read or a recommendation. Our prologue has the Agrathians. They have their goddess lives on Earth with them and has promised them paradise. It's kind of standard stuff where, she's like naked all the time and she has slaves doing sexual shit and they also like torture people for fun. And that's basically the premise of it. And she has ordered the one magician guy, Adis, who is a human, which is rare because the Agrathians usually just take humans as slaves, but he can do magic, so he's like a little higher rank than the other humans. To find this general because she lost at the siege and she was supposed to return to the goddess and report what happened, but she's gone on her crazy revenge quest against the two brothers. We do have some artwork in this book, and somewhat suggestive, somewhat erotic. It doesn't look bad. I'll say that it doesn't look bad. But even if you were the type of guy that would buy a book because of suggestive artwork, there's not enough in here to justify the purchase. I'm sorry. And the goddess ends up giving Adis a magic dream stone, which can alter reality to like help him, fuel his magical powers in bringing the general back to her. Oh, and the boy's father, Colthan, I think that's his name, he got his arm cut off in the first book when their village was attacked by the general, and he has been trapped in a dungeon ever since then, and his mind has been like basically utterly destroyed, so he's like a shell of his former self, and he's been trapped here since then. But Adis has a plot where he wants to help the brothers, and he wants to bring Colthan to his sons. Adis is able to appear in a vision to the brothers with what strength he has and tells them to go to the city of Condalia, and he's going to bring father to them. So they know where to go now. They're still being pursued by the general in the forest. Since they're being pursued, they decide not to light any fires because it would give away their position. Makes sense. However, they do hunt squirrels, and on page 28, we are eating an uncooked squirrel, and it tastes rather bland and slimy. Okay, I get that. And look, all right, I don't know anything about hunting. Would you not just basically guarantee to get fucking parasites for eating uncooked squirrel meat? I'm just throwing it out there. It's like, right, like, am I wrong? Like, I know I'm being autistic here, but like uncooked forest animal meat, even if you had an animal that was in a really hygienic, well cared for pen on a farm, you'd still get fucking parasites or worms or something if you ate it uncooked. Or a disease, whatever. I'll let it go. Not that I really want anything Game of Thrones-esque where they're shitting themselves for the next few pages because they ate uncooked squirrel meat, but still. There's a village under attack. The two brothers go to investigate. It looks like they're too late for anything, but then they find two people here. One of them gets killed, and they're like these weird, they're kind of, it's like D&D, I guess, right, where it's creatures that float above the ground. The creatures that float, they're made out of flesh and they have mouths and eyes and shit. They're called nightmarekin. I don't know if that's probably close to something in D&D, right? It sort of feels that way, and they're devouring people, but they're able to rescue one of the girls here. They say that the Igrathians came here first, and they were looking for some magical artifact called the Moon Cup. And she talks about the great equilibrium where the twin moons are gonna come into focus or whatever, and this is going to be a big event for them, so the time is nigh. And the girl ends up passing out, but she gives her name as Aurora, and the last thing she says is something called, they try to make it out, and it sounds like Golden Leaf to them, which sounds like the name of an inn. So since they're already on the way to Condalia, they decide that they'll bring her along with them in case that's the name of a place there. To break Colton out of this dungeon, Adis takes a Igrathian slave, and he uses his Dreamstone magic to make Colton a copy of this slave, and he makes that slave a copy of Colton, like physically, right, to swap them out. So that's the big plan. And Colton missing an arm, but the Dreamstone is able to regrow that arm, which is okay, right? It's like, oh my god, I had my arm cut off. All right, but it's regrown now, so is it that big of a deal? Maybe, I guess. I mean, you didn't have an arm for 2 years. That fucking sucks. And Adis ends up stashing Colton because mentally he is not there. He ends up stashing him in an inn where he knows the innkeeper, and he's going to keep them there until he can, bring the brothers to their father. The general ends up finding another group of Igrathians. They're called Falconers, and this captain is in pursuit of the Moon Cup, and she has already attacked one village, the village that the brothers found, and they're at another village now, and they are beset upon by the Nightmarekin, so they join forces to fight these guys off. Circe thought that maybe the captain hadn't heard about her defeat out here yet, but the captain had her own little scheme going, and she gets the general to her palace and her men, like, to rest, and then, I know all along that you're a fucking traitor and you should have gone back to the goddess when you failed. So now you're my prisoner. The general is able to talk her way out of being sent immediately as a prisoner to the goddess to assist this captain in searching for the cult of the twin moons. I thought there might be some sexual humiliation or torture here, because our author does enjoy that, from the first book, and then I wrote that the author might be saving it for later. Oh yes, I was correct, for later. The brothers have made it into the city, and there is an inn called the Golden Leaf Inn, so they've come here with Aurora, the girl that they saved. Circe is offered wine or a slave's embrace for the night. She decides to just take the wine. And this slave is named Mika, and Mika will come up later, so we'll just put a bookmark there that I think our author is restraining himself just a little bit, but not for too much longer. And we end this chapter with the general having a dream of her making love with a man in a field with the moons out, and the man says, when the time is right, look above and they shall guide you, my dearest wildflower, and he's talking about the moons. So we're having some premonitions? Sure, fine, why not? Let's use that word. There are 2 moon cups. I want to say there are 2 moon cups, and okay, one of them, the bad guys do have, that's at the manor with the general and the captain. They have one of them. I think the brothers have one as well, I think, but it's basically worthless unless they have both of them. So Stormbright is a little more cautious about the whole cult thing and wanting to get involved, but Steele is into it, and also the slave girl Aurora has been friendly with them. They haven't done anything, but she's been suggestive, so he is more inclined to help her. So he is going into the manor to try to steal the moon cup. It does not go well, and he is in fact captured by our General Surst. And while Steele was supposed to steal the moon cup from the manor, Stormbright went out with Aurora to look for the second one. Okay, so they didn't. I'm sorry, boys. This was not a very good book, and it has been a few weeks since I've read it, but still, I shouldn't have made that mistake. So he and Aurora, they have some magical adventures underground, and they find these old ruins. There's this weird goat demon thing that chants about Old Man Darkness, and then there are some nightmare kin. I guess I don't think the action scenes go on for too long. I don't think they're like bad, but it's also just I don't really care about these characters. I don't really care what's going on. So, yeah. And through their trials and tribulations, they have recovered the second moon cup, so now they are heading back to the city to hopefully link up with Steele, who will have the other one. Turns out that the inn they were staying at, in fact, has a secret entrance which leads them deep, deep underground. This is where the cult of the Twin Moons is located. So Aurora leads Stormbright down through this dark path, and people in some ruins. They're having an orgy. Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not for this author? Oh, and then we do have this one crazy bitch who's what do you call it? Conjoined twins, but not quite. It's one body. It's one body, one pair of tits, and the artwork featuring this woman. The pair of tits is rather large, so I think it's fine that I draw attention to it. But it's one body, one really big pair of tits, and two heads for this woman. And this is the leader for the cult of the Twin Moon. And oh, by the way, this person is also pregnant because they're supposed to birth the new god into the world. I did write in the margins, the twins are on display here. Literally. I don't know. It's not my best bit, but I think it's okay. If you had the book in front of you and you were looking, you're like, yes, the twins are on display. Good job, White Pill. Thank you. And they're not just doing orgy stuff, but they also have a Agrathian prisoner that they sacrifice to quicken the child in their womb, so that's nice. Aurora is trying to have sex with Stormbright, and then also he reflects on this event from book 1, which I totally forgot about until it was brought up here, where he was in another dimension with the Manticore spirit who had taken the guise of General Surst to seduce him. I forgot about that, making me think that, yeah, the author is going to attempt to, redeem General Surst, who cut off the arm of their father, who slaughtered hundreds, thousands of innocent people, who's taken them into slavery, killed children, done a lot of weird sexual torture stuff. But hey, look, if a woman does it, it's okay, right? I guess. And Stormbright's not having it. He's sort of snapping out of the fog that Aurora has put him in, and the Agrathians arrive at the very end. Then we get to chapter 10, Captured. So Steele is literally chained up in a dungeon. The general is there with the captain and Adis, the mage, and Surst is taking a knife and is cutting open his fingers and flaying the skin. And then we have, I have to read this out, on 137. Holding the bloodied, mangled finger, her hot breath tingled along the unprotected flesh. His heartbeat quickened in terrible anticipation. The sensation was harrowing. She opened her mouth and bit down hard, warm blood rushing between her teeth, the bone crunching as it was severed. Of course, she has to do it with her teeth because it would be weird if she didn't. Oh, and then on 138, General Sir stepped forward a second time, biting off yet another finger. Now, boys, maybe some people, not me, might interpret the finger as being somewhat phallic, and General Sir's biting off the finger as being a phallic gesture. Could be. I would never make that assertion, that's the right word. Assertion. It's like, okay, author guy, what are we doing? What are we doing? All right. And then the captain has the magic dreamstone, and they're torturing Steel with it. And he is driven to madness, so he ends up giving the name Golden Leaf. So this is how the Agrathians found out about the cult of the Twin Moon, where they were. White Pill, I think you're reading too much into the book, and okay, yes, she did bite his fingers off, but that doesn't mean anything. There's nothing, like, sexual in this scene. Okay, page 143. So the captain leaves, and then, however, General Surst remained close. I will be back for you later, she said, grabbing the area between his thighs. She squeezed hard, enough for it to hurt. Take care, Steel, and remember what I've done for you, what I will do to you in time. She released her hold and pummeled him twice, once across the cheek and another in the stomach. Thank you, author. Stormbright and Aurora are fleeing with the other cultists away from the Agrathians. General Surst is there. They're on some boats escaping across, I guess it's like a lake. Yeah, like an underground lake. And then there are Nightmarekin again, and the bullshit with them. People are being eaten. They end up going down a waterfall and crashing. Adis has come back to Steel and has used the Dreamstone to heal Steel's 2 missing fingers, so he's fully healed now. Which I don't love. I don't want to see like a young boy crippled or anything, but at the same time, if you're going through the effort of torturing him, I guess the pain of the torture is still present, but it also just cheapens it. It takes away some of the weight from it. So I'm not really a fan, and yeah, Adis is getting Steel out of there. Promises Steel that if he meets him at this inn, then there'll be a way to save Stormbright and their father. So just, do what I say, boy. Steel is making his way out of the place when one of the slaves in the, like the harem chamber wakes up and goes over to him and offers to help him, steal the moon cup and get the hell out of there. He's not really sure if he can trust her, but also he doesn't really know what else to do, so he goes along with it. And this is Mika, who, was that slave from before, and Mika has the moon cup with her, so, she's on their side. They have to fight this monster. It's not really interesting. They kill it and get out of there, and then Surst is having more fantasies about this being, sleeping with her. The being's name is Amuthoth. Yeah, Amuthoth, that's the name. And Surst, even though she's going to be like killed and tortured by her goddess, still believes strongly in her goddess, and this guy is trying to convince her, worship me instead. Got a full-on, sex scene here in this dream, and I guess you could say that she has been lunared. I don't have a better word for it. You look at the cover and you decide what this guy looks like, because I don't know. I know we're probably trying to go for something alien, but it looks kind of like a Yakub with the big forehead. Wait, is Yakub the good guy or the bad guy? Is like the Yakub the black guy with the huge forehead, or is it? I don't know. Is Tricknology, is that fake, or is that something black people really believe? I'm not sure. Oh, and while Surst was having her, sex dreams and stuff, she also, like, sees enemies in her vision, and then she's, like, killing all the bad guys in her dreams. She just slaughtered a bunch of her own men, so now she's being sent to the goddess, to be punished. Which, okay, I mean, our characters don't really care that she did this thing, so we don't really care that she did this thing. It's kind of just a moot point. I guess it's just a way for her to be sent somewhere else and then for her to join the main cast later on, I guess. Stormbright is having an argument with Aurora as they are, escaping through the underground. The Agrathians are monsters. What's wrong with taking their lives? They persecute us, bind us in chains, and take everything we hold dear. This is war, Stormbright. Good point, Aurora. Aye, a war where the same horrors are committed on both sides. You don't realize how similar you are to those you hate. Take your own fucking side. This is very gay. Now, again, the moon people, not that their cult is good, but at the end of the day, if they were able to drive the Agrathians out of their borders, that would be fine and good. Now, if they then took the war to the Agrathians, I'm not sure. There's like an extent where you're fighting a defensive war and you just want your land and you just want your neighbors to leave you the fuck alone, and that's respectable. There are other situations where I think it's completely justifiable to like invade your enemy, right? Even though now you have the upper hand because they're never going to leave you alone, and that's also fine, but it's like, oh man, aren't you, as bad as those guys? In a way, I guess if a war goes on, you could end up as bad as those people and lose something of yourself in the process. But we're talking about people that are literally murdering and enslaving and raping your people. I think you just kind of do everything, to make it stop, and everything's justifiable. It's kind of, a little gay morality thing. It's also kind of why I think our author would try to do a redemption arc with General Surst. I feel like, he would do that. And they just kind of come across this chamber where there's supposed to be some Asian evil monster nightmarekin called Plegma. Yeah, Plegma. And they discover that this creature is actually free. This is timed with the whole twin moons and the conjunction and all that stuff. Like, I guess Plegma is supposed to be a sign of the times. I wrote on 191, I'm just really bored. I don't like the characters and the plot just kind of sucks. Oh, what am I saying? We find Plegma here, and Plegma can, like, shoot Nightmarekin off of its body, so now they're fleeing from it. They're able to escape, and they link up with the other cultists, and Aurora is still very much one of them, and the cultists are upset because they no longer have a sacrifice for the equilibrium, and then Aurora's like, wait, what about this guy? He's suffered a lot, and that's the prerequisite for being a sacrifice. So Stormbright is going to be the new sacrifice. So Steel has been free and clear for the past few days. He is waiting at the Silver Hearth Inn. He's like looking down on it. The thief surveyed the area below, above the din of drinkers who swayed and laughed, whores offering their services, and cut purses lurking in wait. We're just kind of told, like, this is the city, it's full of whores and murderers and cut purses. We're just told this a few different times, and I don't know, when do we actually interact with the city? Plenty of media does it where, like your setting is really a character in itself, and it's not here, but the author keeps insisting that it is. So the Captain Helvia is there along with Adis and some of the Agrathians, and they have General Surst in a cage outside, and she's going to be transported back to the goddess. Adis says this on 205. Dear Captain, you need but step outside to see the falconer as she is. I can tell you, her sanity is gone. She is hardly the same person. Don't do it. Don't fucking do it. I know you're tempted. This is not like Azula from Avatar The Last Airbender, who's really hot and can be redeemed. This bitch cannot be redeemed. And Adis ended up handing them off a dream stone because he has to, go do his shit, and they've gone their own way now too. Surst is in the cage in the wagon, and she has another dream with the god who is yet to come. Speaking with this god has given her hope, a sense of purpose, and the god wants her to hasten to where he's going to be, born. God, gets the guards to murder themselves, and then Surst is on her way to, the ritual place, and also Phlegma, or Felma, whatever, the big slug monster. It's on its way to that place. And then Steel and fucking Mika are following the one captain bitch because she knows where Stormbright is, so everyone's going to the same fucking place. We still have 60 pages to go. I'm so excited. So it's a big clusterfuck. The captain arrives with her soldiers. The cultists turn into, were people. They're not like werewolves, but they're different kinds of animals, and then it's a big fight that's going on. And we have more Nightmarekin because the big slug monster showed up, and the Adis is also here. The captain gets killed. Aurora steals the moon cup from the brothers, and she gives it to the, her mentors, the weird twins with the large twins. And they need a sacrifice, so they end up killing Aurora and sacrificing her. So they're drinking her blood in the moon cup. And even though they're dying because they got attacked by Nightmarekin, they drank the blood sacrifice with the moons out. So, they're thrilled. And then they have a new child that's being born, like it's coming out of their, corpse. They're still alive a little bit as the child is being born. And the baby, it's born, and then it turns into an adult in, I don't know, not even a minute. So it's a full-grown man. It's the man that was fucking General Surst in her dreams. And this may come as a shock to you boys, but the moon god, it turns out he's not really nice, and he wants to, eat everybody and remake the world, in the image of his parents, the twin moons. So he's planning on devouring the Steel and Stormbright brothers and then everyone else, But the General Surst, she'll get to be a queen, so that's cool. So she's working with the moon god, and now everyone's fighting again. And it takes all their power and the Dreamstone, but they defeat the god, but the god managed to crawl away a little bit, and he put some of his life essence, no, not in that way, boys, not like that, but he, puts his bloody fingers on General Surst's face and her lips, and then she takes some of his life essence into her. I don't know if this means that she's pregnant or what. But he, even though he's been defeated, he views her as a way to achieve his ultimate plan still. So, okay. I guess, we'll do more of that in the third book. We still got 30 fucking pages left. We defeated the god. It's over, right? It's over, but we still got 30 pages to go. Mika is traveling with them now. Adis had to stay behind with the surviving Agrathians because he is still on the surface with these guys, even though he's assisting the brothers, so he has to keep up appearances. We did have this on 246. To the distant southeast, he spotted Candalia, that decrepit city of cutthroats. What the fuck are you talking about? When? One time you ran into a fucking cutthroat. One time you saw someone getting their throat cut. You saw someone being stabbed even. You saw someone getting bashed in the face with a bat. Anything. Nothing. It didn't happen. Portland, Oregon. The city of broken dreams. What the fuck are you talking about? You just got off the plane. What? You don't live here? You've never lived here? You don't know any of the people? What are you fucking talking about? I didn't think this was a terrible scene where Steel has to work up the courage to confess to Stormbright that he got tortured and he ended up selling his brother out. So I think that's a decent scene. If it was a better book, then I would have liked it more. But I felt that was okay between the brothers. And then we have a little twist at the end, which I actually enjoyed. So Adis, he got stuck doing Agrathian bullshit. The Dreamstone was destroyed in the fight against the new god. They go to the inn where Colthan is being kept, and guess what? Colthan, who was disguised as an Agrathian, like literally changed into one in terms of appearance, he still looks like an Agrathian. He does not look like their father. They can sense that it's him through, like, Stormbright using magic. They know, like, this is our dad. He doesn't look like their dad, and mentally, he's still gone. So I thought that would be resolved by the end of this book, but it's not. So I thought that was, small golf clap for our author. That did surprise me. Where it's like, oh, I forgot. They don't have the Dreamstone anymore. Their dad is still kind of fucked. Thought that was okay. I have no idea where they are meant to go from now. I don't really care about the villains. None of them are just super interesting. Adis is gone back. I guess they're south from where they are. I don't know what his next plan is or what. It's intriguing. I do sort of want to know, like, how is this going to work out with Colthan? So the author got that out of me. I would say there's probably some improvement if I'm being fair, right? I don't think the pacing is nearly as rushed as the first. There's still kind of an issue where it's like, Condalia, the city of cutthroats. What are you talking about? But it's just a plot that you've seen quite a bit, and it doesn't really do anything that compelling, and yeah, and then it's over. Oh, we do have an afterword by Lord Otter. I look forward to the feedback this book will receive, both the good and the bad. That's a good thing, Lord Otter. I'm glad you said that. Thank you. And apparently he has a YouTube. I checked it out. There's nothing there. There's nothing juicy at all. It's kind of boring. He only uploaded a few videos and it's boring. So that was disappointing as well. Nothing for me to cut into. Yeah, just for the hell of it, I might read the third one. I just might. But not a good showing for fantasy so far. Oh well, we still have 4 more books to talk about. And, my favorite one is coming up next. Worst Boyfriend Ever by a Sensitive Young Man. Yeah, I'm really glad that I decided to work up the courage and reach out to a sensitive young man. I had to hit the road to go meet up with him and ask him about his work. He was a bit hard to track down. He was certainly didn't make it easy to find him, but thankfully, I suppose you could say, there was a missing girl, and that put me on his trail.
was investigating a kidnap case. Blair Roach. 6-year-old girl. I was young then. Too soft on criminals. I let them live. Broke a man's arm to get a tip. Led me to the missing girl's location. I knew the girl was here. But when I searched the place, I saw nothing. And then I found her.
Worst boyfriend ever. As I said before, this started as a series of Substack posts about a sensitive young man, our author, who has cheated on his girlfriend multiple times, and it builds up and culminates in more cheating, this great anxiety and fear over being caught and found out, but then a relief comes when he breaks up with the girlfriend and decides to forgo his past life and embrace his new life of traveling the country in a van and having sex with Asian women. Really compelling stuff, which I do highly recommend, of course. Is 179 pages. It's $15. Some people, and I would never say this, some people might say that this isn't really a book and it's just crappy, unedited Substack articles pasted in a book format, and now you're charging $15 for it. I would not say that, but I think there are maybe some people online that are somewhat critical of this who might voice that complaint. Our cover is rather plain. I would say it's bold, it's distinct. We have just black text for our title, Worst Boyfriend Ever, and then the author's name below that. And we have, a headshot of Shinji from NGE, right? Which looks really good. I really like that people use this profile pic and such. I don't think it's overdone at all or cliche or lacking in substance in the slightest. I think it's good. Some people, not me, might say that, oh yeah, that's Shinji on the cover. It's just an indicator about how awful things are going to be inside the book. But no, I don't feel that way at all. This was a real treasure. So, White Pill, what's the plot like? I mean, if these are a series of mostly disconnected Substack posts that don't really have a central plot, we don't really have a ton of character development. There's not really characters. We sort of have our protagonist, our author, and then there is the quote-unquote girlfriend, but we don't really get a lot with the girlfriend, and then there's just a smattering of other characters in the backgrounds that also don't have much of a page presence. Well, I would say to that person voicing these questions, you're just wrong. This is really, really good, so you're just wrong, and I'm not going to explain why you're wrong. You should just know inherently that you are in fact wrong. And I have heard other people online say that they would rather eat a McDouble that has been stuffed up a obese black prostitute's aid-ridden cunt than read more by this quote author unquote. But I don't feel that way. I had a really good time reading this, and I'm definitely looking forward to the next installment. So before we get into the text, I really didn't know anything about the author. I just heard a little bit online that, this was supposed to be autobiographical. It was about the author and kind of just greaseball, slimy, authentic, vulnerable stuff about them cheating on their girlfriend and them writing posts about it. And this kind of depressing spiral, really harsh look at life. And that's what I thought it was going to be going in, and that's definitely what I got. Because it seems like there are plenty of people in the comment section on Substack, now maybe some of them are joking, maybe some aren't, where they do take the post at face value, and they should, right? Because it is authentic. Some people might criticize the work for not having a prologue or an attempt to frame the quote book unquote, and that it might just scream of laziness and a cash grab, but I don't see it that way. Or that, the contents page, for example, right, and this is just someone commented this somewhere, that on 103, we have a small post here, which is Pokemon's video editor, where it's not listed in the contents, but it's its own Substack post. So it really doesn't make sense that it's not in the contents page listed. But I didn't even really notice like the little stuff like that. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And apparently some of these posts, which are here in the book, are paid on Substack, so you'd have to pay money on Substack to read them, like the Teenager and Asian Massage Parlor 2. No opinion on that whatsoever. Our first entry, though, is Slut Review. Katie from Hinge, my girlfriend just sent me a scary text, and this is about the girlfriend finding some hair ties in the bedroom which don't belong to her, so the girlfriend knows that another woman was in their bedroom. Our protagonist, what little we do get out of him, he feels bad about the cheating. He will tell us that he feels bad about the cheating. We're never shown that he really feels bad about the cheating, but he will tell us that he's a bit of a narcissist. He finds himself to be incredibly attractive. Sort of a tortured, sensitive young man. He definitely has a race fetish for Asian women in particular. And we'll touch on that more later. So Katie from Hinge, he ends up having her over, having sex. He reflects that he's 25, he's wasting his life on this. My girlfriend is gone for the weekend. She went on a trip to a convention for the thing we used to do together. I'm no longer interested. And I thought this was great. I didn't write, is there a greater narrative, or is this more of the same thing, just repeated ad nauseum? It feels like a fantasy. Some truth, ? The cheating and the whores, porn addiction, that feels perhaps authentic. And our first entry was in 2024, and now we're jumping back to 2022. And the paragraph structure is broken up like a Redditor would break up paragraphs, and I really like it. It's just easier to read. I enjoy it. I think that's a great choice for the layout of this book. Good job. Oh, and I thought maybe at first the illustrations were AI, but the illustrations are done by Lane Lynch, and I think they're really good, but some people might go, oh, you know what? They are so shitty that I guess a human did it and it wasn't AI. Because we have a little illustration with every chapter. Our chapter 2 was about a guy. He was friends with the girl. He was deeply in love with her. He wrote this epic confession of love. As, he wrote this for her and told her not to read it until she was on a plane because she was moving away. And then years later, he ends up going back home and running into her. And there's that. I suppose we're establishing that our author is, in fact, a sensitive young man. Then we have him in the same year. I don't know how much these dates matter, but it's technically only 10 days after the whole Hawaii thing with the girl that he confessed to, where there's a hangout at a friend's place and the host is trying to seduce this girl. It's not going well. He swoops in and is texting her as they're all hanging out together, and then gets her back to his apartment, and he feels a little bad for the host, but not that bad. And it just ends there with no follow-up or anything. There's nothing deeper or more compelling. There's no build-up to anything. It ends there. That's it. And I think that's really good. Then we have some little story about him working as a dishwasher. And we have chapter 5 about him being a 24-year-old man consumed by thoughts of cheating on his girlfriend. But I am privately obsessed with the prospect of fucking other girls. I've only been physically confident for a year or two now. And then he's obsessed with a worker at this coffee shop. She is Asian. On page 22, this was good. In the back of my head, I've been thinking this might be kind of compelling. Maybe someone might like to read this. Maybe I should post it somewhere, even if anonymously. And he's right. This is really good. Then he goes out for a prostitute. So there is like a little narrative here where he really wants to cheat on his girlfriend, decides to go looking out for a streetwalker. And some people might complain that, okay, well, this isn't that tragic because our character isn't really experiencing a fall from grace. They're already teetering on the edge, really pushing themselves to cheat on the girlfriend, so there's not really a lot of tension there. He wasn't established as a good person before the desire to cheat came into play, so this is just nothing. It's just masturbatory, right? It's just, there's just no real tragedy here because it's already like a character that's fallen or right about to fall, like seconds from falling, and then they fall. But I think it's done well. Board game night, he's gaslighting women there. He's really good at lying. There's Asian girls there, and he's really into them. The girlfriend is also Asian. Have a little chapter about him at a company, and they hire this Asian girl, and he's really into her. He's driven by thoughts of lust, and all right, that's great. That's a whole chapter. She came in wearing a crop top once, and he had to go jerk off in the bathroom in response. Okay. Stephanie ended up getting fired by the boss for some other stuff, so at least he no longer has to deal with these thoughts. Little chapter about his parents. He doesn't want to end up like his father, who just kept giving himself away over the years to other people. He vows to call his mother. Then we have him, this is nice, Asian massage parlor. He is wearing a tuxedo, and he has a bouquet of flowers outside the massage parlor with a smile on his face for the art here. He's wearing lifts in his shoes, and he is with a woman named Los, who is, I believe Korean, and has very large breasts. So there's some awkwardness in their sex, and then the girlfriend texts about, meeting her parents whenever he's free. And then we do have the steakhouse in the very next chapter, where he's sitting there, he's pretending to be interested in their lives. I'm wearing the exact same clothes I wore last night, coated with the sweat at that Chinese hooker with the big tits who kissed me a little too hard and let me fuck her with no condom on. I don't believe that was said in the previous chapter, that there was no condom on. Boys, you probably figured out before White Pill being our little, dim bulb. Yeah, it took 50 pages, but White Pill Media calls into question all of it. I do think it is all fake. The whole cheating on the girlfriends, the whole sex with women on Tinder, definitely the whole dropping everything and living in a van. Oh, why is this all bullshit? Having sex with a prostitute without a condom. One, from the John's point of view, this sounds insanely risky and dangerous and stupid and a really good way to catch some disease. Two, I can't imagine, outside of like the worst crack whore on the side of the road, that any prostitute would allow you to have sex with them without protection. Just doesn't make sense. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But it seems like that would be really insane for a prostitute to be okay with that. There will be further confirmation as we go forward, but okay, this is fake. I think perhaps some things are true. Maybe the fetish for Asian women, okay, I could buy that as being authentic. The desire to cheat on the girlfriend, okay, I could maybe buy that as being authentic. The cheating on the girlfriend is, right? That is true or not true. I'm not convinced either way. But apparently on the Substack, he has gone over to like Japan and shit and had sex with whores over there. See, that's something I can kind of believe. Like him going over to the Philippines and paying whores to have sex with them. I can buy that. That does feel somewhat authentic, right? If this is a real guy doing this. Now that we strongly believe that this is all fake and not even within like a degree of reality, you know, it's very much a fantasy, then we're stuck with a not very compelling narrative that is fake. It's just utterly worthless. The majority of the stories here are about guy really wants to fuck Asian girl. He is really horny about it. The author will tell us he feels guilty about it without showing it. And then he ultimately still cheats. That is the vast majority of these narratives, and it never really improves. It never gets better. It never develops into anything greater. But White Pill, you say, maybe this is just the style of the author, and it's supposed to be like this. Well, personally, I think this is probably the best our author can do, and they're not capable of writing anything better than this. 50 pages in, White Pill Media realizes, oh, I've been double had. This is crap. What the fuck? God damn it. It's bland. It's a sad young man with no direction in life. I could maybe see this being entertaining as a weekly Substack post, and you read it, and it's less than 10 minutes, and you go, okay, fine, let's move on, right? It maybe has some little chuckle there, I guess, but as a book, just reading this chapter by chapter, god-awful, fucking terrible. So the thing is, and some people, I don't know, maybe I'm the crazy one and it is real, but I think, it's all bullshit. Everything is in question now. But the idea that this is authentic or vulnerable, well, it loses those tags because it is just a fantasy, and there's going to be one post in particular completely fake, right? Not even debatable whether or not it's fake or not. And I guess it's just tedious variations. I would say that a lot of the posts just feel tedious. We're dealing with the same narrative of new Asian girl, wanna fuck her, go fuck her, the end. New Asian girl, wanna fuck her, go fuck her, the end. And there's no mystery. There's no question of where we're going. We're told at the start, like, where we are going. We know how this narrative has to end. I promise you, this guy, he has some white-collar job, or maybe he's like a guy pushing carts at the Target, maybe. But he's got some job. He's made some money on these Substack posts. Good for him, I guess. He absolutely does not live in a fucking van. That is... yeah, none of that shit has happened. I can believe maybe going to the Philippines and having sex with whores. And since I believe that is more authentic, the paying prostitutes, right? Probably not the Chad that he writes about in the book. So he's probably not pulling Asian Snatch every other day on Hinge or Tinder or whatever the fuck. I think it's just a very elaborate, not very compelling fantasy for our author. It just feels like a very boring fantasy. And I got suckered into paying $15 for it. That McDouble, it's looking real good right about now. I can almost smell it. Then we have New Year's. They're at a club with the girlfriend. He's there's a woman when his girlfriend's in the bathroom who approaches him, and they're having some back and forth. They're getting a little close. The girlfriend starts like kind of screaming and crying about it and says that she knows that she's not what he wants and all that. Oh, and I thought this was really good. I'm just going to read out the entire post for you guys. My boss asked me what would make me excited to come into work every day. Here's what would make me excited to come into work every day. They've got a big, soft room in the back filled with full-chested East Asian schoolgirls wearing minimal clothing. Not nothing, just enough to cause intrigue. Short skirts, yoga pants, etc. Their faces flushed, perpetually blushing. They're all ovulating. They need me right now. Every morning, a new crop of girls swarming me, ripping off my clothes, vying for my attention, my seat, wrestling me to the floor, 4 of them at once, forcing me to come inside their warm, shapely bodies, and then ridiculing me for it, carefully washing me down after, and then all of them immediately vanishing into thin air, poof. And then that happens again a few hours later, with some slight stylistic variations to keep it interesting. Girls, tease, come, poof. That is what it would take to make me excited to come into work every day. Sorry, boss, don't ask questions you're not prepared to hear the answers to. This is so edgy. This is so daring. I can't believe our author said this. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I'm so glad I picked up this fucking book. It's just this. It's just this. It's just this repeated again and again and again. Holy fuck. I really want to fuck Asian women. No way. I can't believe he said that. And some of it, honestly, there were a few bits where, like, some of the comedic moments, it did make me smile a little bit. I thought some of it was slightly amusing. That's not enough to carry a book, right? This isn't really a book. It's a collection of posts, man. And there's just not nearly enough of that to justify it. So once you lose the quote-unquote real edge to this work, there's not a whole hell of a lot to go on. Like, if you really enjoyed the Katie from Hinge is a slut, post, and are okay with a lot more of those posts, then I guess, you might enjoy this. You might find it entertaining. You can also get the majority of them from the goddamn Substack, so I wouldn't pay money for this like I did because I'm a fool. Then it's him feeling bad, quote unquote, about having sex with the girlfriend and needing to play porn and watch it while having sex with her and not letting the girlfriend know. A lot of emphasis on the race mixing. It's overwhelmingly Asian, but also Mexicans, and he does feel lust for white women every now and then, but it's certainly an afterthought in terms of his desires. Honestly, it just feels like this very cynical checklist of topics that the author needs to cover. None of it quite feels authentic, right? Not even in like a well-crafted fiction story. And I would be totally fine if this was the author claims that it's real on Substack, but it's really fake, and you can kind of tell that it's fake. But it's a compelling fiction. I like fiction. I like reading books. But it's not that. It just seems to be a checklist of like porn addict. He's into cryptocurrency and Bitcoin, Adderall, e-girls. Just endless, vapid sex, and then just the vibes, the I don't want to appear that I'm making an effort, so you can't judge me on writing a book or doing a bad job of writing a book because, see, I didn't put a lot of effort in, so therefore it's okay. I'm above criticism. Nothing remotely interesting is being said in this book. It's just boring. It's so fucking boring. Oh, and then Manic Pixie Dream Girls, because we don't have enough narratives with that. We don't have enough with the e-girls and the bullshit. We don't even dive into him being a selfish, terrible person who makes bad decisions that affect the people around him, because we never really get into the people that are around him. We don't really get into the girlfriend. We do a little bit, but it's so shaky and fractured, and it's just not structured well. Sorry, I'm rambling, but I don't know. I've had enough. There's not a whole lot of depth here. And he reflects on, this was in high school or college where people were playing a game like, would you do this person? Would you not do this person? And this girl that he's into said that she would do him, and he's afraid of rejection or whatever. And later on, she's a writer. And we write that he's gasping at straws. He never really knew it at all. He read the story and he loved it. And we can't even get into the story about what the girl that he was in love with wrote about. Of course not. We can't do that. Went to a marketing conference, felt like shit. He meets a girl named Anita that allows him to do anything to her. And we do have like little moments that are kind of funny. Misconnections, April 22nd, 2024. Back in Seattle, why is every Craigslist misconnections ad from female to male about a guy with tattoos? Did I miss some kind of memo that women only want men who are retarded and disgusting? And this here, number 20, is the nail in the coffin for me. This is Craigslist porn star, where we have a guy advertising needing a cameraman for an amateur shoot, $80 an hour. So this guy, our protagonist, our sensitive young man, needs money. So he decides to go do this cameraman work for this guy. The guy who he's worried about being a big black guy is in fact a big black guy. So it's him filming this guy jerking himself off because a webcam or another camera on some type of mount just wouldn't suffice, I suppose, right? And apparently old ladies pay good money for videos of him stroking his penis. I can believe that homosexual men would pay for this, but certainly not women. Okay, I was extremely confident that it was all bullshit before. I guess this is someone's creative writing exercise and not a very good one. But yeah, like this story here, it's certainly this does not happen. And then, okay, what else is bullshit? I don't even know if he cheats on the girlfriend. Maybe he is in a very happy relationship. But that would be really odd if he is in a happy relationship and his girlfriend knew that he was writing, you know, these fantasies about wanting to fuck other women. That would be strange. So maybe the girlfriend doesn't even really exist or never existed, and it's just guy with an Asian fetish, and he goes to see Asian prostitutes, and he has like a fetish, a fantasy about taking the condom off and I guess coming inside these whores and not getting an STD, I guess. And this is one of the longer pieces in this collection. And the black porn star, he recounts some tales of race mixing with white women. White Pill Media, in his sleuthing ways, we know that this story is not real. However, White Pill Media believes that perhaps our author is attempting to insert some race-mixing stories that are worse than a white guy who wants to hook up with Asian women to sort of justify what he does and to make it seem not so bad. That's White Pill Media's take on this situation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. We'll continue. And then we had another story about a girl named Jen who he doesn't have a condom and he raw dogs it and he pulls out in time. So we have that. And then in the same chapter, he has met another woman through a dating app and has sex with her with no condom on as well. And she trusted him to pull out. I trusted her to be clean. We trusted each other. Kind of developing a pattern here, a real fetish for not having a condom on. So, okay. We have the Pokemon's video editor story where the editor apparently was too busy masturbating to Pokemon to do his job. I guess the big mistake here was telling her about it, being honest. Of course, the story is completely fabricated to get attention. Sadly, everything on the internet is fake now, but still, I get it. I wish this was good. And then, looking at Other Girls, Chapter 22, we have the Blade Runner 2049, the meme picture with the big holographic woman, and she's pointing at the guy. Look, it's the meme picture which all the right-wing NPCs use. Look, isn't this interesting? Isn't that compelling? Isn't this great author voice? Isn't it? no one else is as authentic or as interesting as a sensitive young man. Wow, he's edgy. Just do something surprising once. I sat down, book in hand, waiting, willing to be taken somewhere else, to be told a story. You didn't fucking do it. We're trying to build some tension, some buildup of, oh, I can't take this anymore. I'm running out of time. I need to do something. I can't stay in this, bad cheating relationship with my girlfriend. I'm getting worse. I'm getting worse. It's not interesting. My withered life, pale, sick, acne, bloodshot eyes, unshaven, greasy hair, stumbling, jerking off in the cold Starbucks bathroom on Tuesday morning before work. I feel like Pablo, so I tell the girl behind the counter that's my name when she asks my guilty face. It's not completely devoid of, that brought a smile to my face. That was kind of, funny. But there's just not enough going on for me to really keep reading. I did finish it, but just hot Asian girl today, hot Asian girl the next day. Here's this fantasy where I, didn't use a condom and I came inside her. Okay. What else do you got, man? Do something more, please. I'm begging you. I'm really begging you here. We have what? This was like what? 170 something pages, right? Like 180 pages. Now, since it's written, in a Reddit format, the pages are not full pages, but still, Jesus Christ, we're spending too much time here for so little to go on. Him feeling bad about the relationship with the girlfriend, not really able to have sex with her, cruising for prostitutes unsuccessfully. Him driving across state lines, or maybe just drove for a few hours for a teenage white girl. They had sex with no condom again, and maybe she got pregnant. It was in the Me and My Psychiatrist little post. He talks about hiding in a remote bungalow, getting high on speed every day, and writing the most electrifying Gen Z coming-of-age novel ever. Does the author genuinely believe that? Does he think that this is good or has any merit at all? I don't know. Maybe they really do believe it. Big audience, right? I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that the author has a big audience. They do. Like a lot of people check out his fucking Substack. But I promise you, if you just select 5 posts on a Substack at random, read them all, that's all the posts, right? There's really not going to be anything more there. There can't be anything more there. I don't think the author can do more than that. And it's tiresome. It's tiresome after a few posts. More fantasy here, going in the Reddit Shotgun Willie's, which is a strip club. So he is going with a few people, his little sister, right? She is kind of a whore. She talks to the strippers like they're role models. We're well past the realm of trying to tell maybe a grimy, authentic young man who is addicted to pornography and has a lot of thoughts about cheating on his girlfriend and destroying what good he has in his life. It's not that, and then it's just not a very interesting fantasy either. I've said that a few times, sorry. This was cute, and then apparently the girlfriend back home is struggling with money because we're trying to make this a narrative, I suppose, and instead of helping the girlfriend out, he is spending money at the strip club. You could have even done something with a strip club, I guess, about, I don't know. I think the story's been told many times, but young guys wasting money on like VTubers or e-girls or strip clubs, and it's very pathetic and sad, and I don't know, but there's some authenticity there. Haven't been to a strip club in years. I went in college a couple times, but honestly, I guess I'm just a cheap fuck because it was just sort of just not a really great experience. And then I think am just too autistic to get into it, where it's just, I'm paying this woman a lot of money to pretend to be interested in me. She's clearly not interested in me, but she's pretending. and then I'm spending like over what I earn in a day before taxes for this woman to pretend to be interested in me. I'm like, wow, holy shit, this is awful. Why would you do this? I think I am just too autistic for it. I don't know. We could have explored that maybe. And he goes into a private room with the whore. His sister Sonny tips generously. He tips Jewishly. That's cute. And then he meets back up with his sister, who had her own version of this story. She got to the private room and paid half as much, such as my life. But there really isn't a whole lot of depth here where, yeah, okay, and then we're just on to the next thing. The author questions on 136, who finds this useful? What does this accomplish? Sometimes people tell me they like to read my writing, but I don't believe them. I always just feel like I'm wasting everyone's time. You did waste my time. And money. Him taking Blue Chew. Had no idea what this was. Apparently, younger guys do it, and it is like a Viagra for younger guys, I guess. Whatever. Is that a real thing? Like, I don't know. I think it's probably, a blessing, right, where didn't really have private internet access until I was in college, so plenty of, like, developmental years without the internet. But for young guys who have access, like unrestricted access to the internet from an extremely young age, they probably do get addicted to porn. Like, I don't know how young, it's kind of scary. But maybe it is fucking them up, and some of them do have erectile dysfunction at a young age. That could be true. A post about him thinking about running away. Author asks us on 145, and in the end, are you not entertained? I am not being entertained right now. Decidedly not. Him at a McDonald's, and now I'm at a McDonald's watching a bunch of rabid black kids chase each other in circles, making freakish primal noises. I'm not being racist, just describing what I see. I guess I would say just based on the structure of how these posts are written, it's hard to feel quite engaged too, right? Because our narrative isn't super, our narrative really isn't tied together. There is sort of a narrative focus where it's like, okay, now we're thinking, I gotta run away. So there's like a bit of a decline and we're approaching something, a climax, I suppose. Just not very engaged with it. Then we get the reveal that the girlfriend found the blog and he's got 1,000 subscribers now and he's leaving her for the blog. I'd rather have readers than friends. That's how it's going right now. Thanks for asking. Anyways, I'll have the pumpkin spice latte. That's cute, at least. So, little bits are cute. The end of Worst Boyfriend Ever. He broke up with his girlfriend last week. He gets a van and he's driving away. He quit his job, and we end with the stories have all been completely, literally true. It's not a bit. I wish it was, but the only way I ever get anywhere interesting is by recording life as it is. And it simply wasn't worth the time that it took to read. Yeah, check out some of the free posts, right? Check out the Substack if you're interested. Read a few of them that are free. That's it. That's the baseline, and that'll tell you everything you need to know if you want to spend $15 on this. I would say just the overall feeling was it's just rather low effort, right? And apparently it works. It accrued a large audience, so maybe I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Looked at some of the more recent posts about like going to the Philippines and having sex with prostitutes, and then Japan. Boys, I don't even know if I want to believe that he's traveled outside the country. Like, one of them was him, Philippines, having like 2 Thai ladyboys or whatever. And it just sort of felt like this also feels like a checklist, right? If you were some like sex pest guy going to Thailand, that you would encounter this. I don't know. I think I'm just too cynical, but it's all just kind of shit. It's all just kind of sucks. The book was just, I fucked this random whore, and then this one, and then that one, and I sort of felt bad, but I'm also a sociopath, and here's something mildly amusing. Let's just keep going. And then, hey, here's the next story. Maybe this is something that the young guys relate to, but it's not really something I can really relate to. I think just overall, I've been kind of feeling just somewhat detached. I don't know. I think I just sort of don't recognize myself in a way, like here, right, in the right wing. I think maybe just having such a big umbrella movement and just being, you just have to be opposed to the left, and then your right wing, it just opened itself up to a lot of not great people. And it really made me think of this short story from DMR Publishing, Black Genesis by Mark Taverna. You boys have obviously all read it because it's free, and I've recommended it before, so yeah, of course you read it. But if you haven't, you go to DMR Publishing, you sign up, and you get the Infernal Bargains ebook for free, and that gets emailed to you, and then Black Genesis is in there. So I would maybe skip the next few minutes. I'll put a timestamp, description, but if you're interested, it's we have a story about dark fantasy world where we have these men, the Red Horn tribe, who are called the First Men, and they serve this Dark Lord, and they're attacking these city-states, and these human fighters, the First Men, the Red Horn tribe, are being replaced more and more by these half-demons and full demons over time. The half-demons are called the New Men, and they are half-human, half-demon because this Kalrox, Wizard Lord, has some women who they mate with the New Men, and they produce these half-breeds, right? And the half-breeds grow incredibly fast. The New Men eat human flesh, and our protagonist, he's a First Man, and he has a kinship with his half-brother who is a New Man. But the New Men, they don't practice their old battle rituals that the First Men practice. Our protagonist, he keeps looking around, and after each battle, there's less and less of the First Men, and there's more of the New Men, and then the New Men, who are even closer to being full demons. And the more demonic that the warriors get, it's harder for our protagonists to understand their speech, and they sing their own demonic songs, and the First Men can't understand them at all. And it sort of feels like that's, I don't know, in a way, that's sort of what the right wing is, where we started here, and then a little down, 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 and here we are, and they're chanting their songs and speaking, and you can't really understand them or relate to them. What were we bitching about? Oh yeah, this guy, sensitive young man, he sucks. I don't know why he got as popular as he did. I think that's kind of a shame, but it is what it is, so... And some of you rightfully are wondering, well, should our author, a sensitive young man, should be raped, tortured, and killed? And I just happen to have a magic 8-ball here. Yes, boys, I just happen to have it. I didn't spend $11 on Amazon to buy a novelty one, okay? I just happen to have it. But we're just going to shake this up real quick and see what the magic 8-ball thinks. You may rely on it. Oh my god, first try. I'm not even doing a bit. I thought I was going to have to shake this thing 12 times. You may rely on it. So yes, a sensitive young man, he is going to be raped, he is going to be beaten, he's going to be tortured, and he's going to be killed. And that's because he wrote a book that I didn't think was very good. Completely justified. Now what do? Hypothetically, if I did spend $11 on a Magic 8-Ball, What do I do with it now? That was it. It was 1 bit for 1 book out of 6. I don't want this fucking thing, but it was $11. I can't just throw it away. Whatever. I'll maybe at some point in the future we have to ask the Magic 8 Ball a question. Okay. Now I feel sad. That was $11. That's that. I have nothing more to say about this guy except I didn't like his book and someone has to do something about it.
It was dark when the murderer got back. As dark as it gets. Who's out there? Who is it? Who is it? Ow! What? What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? What the fuck do you want? You killed my dogs, man. You think I had something to do with that girl? I found that. What evidence have you got? That's nothing. Okay. I confess. I kidnapped her. I killed her. Arrest me. What? Arrest me! I did it! I said I did it! Christ! Look, I've got a problem, man. Fucking take me in. I need help. No, don't do that! Take me in! No! No! Men get arrested. Dogs get put down.
So how are my fellow Redhorn tribe men doing tonight? I hope everyone's doing well. I think there's just somewhat of a divide where, I don't know, it's probably not all of the younger guys, but it's just sort of, I don't know, what's the best way to describe it? Just kind of like vibes, low effort. I'm kind of a degenerate sociopath without real emotions, and being authentic is gay. Sort of divide between the younger and the older guys, and I don't know. I don't know where all this goes. It doesn't feel right, but I guess I would say just like strengths and weaknesses between the left and the right. The left seems a lot more on page with each other, whereas the right wing's just, I'm opposed to leftism, and that just incorporates too many people. And I don't know. I'm probably judging too much. I'm being yeah, I'm reading too much into it, but it does seem like there's kind of a nasty generational divide in terms of kind of values and such, and I think that will come to a head at some point. All right, we are back with our fourth title, The Adventures of Patrick Midnight. Last time did not go so well for our boy Arbogast. However, this one I do like. It's a recommendation. I still have some issues, but I felt this was far stronger than the previous entry. The work itself is, I think it came out to, what, like 125 pages? Let me double check. Okay, 125 pages. There's one story in here that was previously published, so I'll briefly summarize that when we get to it. The rest of these were fresh to me. It's written by Arbogast, of course. It's a supernatural detective, yeah, kind of a G-Man action adventure. He is haunted by the ghost of his ancestor from colonial America, who is a very, very religious Protestant, and they fight ghosts and demons and other stuff, and also mobsters. So big, big cauldron of variety there. It was $10. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I believe that's correct. I think it was $10, and it's a quick read, right? It's only 125 pages, but I enjoyed myself. The stories here, it felt like enough of them carried more emotional weight. So kind of the monster of the week tales where you have a little something and then the story ends and it doesn't really carry over, it doesn't build towards anything. So we still have some of those, and some of those are fine, right? I don't think those are bad in general, but it can wear down after a long enough period of time. But we have enough where there's more of an emotional weight that affects our character, Patrick Midnight, and I did appreciate those, and that's what made this recommendation for me. So now we begin with the adventures of Patrick Midnight. So our first story, the first interlude, is actually, I think it's my favorite out of this collection. I think this was a rather strong one. I'm glad this is here. It's Christmas Eve, 1907. We have a very young Patrick Midnight. He's 10 years old, okay. And he is up, it's past his bedtime, it's Christmas Eve, he wants to go downstairs and check out his presents. So, young Patrick, his father is a very strict disciplinarian. He really doesn't want to get caught by him, but he cannot resist going downstairs. And Patrick, in going over the Christmas gifts, he ends up finding something strange. It's a collection of items from a distant relative. I think it's an uncle, right? And this uncle came in possession of some family heirlooms, one of them being this black Bible, right? And Patrick's father ended up discovering his son clutching the Bible fast asleep, so Patrick was not allowed outside of his room for the entirety of Christmas. And while Patrick is alone in his room, the ghost of his ancestor appears, and it's a nice little origin story. I really like this. This was only what, like 6, 7 pages, and I thought it was wholesome. I thought this was good. It had some emotional weight. I liked seeing how these two got together, their little origin story, and yes, I enjoyed this a lot. And chapter 2, also very strong out of the gate. This is Reverend Blackstone. That's the name of Patrick's ghost ancestor. But Patrick Midnight, they're in a airship. When is like the last time those were used? Was it like the 30s, I guess, or maybe I don't know. Maybe did the Great Depression kill them off? I'm not sure. Or maybe it was just like, yeah, the airplane's just better. I mean, I could see that there's like a style to it, right? I mean, cruises are not efficient, but people still go on cruises. Could I see people doing like an air cruise, right, from one end of the country to the next? Maybe. I mean, I don't know. It'd be nice to see mountains or stuff like that. Whatever. I'm off topic. Patrick asks Blackstone to tell him a story. Tell him a story when he felt genuine fear. And Blackstone agrees, and this is a story that he has not told anyone ever. And I think this is the first time that we have a Blackstone story from when he was a human. Like, he might have mentioned it before, like a handful of times, but I think this is our first, like, full on. This is Blackstone when he was a man. So I like that. I don't think we've gotten the story of how Blackstone becomes a ghost. Like, why is he bound to the Bible and all that? Maybe it was something about like his sins during the King Philip's War, and that's why he's a specter and has to roam the land, or not roam the land, but he has not passed on. And do Protestants believe in purgatory? I guess. I thought that was kind of a Catholic thing, but what the fuck do I know? Blackstone is trying to live a quiet life, but then some officials from the colonial government show up and they talk to him about a evil man that has burned homes, killed people, mutilated them, and has left little strange idols. It's we don't really get too much of a description of it. It's just something, vaguely eldritch, Lovecraftian, as a kind of calling card. So they are using so they want Blackstone, who is a skilled soldier from the King Philip's War, to escort a man who is a witch hunter. And the Witchfinder, he's also he is a papist. Okay. They set off. They're not exactly the chummiest of friends, but pretty soon they come across another farm which has been attacked. There is only one survivor, a young boy, who points them in the direction of some caves to explore, where the man, the one doing all these crimes, is rumored to live. And they are able to defeat the monster by like trapping it in a circle, and then the sun destroys it. But the boy that they brought along did not survive. And the Witchfinder, he got what should have been a fatal wound from the monster, but was able to heal himself, because the Witchfinder also dabbles in alchemy and sorcery and all that. It seems like he's more on the good side than the bad side, but he's more of a gray figure. But this was nice. I liked seeing Blackstone as a man, and I thought that was a decent little tale. Then we're with Patrick Midnight in China. This is, I guess we're before World War II is like officially broken out, but China, it's in the, I forget what this period is called, but shit ton of warring factions. They're all killing each other. The Chinese Communist Party is there. Chiang Kai-shek, who will like found Taiwan later on, he's here too. Oh, and I'll take the author's word for it. I will believe them where there's this guy, Ma Fula, who's called all of China's Muslims to jihad. He nearly overthrew the government in Peking. I can, even if it's not true, I believe it. So that's probably what really matters here. And they killed the guy, and there's a treasure trove of occult books. So Midnight is taking one, and it's from Emperor Constantine the 11th, Geass, whatever. Did this guy rule from Constantinople? It sounds like it. One, decent. The Strange Events at Ellsworth Farm is one that I have already read. So this is the one where there's a patriarch who is dying. His family is squabbling over the estate. There have been some strange supernatural happenings, and then it turns out there's werewolves and incest, and yeah, it was... I remember thinking it was fine, and I'm not gonna, belabor it again since I've already gone over it. Then in our next interlude, we have Patrick Midnight in Japan, where things are not going good for this Japanese lord's estate. Something is destroying the crops and killing the farmers. And then Patrick Midnight, he's awake when everyone else has gone to sleep, and he sees this young woman who looks like she's carrying a baby with her. He ends up following the woman into some fog, and kind of shocking, I know, but it turns out that she is in fact a Japanese monster. And she turns into a big spider thing, and Blackstone is able to defeat the demon. And Blackstone, for kind of once, he's not judging Patrick Midnight here and kind of relates to him. And I thought it was a decent moment between the pair of them. All right, this is a longer one. This is the Horror of Hollywoodland. Patrick Midnight, the Society of Gentlemen Geographers, I think that's what his society is called. They have a few different front companies, and one of them is a Hollywood production company. They make movies, and this is, I guess, how they clean money or whatever. It's how they funnel money into their organization. That's all well and good. However, there has been a murder of a young up-and-coming actress, or maybe up-and-coming is too generous of a term, and she was just an actress. She's dead. And Patrick Midnight is here to investigate, and their film company, they specialize in horror movies. So it's a big question of who done it. Patrick Midnight's there. We're introduced to a long list of people who maybe did it and their motivations, and it's an entertaining ride. Some of the facts of the case are Shannon Riley was killed at night. She was found nude, and she was also found drained of blood. The guy that Patrick is talking to thinks that maybe it's a vampire, right? He's like not quite joking because there is some weird shit going on where they are. And there's like weird Hollywood executive parties and that type of thing. So Patrick and this guy are going there to investigate. They're trying to not raise suspicion, but go in, get as much information as they can, and, talk to some people. Shake a few trees. But first they went to another guy's apartment who's one of the main actors, and this guy died of heroin. So yeah, it was a heroin overdose. And then we're at the party, and there are two women who are nude, and they are laying down, and they are acting as tables, and there is food on them, and okay. Okay, yeah, and it's probably definitely not really consensual for the women to be here because they are also drug addicts and they see the markings of heroin on them, like puncture marks. And as they're poking around at the party, they find the bigwig of the company. He is shirtless with a guy, and they're drinking champagne. So it's all very scandalous. And they've been squandering a lot of money. The guy who's running things here, he has been getting involved with drugs and girls, and the actress that died, she was a girl that outlived her usefulness, or I guess she wasn't willing to play ball, so she was killed. They drain the blood because they also sell the blood to people who like, I guess, drinking blood from women. Okay. Is this supposed to be an adrenochrome thing? That's like a conspiracy web that's too far for white film media. Maybe some people do that shit, but I don't know. And the little companion that was assisting Patrick Midnight and Blackstone, because this guy can also see Blackstone, was a screenwriter named Garrett. I thought, a decent side character, a little companion for the duo. So yeah, if he made an appearance again, I wouldn't say no. I enjoyed it. Our fourth interlude is Patrick Midnight showing up to the house of a man named Spencer Rimbond, whatever. And this guy has sent his wife and child away. He is rather paranoid. He's been haunted by something. And he talks about a man named Mr. H who showed up one day, seemingly posing as a traveling salesman. But he ends up getting this guy, Spencer, to sign this contract. And it's this rather horrible, demonic agreement where he's an artist, and he's making these very depraved, disgusting drawings for this Mr. H, and it's consuming his life. Oh, and I did think this was interesting because Midnight mentions that Blackstone stayed behind in New England to do his own investigation in Mr. H. I feel like almost always they're together, so I don't know. Maybe this is one of the few ones where the pair of them have split up to do their own side of the investigation. And Mr. H never comes back to go after Spencer, right, to force him to complete his work. And Spencer's able to destroy the work that he's done for Mr. H. However, this mystery is still unsolved until Blackstone shows up and says that he has found the demonic. And Hado is actually a powerful magician. He is protected by demons, and he's really strong. Apparently, can even summon ancient gods. And Blackstone further reveals that the Mr. Hado is actually the great beast that we tangled with before back in Sicily. This must be in the first Patrick Midnight book. And the Beast has also found another artist to complete the book, so that's why they never bothered going back to Spencer, because there was no point, right? The work's already finished. So we do have a call back to a previous entry, but it feels more substantial. There's definitely more weight. We're building up to this larger antagonist that's not just kind of a one-off villain that's defeated in 10 pages. You know what I mean, right? So I like this one. Yeah, it's building into something larger. And then we have our last entry. There is a really bad snowstorm. Patrick Midnight, he's out on the road. He has been sent by the agency to investigate some farmstead where apparently some weird magic rock came down from the sky and it's making things strange on their farm. I know that's an allusion to one of the Lovecraft stories. I know that. I don't know what it is. I think it poisons the well water for one of the Lovecraft stories, I think. Whatever. And they're having some car trouble, and then Midnight says, I know it's not going to happen, but it would be a really nice Christmas present if someone in a big fancy Cadillac would show up and pick us up. Blackstone says, why don't you pray for it, If you feel inclined, seek God to ease your troubles. And then a Cadillac does in fact show up. Forsooth, lad, ye asked and the Lord delivered, Blackstone said with an edge of genuine surprise in his usually mordant voice. And this driver doesn't do a lot of talking, but he whisks Midnight away to this manor where there's this butler holding a candelabra and a pistol, and he invites him in to wait out the storm. And they are guests of Mr. Scarberry. So we have the weird mute guy who's also kind of scarred and fucked up. We have the butler, and then we have the benefactor, who is a pretty horrible cripple monster. Really dysgenic guy in a wheelchair. He's pretty disgusting to look at. And things do not go well, and Patrick Midnight is in fact sedated, and then he is bound to a bed, and they are draining him of his blood and doing blood transfusions. And it's pretty savage because Blackstone, he is getting weaker as Patrick is getting weaker, so he can't do a whole lot. And Midnight, jerks his head up and he tears the throat out of the butler. That's probably the most gruesome I feel that it's gotten for the Patrick Midnight stuff, but this is a pretty gruesome story, so it fits. And Midnight, he's able to, defeat them and free himself. And it turns out that these guys are responsible for many murders in the area. So that's all settled, and Patrick is supposed to get some well-deserved time off. None of the three knew or could know that from that moment would be the end of an epoch. After being discharged from the sanatorium 2 days later, Midnight would return to his family home in Exeter and never work another case for the Society of Gentlemen Geographers again. That is a rather strong punch, right? With this ending, I didn't think we ended here. So, okay. I guess this is his last case, but does he die in World War II? I felt that's what the first collection or the second collection said, that the last time anyone saw him was in World War II. I might be mistaken about that, but if this is his last case, then okay, yeah, serious punch then with this one. Yeah, I felt this was a lot stronger. I'd say probably the weakest thing was maybe the little Japanese interlude. It just, I don't know, it didn't really do anything, but it was still like, it was okay. There's like a decent moment between Blackstone and Midnight, so yeah, not terrible. But much stronger. Yes, of course. I will read the fourth entry whenever that does happen. So, yeah, I can easily recommend this to people. Full Moon Reaction, which is not a fiction book like perhaps White Pill Media thought it was going to be when he purchased it. My bad. Nonetheless, we are going to discuss it. We will review it. It's 196 pages. It's written by Justin Joffrey. The back cover calls it a piercing, comedic, and unnerving glimpse into the rot of American culture. Okay. Yeah, we talk about connections between like politics and the occult, and it's by 1325 Publishing. I think it was. Oh my god! Oh my god! How did I not piece this together? Is it $13.25? It is $13.25. I wonder what jackass at 1325 Publishing thought that was cute. Because it is kind of cute, but still. Okay, I'll give you that one. However, I don't know. I guess you can check it out for yourself, right? There's some of like little snippets of him being young and being into vampires and the occult, and then we're talking about politics and such. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. Maybe if it's possible and you can read a free sample on Amazon, do that first and make your decision before listening to this full of spoilers or before you buy it. But it was just like fine, and it's probably not something I would really quite spend money on, if that makes sense. I don't know. I since there's not really character or plot or a narrative to delve into, I think there's nothing really left to say except for me to get into the work. I guess I would say I did feel that parts of it did just drag on and I didn't find it really engaging. Some parts flowed like fairly well. I think more towards the beginning I was enjoying myself more than towards the end where we got more into a like philosophical political stuff. But yeah, let's just get to it. I think maybe if you're more in tune with the occult or like mysticism, you might enjoy this more. All right, our first chapter is Overtaken by the Occult. The author describes the work as a scattered, jumbled up mess, but it's mine, all mine. You may enjoy it or you may disdain it. More than likely, you will be confused by it as his work tries to be a lot all at once. Okay, that's true. Full Moon Reaction is a survey and study of the many shadows of the modern world. Occultism is the most obvious of these shadows. Believes in ghosts and demons and vampires and werewolves. Talking about the occult and the kind of the rise of resonance magic and chaos magic doesn't mean shit to me. It means fuck all. The occult also exists in the sevenfold rise in non-traditional creators, many of whom are creating new art or recreating older, more sincere forms of art. This cultural restoration movement was recently captured perfectly by Razor Fist in a searing video demanding the re-embrace of pulp. Oh no. Oh no, Razor Fist? Oh no, author, we're 3 pages in, don't do this. Please, God, of all like the faggot, grifting, normie, let's say faggot again, faggot creators that you could pick, Razor Fist? Please, not him. I checked out a little bit of his first book. Very bad. Not a good writer. Oh no. Please. There are better people. I get it. Razor Fist, bigger channel, but still, fuck. He's terrible. Something. The rejuvenation of the pulps is part of the wider cultural, historical, and spiritual push to save what is left of America in the age of international collapse and post-American art. Full Moon Reaction is part of this last-ditch attempt at renewal. Look, I think some aspects of the pulps are fine and they work, and some of it can be restored, and I don't think just in principle it's all necessarily bad. But like the people that are trying to restore comic books, that's retarded. That's very retarded and gay, and it's not gonna fucking work. Well, one, because of like the people in Comicsgate, right? That's the main thing, and quote our side, quote unquote. They're not on our side at all. But a lot of those people, it wasn't like leftists or the big two or anything that destroyed this new comic book movement. It was the people in the movement that destroyed it. There was no outside antagonistic force that destroyed it for you. It was creators scamming people, not delivering product, and the product being rather mediocre overall. That was it. Like, there wasn't. I'm sorry. I know me and other people on this side thing really like to pick groups of people that are responsible for all the ills in the world, and some of that is true. But, like, the pulps died for a reason. If the pulps don't, like, get... You know what I mean? Like, Razor Fist wants to restore the pulps. Okay, Razor Fist, bad fucking writer. He's not the guy, right? It's... I don't know. It feels like probably just another, like, grifting hug box, and I think there's probably going to be... Well, I mean, in our thing, right, there's plenty of not very good people. Not necessarily that they're bad actors, they're just not very good, at creating books. But there are some that are genuinely making new and interesting things. Whatever. I think this guy probably has good intentions. Razor Fist is not a part of those good intentions, but I'm doubtful there's going to be some massive pulp revival. I think, maybe there will be some things put out there that are halfway decent to good and a sea of bad, but it'll probably be for guys in their 30s and plus, and there's money there, I guess. All right, this is on page 4. As the legitimacy of America's centralized empire continues to break down under the weight of incompetence and social engineering plots, more secret knowledge and history will be exposed and produced by a populace imbued with a new consciousness. It happened during the Reformation and will happen again. Full Moon Reaction is a part of this new consciousness. My work is an attempt at new reactionary politics. All right, then. Full Moon Reaction is a example of the Renaissance attitude among socio-political dissidents in the West. Okay. Okay, I'm not on board, but I am reading still, because 1325. Okay, he gets into the Salem witch trials here, but he also gets into it, like the prehistory, where there were a lot more witch trials in the colonies before Salem. Salem was actually towards the tail end of witch hunts and all that. Guy is clearly a history buff. It seems like he's really done his research. I'll applaud him for that. And it's not like bad to read. It's somewhat interesting. Like, one of the things with the witches was they would, believe that they could, like, foretell events, like look into the future. And that was very bad. That was a really serious issue because it was like, let me see if I can find it. All right, this is not that, but I want to read this out first. The first generation of Puritans to reach America knew repression and had all experienced some sort of suffering because of their faith. Later generations could make fewer such claims, and by the time that the witch hunts began in earnest, many Puritan ministers had begun decrying what they saw as their society's weakening faith. Thus, foreknowledge, which had long been viewed as absolute diabolicism, was punished so harshly during the age of New England's witchcraft trials because those in power felt the need to provide dire examples of faithlessness to their congregations. Salem provided 20 such examples. And he then dissects some different interpretations of the witchcraft trials, and it's kind of interesting because there were witch trials, I mean, obviously, like, in Europe as well, and he gets into, like, some that happened in Italy. It's kind of interesting history, right? I'm not, like, poo-pooing that. There's definitely, like, aspects of this work that I think, like, okay, yeah, I like the history stuff, but, like, the occult stuff, definitely out of my wheelhouse. I'm just not really a spiritual guy. He also gets into like aspects of like crime and punishment and using violence like back then, like in the form of executions or tortures, and we don't really do that anymore. Now it's we're concerned with saving like someone's soul, right? We want to put someone in prison for 20 years for beating some guy to death, and then hopefully at the end of it, he's a good person now, even though there's probably something genetically wrong with him, right? And it cannot be cured. So all you've done is wasted 20 years and not delivered justice truly, right? Our author is then listing a bunch of opinions here, literally by bullet point, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. He says the greatest, most profound book ever written is G.K. Chesterton's The Man Who Was Thursday. I think I've probably heard the title before. No idea what it's about. I don't know. Maybe I'll read it at some point in the future. You know what'd be cool? Yeah. White Pill Media taking down Infinite Jest. Yes. Yes. Putting it in the muck where it deserves to be. That would be sweet. But like the right wing, we're probably lacking more of kind of, I don't know if you would say like fireplace novels or a novel that kind of a lot of people can circle around. It would appeal to like a large like swath. That's a fine word. Swath of people. So I'll tell you a book that is one of my favorites, and I think it would appeal to a good amount of the right wing. I think it's a very solid title. It's Yes, once again, that title, which would unite a lot of the right wing in a literary way, it is. There's a little depressing chapter about wagey life where he goes outside. There, I am surrounded by beautiful, well maintained houses. Some have dogs, all have garages and fences and nice cars. I cannot see them, but I know that the families inside are nice, friendly, and content with their lives. The thought of them drives me to despair. Rather than complete my intended circuit, I turn around and walk back to my apartment. My head hangs low the whole way. And it's just a little depressing day in the life of being a wagey. At 8:30, I somehow manage to fall asleep. I do not dream. I never dream. I guess I haven't dreamed in a few years, I don't think. No, no, I think it was a few weeks ago. I did like dream a little bit. I don't remember it, but I know I dreamed. And that was kind of rare for me to dream, but yeah, I don't know. Little depressing segments about dating and things not going well. There was one that I took to the Ancient History Museum. Lots of good chatter. I showed off what I knew about Greece and Carthage and Rome. Big mistake, pal. I am, certainly no Casanova, but I know that's a big fucking mistake, my guy. Oh, she promised that she'd never forget me, but also found nothing in me worth keeping. She did not keep her word, and as I was an afterthought even before Hethro. She still has my BAP book, too. Okay, I see what the problem is now with the fucking author. There it is. There it fucking is. He's a BAP guy. It makes sense now. White Pill Media. I'm on the case. I found the root cause. I found the problem. Send me in, boys. Send me in, okay? I can do it. I can do this job. White Pill, what's wrong in the situation? Guy likes BAP, total faggot. Boom, done. Check. Boom, done. Where's my check? He then gets into the various months and his thoughts on them. This is about November. I have never understood the myriad of articles decrying the burden of talking to family members on Thanksgiving. Only small-souled cretins find such a holiday taxing. That's me. That's me. That's me. He then gets into a vision of a statue of an ancient Egyptian pharaoh. He thinks that he was maybe visited by a demon. So it seems like he does genuinely believe in the occult and that he has encountered it. Okay. I do not know and will likely never know why I was visited that night, and this mystery exposes the heart of evil. It is chaotic, irrational, and omnipresent. This is After the Undead on 57. Lonely boys live immersive lives. Specifically, those sad, pathetic lives are immersed in media. Speak for yourself. Yes, boys, we'll be discussing Transformers media in the outro. Don't worry, we're going to get to it. You have time to get your popcorn ready. A generation of ciphers, boy men who can only access meaning if it's meditated to them via commercial nostalgia. Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. My parents, who never raised me at the same time, did the best they could, but they too were slaves to the blue light box. However, growing older and growing up means realizing that your oppressor is yourself. And I only have myself to blame for being an antisocial dweeb with a high preference for the printed page and the lives of fictional others. Well, I can't relate to that at all. Oh, okay. So him as a boy, he really gets into vampires. He keeps a vampire hunter's journal full of notes, and he's like recording odd occurrences in his neighborhood. His mom would rent Dracula for him a bunch. He decries the loss of goth and emo kids. I guess he says they vanished around 2010. I guess that's accurate. I don't know. I went to a private Catholic school, so we didn't really have that shit. So maybe that was something in public school. I don't even remember that in middle school. Whatever. Okay, and then, I'm not really a metal guy either. I guess I've never really listened to much metal. It just doesn't really seem like my kind of thing. But he gets into death metal Egyptology, and he really gets into the history of all this shit and black metal and death metal. I did not care. If you are interested in metal at all, this will probably definitely appeal to you in some way. So I don't have too much to say about it. It's just all way over my fucking head. And then we get into like Northern Supernatural Part 1, and Lovecraft believed in like something more about being a Northern European. You were more drawn to, I guess, like the weird, and that where if you were more of a Southern European, you were more into like slasher, violent, like a lot of blood and kind of gore. But if you were more of a Northern European disposition, it would be more of like a creeping, slow kind of horror, dread, which I don't know, maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. Apparently there were vampire panics in the colonies where people would get rid of the undead by exhuming the suspected vampires, removing and burning their organs, and then mixing the ashes with water in order to feed the concoction to the inflicted. This seems to be an auto-chthonous practice that was influenced by Enlightenment science to a degree. Okay, and then he's getting into like the history of, I guess, like zombies or whatever, something called a revenant, which was like an English monster, like something that would come back from the dead. We have the 6 stances here. We worship God, not life. The second stance is liberty. Anything worth doing is done by free people. I think that, I agree with that. Don't know about the first one. The third stance is competency. All things in terms of government organization should be judged by competency. Does it work is the question that must first be asked in any scenario. The fourth stance is patriotism. God above all, family above country, and country above the rest. I mean, does that apply to everyone, or just like, some people?
Goodness, strength, valor. Charming sing-along. Now let's get down to business. I've waited a long time for this day. What about my new land?
Saruba, always thinking of yourself.
The fifth stance is tragedy. Life is inherently tragic. Okay. A flight from the tragic is to be discouraged because it is simply irrational. The sixth stance is self-defense. You have the right to defend yourself, and a return to small-scale and localized democracy is the antidote. Okay, like, honestly, I don't have really anything against these six stances. Not really a religious guy, but it makes sense, right, that you would put God in there, so I don't know, I don't really have any complaints here. Now we have the history of left-wing revolutions. Gets into the history of how the American Revolution wasn't like completely screw the king, we don't want a king, we're completely anti-royalist. The colonies 100% were willing to accept the king as their leader, but it was really kind of Parliament that was screwing them over, and if some of their demands had been met, then they would have been more than happy to still have the king, right? So it's not kind of the history that we have now that, they were anti-monarchy. That's not quite true. We get into the French Revolution here on 94. Drought was another factor that led to the French Revolution of 1789. The droughts between 1787 and 1789 led to an enormous increase in the cost of living. For example, in 1789, French peasants spent 88% of their income on bread alone. 88%, good number. Which was a 50% increase from the year before. This economic catastrophe led to several peasant revolts in the French countryside and in Paris, where working-class people stormed jails in order to release debtors and others. Okay, I'm just saying, boys, right? So white pill media, I don't know. I just like inherently reject Catholics in particular, but probably Christians overall. Don't take offense if you're a Christian. But if you want to say that Jesus, was fully man, Jesus was perfect, okay, fine, good. But man is not Jesus. Man is not perfect. Therefore, there are no, you know what I mean? If there is a God and we're humans, we're not perfect because we're not God. Okay, we're flawed. And then just establishing any system where we claim that this guy was divinely appointed by God and all of his decisions are perfect and you can't rebel because you're rebelling against authority and the will of God, that's inherently horseshit, right? I mean, yes, okay. Just even if he's like a really good guy, right, and he's a good king, he is a man, therefore he is flawed. And I'm not saying like our liberal gay democracy is better, but no, I'm not pro absolute monarchy. I think that's retarded. Like the people that would defend, the White Russian army and blah, blah, blah. It's like, if you were a serf in Russia, and I'm not saying the communists are great, they definitely weren't, but being like an absolute peasant, living in nothing, you might be somewhat resentful about your living conditions, right, okay. And for these French peasants who are in extreme poverty we cannot even imagine today, right? And I think we've all probably felt some of the effects of inflation, right? It's definitely hurt people. But spending 88%, assuming this guy seems to have done his research, let's give him some credit. Let's just go with it. That's insane. It is unfathomable for us to imagine what that would be like to live through. But you'll have like right-wing Twitter and papists and whatever and like decrying the French Revolution. 100% aspects of the French Revolution I fucking don't agree with at all and I think are disgusting. But if you're spending 88% of your wages just to feed yourself and your children, you might rebel. You might rebel against your divinely chosen king that was appointed by God. You might cut his fucking head off if you were that poor. And it's for literally no reason at all. These crazy French peasants who were super degenerate and demon worshippers killed this like noble Christian soul. It sounds like Louis was a fucking retard, and despite having absolute power, he could not maintain control of his realm, right? You have absolute power. Fix it. Fix the fucking problem. Make the bread not so goddamn expensive, okay? I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's more going on, but I don't know, right? It's just like, Jesus Christ. Obviously, I don't agree with, everything that happens in the revolution, but Jesus Christ, if you were a French peasant, yeah, I would probably rebel. I would think you'd be kind of a retard for not rebelling, if you're that goddamn poor, and if someone is offering you cheaper bread, at that stage, you just take it. He then gets into the diabolical elements at work in the French Revolution, which, I don't know. Satan was no longer an evil insurgent against righteousness and cosmic order, but the mere image and mythological embodiment of the revolutionary standing up against arbitrary and despotic power. Yeah, I might get a cross and nail Jesus to it if he was saying you're going to pay 80% of your wages on bread. I'm just saying, no offense to, our Jesus fans out there, but 88% of my wages on bread might call for crucifixion. Therefore, the French Revolution was, in a sense, satanic in that it used the language of individual rights, sexual emancipation, and egalitarianism in order to remove the fundamental center of Western civilization, which is Christianity. That's a really interesting take. My thoughts on what is the fundamental center of Western civilization is white people. Now, that's probably a crazy take, but personally, I think it's white people because we have Christianity in sub-Saharan Africa, we have Christianity in Mexico, we have Christianity in a lot of places where the white man should have never tread, frankly. And gosh, I don't think those people embody, the virtues and values of Western civilization. That's interesting. So, disagree with the author just slightly on this point. Oh, you know what I really regret? I have this really good book on, there's this one book about, it's a really big book about Napoleon, and then there's a whole other book by the author, which is just about Napoleon going into Russia, right? That invasion and a little bit of the aftermath. I wanted to bring this up when I was talking about carbon pages, but I couldn't find the page. I still haven't found the page, but there's this part where the French army, they're retreating in Russia now. It is so horrific. It's so disgusting. And my God, what those guys went through. But there's this part where they're in this Russian village and the peasants have fled thinking the worst. And the French people probably would have done the worst to them if they caught them. In this little peasant's cottage, the family ended up leaving behind 3 of their newborn children, right? Just by mistake, assumingly, they didn't have any time and they just panicked and ran into the woods because the French were coming. You have a French officer and then the guy below him, and the French officer goes to bed, and these 3 children, they're screaming and crying and making a whole lot of noise. And the French officer, because he's writing, because we have journal excerpts, and the next day he wakes up and he's like, wow, it's so quiet. And then he goes to his, the guy below him, and he asks, what happened? How'd you get the kids to settle down? So that guy, there was a rain barrel outside, and he smashed the ice on it, and he drowned all 3 of the newborns. I just wanted to bring that up, for Daniel Ganavinovsky, and just, doesn't that bring a tear to your eye? Those poor Russian babies. It makes me so sad. Just really, really, really upset. Just brings a tear to my eye. Anyways, I guess we can continue now. And it definitely wasn't funny at all. Our author then goes on to, even when the king agreed to limit his powers, the people were not satisfied. You're way past the point where you probably should have done a fuck of a lot more to maintain control of your realm. It's just, I don't know. I don't agree with the right wing's take on the French Revolution. It's not the full truth. Neither is the Russian Revolution. You had a guy with absolute power. He failed to maintain his realm and he died for it. He paid the ultimate price. Were there outside factors? Yes. Was he ultimately not a very good ruler and that's why he got fucking killed? Yes, that's also very true. And then he gets into the Paris Commune and then also into the Russian revolutions. And then we're into Spain. We're also into Chiang Kai-shek in China and the CCP. And then into Cambodia and yeah. Then we're into more of like terrorism, left-wing violence, and the Weather Underground. The author then gets into a bit of the history of apparently Islamic and communist terrorist groups working together. So, okay. I'm not saying that's not real. It's just, all right, fine. It's kind of interesting history. Conclusion. Okay, and then we have a conclusion. Never cave to the mob. King Louis the 16th tried to placate the mobs of Paris by giving them political power. It failed. The mob grew emboldened. Actually, you really should cave to the mob. You should probably step in before bread costs 88% of a peasant's livelihood. You know, right? I'm just saying, probably figure it the fuck out. Even if you have to sell Versailles, even if you have to sell everything to maintain power, you can buy it back. You know what I mean, right? Just fucking Christ. Yeah, placate the mob. If your peasants are rebelling and they're going to kill you, the solution isn't, oh, these people are really poor and they're starving to death. I guess I shouldn't placate them or try to come to terms with whatever. Gosh, I mean, since King Louis was divinely appointed by God, how come God didn't stop, his fat fucking head from getting cut off? Jeez, boys, I'm gonna put up a column here. It's on the screen right now. No, really, it's on the screen. You think I would lie about making a graph to make you look at the screen? Come on, I wouldn't do that. About rulers that were divinely appointed by God and then got fucking killed, even though that shouldn't have happened. King Louis the 16th, okay, we're going to put him in the column of rulers who were killed despite being divinely appointed by God, okay, there's that. And then Tsar Nicholas the Second, also killed despite being divinely appointed by God. But that can't be right. I did not care for this section at all. Catholic reaction and the spirit of capitalism. This is about Catholic versus Protestant thought and about capitalism, and Protestants were more into capitalism at first, and then Catholics adopted it and made it a part of their identity. That's essentially it. I wrote that it was rather boring in the margins, and I agree with that analysis. This is on 128. Ultimately, where Weber failed to sufficiently detail Catholic resistance to capitalism in The Protestant Ethic and The Spirit of Capitalism, he and others failed to foresee the first inklings of the fascist movement in the 1930s, when widespread discontent with liberal democracy and capitalism caused many to tap into traditionalist Catholic economic models and social critiques to create a broad coalition of right-wing reactionaries. Today, even though outright fascist parties rarely garner more than 5% of any vote in any developed nation, traditionalist ideology stemming from Catholic philosophy continued to inspire anti-capitalist and anti-democratic rhetoric from the right. As such, Weber's transformative capitalism continues to be a contested idea, and of late, from Russia to the Middle East, it has been the traditionalist right which has offered the most successful alternatives. Wow, I really do care about this. That was great. That was very fulfilling. He then lays out the foundations of his own, basically, political party. The national leaders would be Bonapartist presidents who must become independents upon entering the Oval Office. They would have greater power. There would be no political lobbying. It would dismantle the centralized power of the government. There would be no national intelligence agencies or national military. It would be a Christian nation. We would have private property and all that. It would be based in voluntary associations, local rule, and local governments. Each state would create their own intelligence services and armed forces. Look, I think the local identity, local power stuff is fine and cute, and I agree with it on some level. It also feels extremely optimistic, right? And I'm not sure how successful that can be on such a large scale. I don't know. I don't agree. I don't disagree with all of it. No, I don't. But there's limits to it, right? I don't know, if I get like 50 people together and we declare we are our own nation, and we have, I don't know, 1,000 acres. Are we our own country or what? How far does this go, right? I don't know. It's just a bit too optimistic for me. It's a bit too naive for me to, pay too much attention. Some of it I agree with. Some of it I definitely agree with about more local power, local government, regionalism. Okay, fine. Oh, and then we're quoting Bronze Age Pervert on 134. And as Bronze Age Pervert has pointed out, both Vermeulen and Aharmi have troubling connections to DC-based doxing rings that work in concert with Antifa journalists. Oh, good. We're quoting Bronze Age Pervert. Then our author starts getting into very modern politics. We're talking about Joe Biden, his relationship with China. This book, it was in fact published in 2026, if I'm not mistaken, which is interesting. I kind of wonder, since we're now talking about modern politics, was there who was the president before Joe Biden? Who was that guy? They were in office like 4 years, I want to say. Who was that? I don't know. I can't name him off the top of my head. And that Joe Biden guy, is he like the president right now? Is he out of office? I'm not sure. Anyways, moving on. Because I don't think we have word one, good or bad, about any other presidents that might be modern or contemporary. But whatever. Let's not think about it. He then gets into the history. So there was that thing in Belgium where really horrible, like legitimately satanic shit going on with like pedophiles and rapes, and I think there was maybe even some cannibalism, and I'm not really joking about that. But the pedophile stuff was real, and it was a really big deal in Belgium, and a lot of powerful people were implicated in it. Readers today cannot help but see echoes of the Jeffrey Epstein / Ghislaine Maxwell case here. Because of the release of court documents associated with Epstein victims, possibly the most maddening thing about both the Dutroux and Epstein-Maxwell cases is the fact that we will likely never know the full truth. Hey, I agree with you. And then he says it's unlikely that many of the powerful people listed in these reports will ever see justice. And yeah, I agree. So we list Clinton, Prince Andrew, and other powerful men. Was anyone else associated with this Epstein fella? I don't know. I don't think there was anyone else. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong. But yeah, I think it was like Bill Clinton. He was probably the last president who had any connection with this Epstein guy. So that's good. I'm glad he's not in power, that's good. Because maybe white pill media might notice that we deliberately, maybe deliberately is the right word, won't even say the name of any other president that might be more contemporary, which seems perhaps on purpose. Not even like, I love this guy is a great president. He's the best. Seems like our author is a little cautious to even say the name, right? Because he doesn't want to bring up any association or potential association. It feels somewhat cowardly, somewhat really cowardly from our author, Justin Joffrey, to do this, or to not do this, in fact. It appears that a large swath of our elites are involved in reprehensible activities. It is long past time to take them down. All that is needed now is a body politic that bypasses memes and jokes and strives for real power. You know what we should do? You know what we should all really do? We should elect someone who will release the Epstein files. That would be a start. That's step one to working on this thing. We need somebody that's going to promise to release the Epstein files. That's what we should do, okay? This might be an unpopular take, but I personally think that the Epstein files should be released. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I should maybe message this Justin Joffrey guy and ask him is there anyone working on this? Is there anyone, promising to release the Epstein files? Because we should really throw our support behind that candidate. That would be good. Kali Yuga before the Zenith, where he has an interview with someone called Black Pope Vice, and apparently this guy was published in the Bizarchives. I have no idea when he would have been published or what his story was. Whatever, it probably doesn't matter. I did not find this interview to be really interesting. It's more of a cult shit, and yeah, I just don't really care. Oh, it's over. Okay, and then after this we have endnotes. Okay, the endnotes go on for a while. That's why I thought I had longer to record. Okay, well, that's done. Don't hate all of it, right? I think our author is a little cheeky to avoid certain political candidates at all. Won't even name them. That's very deliberate. Some of the history, definitely interesting. He's done his research for a lot of stuff. I certainly don't agree with a lot of his conclusions, not at all. But I wouldn't say it wasn't a horrible read. It made me, it gave me stuff to think about, right? It didn't really challenge my beliefs, because I looked at his takes and I'm like, no, I don't agree. But I don't know. I wouldn't say it was all bad. I didn't have a terrible time with it, but I don't know if it's really quite something that I would recommend either. So maybe I wouldn't say it was. Yeah, it's somewhat mixed, but more towards a non-recommendation. I'll stand by that. Oh, and did I mention what the cover was? It's a beetle with a big eye in it, and it's holding what looks to be a farming scythe thing hook, and then an Egyptian pole thing, and then there's some columns behind it. There's a full moon. And the presentation is not bad. So our next song, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for playing this. I don't care. I thought I would share this. I didn't ask for permission. I hope he doesn't get mad, but this is a guy in our scene. He does music. I don't think he gets the recognition that he deserves. And it was about a month ago. Now, I didn't go, but I knew someone that lived down south that was remotely kind of in the area. And I asked hey, can you go see this guy perform? Go out and support him. And he agreed. I think it was the end of May, but it was this place in Birmingham, Mother's Basement. But yeah, Yancey, great guy. He was playing with some bands called Future Elevators. The guy that went for me, he said they did a really great job. It was a really nice performance, and he recorded one of their hot new singles. So I thought I'd play it for you boys. I don't have permission, but I hope it'll be okay. Without further ado, here it is. I hope you guys enjoy it. And then go check out Yancey's music. He's a great guy. He's doing good stuff.
Sweet home
Once upon a time in Argentina, the wild bunch on the high seas. Every year, thousands of Chinese fishing vessels descend on Argentina's territorial waters and fish them dry, causing ecological and economic damage estimated in the billions. Ryan McGowan, a disgraced Marine raider, yearns for a second chance at adventure before fluorescence depression kills him. Enter Mike Hudson, a private military contractor with a murky past. Mike recruits Ryan and a team of similarly disgruntled operators for a maritime security detail in Argentina, policing this Chinese illegal fishing with deadly force. Part military thriller, part hangout novel, part neo-western. Once Upon a Time in Argentina is an old-school shoot-'em-up. Oh wait, boys, where are my manners? I'm sorry. We have Frank Kidd here in the studio. He just walked in. We are so privileged to have him here. This is such a treat. This is going to be great. So everyone say hi to Frankie.
Hallo Franke. Hey Franke. Frank. Hej Franke.
Jeg har 59, dem kan du få.
Hej Frank. Hvad har du?
Jeg har 59, dem kan du få.
59, ja. Frank, du skylder mig 230.000. Det er den, som du skylder mig, ja? Sig den, ja. Sig den.
230.000.
Ja. Hvad? Du har sagt, ja. Okay.
Jeg skal bare have 2 dage.
Hvad for noget?
Jeg skal have 2 dage, så kan du få dem.
Frank, ja.
Så 1 dag.
Frank, du flipper ud,
Jeg skal bare have 1 dag.
Ima nešto online, neki autići, nešto to, ha? Auti, okay. Okay. Har du en lille bil, ja, udenfor, ja? Har du nøglen, ja? Skal vi sige 60.000, ja? Siger det, Rasho? Det er okay, ja? Ja, okay. Ja. Kom med den, ja. Det er den, ja? Okay. I nešto ti tam, ne? Već kad mi si, Raša, pomogi mi, molim. Šta je to? Ma daj, šta je? Ma daćemo 2 coma kurac, jebe, daćemo kurac za to, znaš. Šta je to? Damo 500. 500, er det okay 500, ja? Ha? Brano, er det okay, ha? 500, ja? Det er 500, ja? Det er jo noget her, eller hvad? Ha? Er det noget her? Er også 500, ja? Okay, vi har noget, ja. Vi kører, Frank, ja. Vi kører, ja.
Så har jeg 700.
Ja, vi kører. 700. Daj, molim te, daj sjedi me, daj se ono. Imaš ono? Frank, ja te do ono. 100 fucker, huh, Frank?
Okay.
We had it, man.
So, I actually really like the cover. It's a pale blue. We have the waves and this boat. Those are in white. We have this skull, some stars. It's, the colors pop. The text is in red, and then it's in this very kind of orangish yellow. We have some bullet holes. There's a rifle on the back cover. It's nice. Like, for book design and everything, well done. It's good. I do object a little bit to the part military thriller description. I think me and the author have a rather different opinion on what thriller means, because there are sections that I would say are intense and thriller-like, but I really think we have some strong issues with some of the pacing. Now, the author directly makes a comparison to The Wild Bunch, right? And I actually rewatched The Wild Bunch after reading this, just, have a good comparison to it. The Wild Bunch, definitely a bit slower than I remembered. I would say this book actually does capture a lot of the Wild Bunch atmosphere. However, for comparison's sake, for The Wild Bunch, we have the bunch, the riding into town, and there's the initial bank robbery, which goes bad, and they have this huge shootout, right? That happens within I want to say the first 5 to 10 minutes of the film. I think that's correct. For Once Upon a Time in Argentina, which is 344 pages. Now, the pages, they do go pretty fast. I would say page turner. That's, maybe not in terms of like it's that high octane action, but, you turn the pages pretty fast. The first action, the first violence does not happen until page 94. I want to say it's page 94. So, not quite a third of the way into the book, but damn near close, right? Damn near probably 30% of the way into the book, we finally have our first action scene. We're paced a little differently. We're paced a lot slower, and there's a few more action scenes, right? But I wouldn't describe them as the first few are not very action heavy. They're just kind of, we do have two rather large, more impactful scenes later on, and those are satisfying. I liked them. But I would say it's just a bit of the pacing. I have more to say about the pacing in regards to the ending, right? I do think there's a kind of a misstep there. And then where our author puts some page count, some focus, and I don't think it quite pays off. And I feel like these pages are just kind of a bit of a waste. This was $13, and it's not our author's first work, but their second. I would say that the parts that I think are good, and I think he does a lot good, like the hangout, slower scenes with the military guys just hanging out, having some beers, telling some stories. Very well done. All of the military babble, techno jargon, it feels real. I assume that the author knows what he's talking about, and even if he doesn't, it feels real to me, a guy who knows about none of this shit, and that's probably what really counts. The action scenes, when we do get to the heavy action scenes, they're strong. They're very strong. All that went well. I think we're just a little too slow out of the gate. I feel like we're a little long in the tooth in certain sections for sure. Let's not belabor it. Let's just get into the work. So, yes, we're following our main protagonist. We do have a few different POVs, just little snippets. It's majority is through Ryan McGowan's POV. He was in the military, no longer in the military. He's a civilian, and he's dying this very slow, painful, suicidal, wagey life. And then he gets offered the opportunity of a lifetime. But let us begin now. But if you want to check it out, maybe go check it out. It's $13. Read it without any spoilers. You would read it pretty quick, right? I think it would only be a couple hours to finish this. So, yeah, that back cover sounded appealing. Go for it. Otherwise, here we go. We literally open up chapter 1 with our protagonist fantasizing about going to a dealership, getting a brand new car, and taking it off a cliff. He has been out of the military. It's just different. In the military, you could make a lot of suicidal jokes and it wouldn't be a big deal, but it is a big deal out here. He works in the finance department at some corporation, and it's just mind-numbing. It's just soul-grinding. It's dull. It's very desolate. I will say there are, I'll point them out, but it's sort of, just at the start where there's a few things which it feels like we have some right-wing talking points, but I don't know how authentic it kind of feels. It feels like we're checking too many boxes, and maybe, right, this is real. I mean, so he has his boss a few days ago that is at a bar with him, and he confesses that he's in an open relationship and his wife is sleeping with multiple men while he hasn't had any sex on the side. And he realizes that he's glimpsing into a mirror image of himself. That new horrible life is actually okay, and he's fine with it. Boss overreacted to everything. He acted neurotic, like a beaten woman flinching at the slightest creak in the house. Okay, let's meet in the Believe room, Luke said at last. Finally finished panicking, his voice weak and estrogenic, as if his diaphragm was perpetually compressed. This was my manager. This was our fearless leader. Someone out there has probably encountered someone in an open relationship. sure, like I believe it. And I don't know. Maybe it just, I guess in comparison to the like military guys sitting around telling stories, and that feels very real, this feels very much right-wing guys would sort of enjoy this. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Okay. Not like coming from the heart. Brings up that the one rule and one rule only is never bring any of this up again to anyone ever. To break the illusion just for a second, to shine a light in the dark corner, or mention that the king has no clothes is a hard no. They are automatons and programmed to kill. Why I can't disappear into collections of poorly made plastic figurines like everyone else is a question I could never answer. They know it's bad. Caring just makes it worse. Oh, Jesus Christ. We haven't even got to the outro, Frankie, alright? Hold your fucking horses. He has a little apartment with his girlfriend, Sarah. Sarah works at some company as a, quote, girl boss, unquote. He saw something about a boxing gym nearby, so he decides to sign up for it. It is not a boxing gym, but it's more of Pilates with boxing gloves. So he's feeling a bit lost. He's feeling out of touch with his masculinity. He makes some comments on TV being full of mixed-race couples, which it was kind of funny. All right, I don't like, yeah, that felt authentic. We have him in Walmart. Small family-owned grocers gave their life for this, for cheap foreign-made bullshit picked over by white trash and their black neighbors. Then there's a giant morbidly obese woman that needs him to move so she can meander down the aisle. Waddle. Waddle is a better term for her movement. Oh, I'm sorry. I got ahead of myself. On page 16, our author does say she waddled past. Okay, we did use the word. Then in chapter 2, our protagonist, Ryan, he ends up finding another gym, and he ended up picking this place because he was using like a crime map radar, and this place was in a heavy crime neighborhood, so he decided to go for it. And initially, I was a little concerned that the book would just be full of kind of like cringe boomerisms about testosterone, masculinity, cowboying up, and rinse and repeat just the same 5 fucking talking points. Not that all of them are necessarily wrong, right? Like exercise, good thing. Testosterone, good thing. Masculinity, good thing. But when it's packaged poorly, then the message is just kind of, it has the opposite effect. But we do a little bit where, okay, we're in the gym. The place stank of blood, sweat, and rusted pipes, but not antiseptic. I felt like I had come home. Our author, Frank Kidd, I think he has somewhat of a fondness for our Middle Eastern friends. Not that Middle East, like Arab Middle East, because the gym owner is an immigrant from Jordan. He's favorable to them, and there's something else later on. We'll get to it. And he is not allowed to box at first because he hasn't earned his gloves, so they put him in a small area called the nursery, which has a floor made of big foam puzzle pieces and sectioned off by Fisher-Price playpen walls that looked like they were scrounged out of a dumpster. So they make him dance to some like VHS dancing tapes, and it's very humiliating. This was paying your dues. This was how men made sure that you actually wanted to be in there, that you could join their tribe, and that you wouldn't turn their sacred fraternity into Pilates with gloves. And then we have a guy named Rollo who did not pay his dues to the gym last month. So Rollo is forced into the ring, and he has to fight back-to-back-to-back opponents until he can no longer stand, and that's how he pays his dues. So we're only 23 pages in, and I got a little nervous here, boys. I did, because you know what this really reminded me of? It's I saw it a few years ago. It's, maybe you boys haven't heard of it. It's kind of this art house film. I don't think it's really well known, but what was it called? Jesus Christ. the guys in there, they would spar with each other. It was like pro-masculinity, anti the modern world. Brawl group, was that it? Punch gathering, was that it? No, no, that wasn't it. It had this small-time actor in it too. It had a few small-time actors, like Brad Pitt, Edward Norton. Yeah. Oh my, Fight Club. Oh my God. Yes, we do have another right-wing Twitter user who is making allusions to Fight Club in their written work. Why do I say that as though I've read several books with that? That's not true. I think this is the first. I just think on X, a lot of our people, quote unquote, do enjoy Fight Club. And I was very concerned at first, but no, we don't spend a ton of time here. I do think the Fight Club allusions are too strong. It's a little too much on the nose here for me. And then chapter 3, he gets home and his girlfriend Sarah has left a note that says, "I'm leaving, I need some time to think," and that's it. She has packed most of her clothes and left nothing behind. So for why the girlfriend left, we don't really know, but our protagonist is not very upset. He's actually thrilled and happy that she's gone because he feels more free now. And then he's also taking a testosterone test to check his T levels. So that's what's going on at the moment. And not only that, he decides to call his boss and he says, "How about you just start out processing me because this is my 2 weeks notice and I'll be taking PTO for the next 2 weeks. I'm quitting. It's your problem now, not mine." He breathed heavily into the phone, then said, "Can I ask why?" "Because you're a cuck," I said, "and this place makes me want to blow my fucking brains out." A long silence on the other end. I hung up. I get it. This is supposed to be like military kind of guy, a bit wish fulfillment-y kind of a deal, but it's maybe wrapped up like a little too cinematic. I don't know. It just, I guess it feels worse because I'm not sure like what other kind of intro I do want for our main character to shake off the shackles of modern life and go on this adventure in Argentina and, combat Chinese fishermen and all that, but not quite this, not quite what feels like just checking boxes. Like, I called my boss and I called him a cuck, right? I don't know. Something a little more unique, a little more, just kind of authentic. I don't know. It does like tread a little into, and then I called my boss a libtard. What do you think of that? And then everyone clapped. A little bit too much like that. And he has a friend that works at a tavern who has a houseboat as well. So he ends up getting rid of the shitty apartment, moving out to the houseboat, and his friend gets him a job as a bartender at this place at the tavern. Okay. Which is fine. White Pill Media could also relate to this because there's also a waitress at the tavern, and his first night going to the tavern, the waitress knows who he is, but they immediately have sex that same night, and then it just feels, you know what I mean? And then I called my boss a cuck today, and then I found a new job immediately, and then a new place to live right away, and then I banged that smoking hot waitress. It's like, hell yeah. And then I was doing wheelies with my F-150 and going, and then some blue-haired feminist obese bitch, she died of a heart attack. Hell yeah. And then Sarah on the bottom of 37, Sarah had posted a new picture. It was her and her best friend from work, Steve. She was sitting in his lap at some bar, and the caption said, "To new beginnings." Keep that in mind. I'm gonna keep the Steve and Sarah card in play, boys, but turn your attention back to the narrative. Forget about it, because then I'm gonna wow you when I bring it up again. But let's just we continue on. And it turns out his testosterone levels are just fine. He says, "I was free now, in the wind, as they might say, and where I belonged." And then a bald eagle came out of the sky and it started using its talons to comb his mullet. And then also he was like a Norwood 9 at the start of the book, but now he's like a Norwood 2. So that was also really cool. And then Donald Trump called him on one of those gold Trump phones and he said, "You're doing a great job, sport." And he's like, "Hell yeah, I am." Anyways, next chapter. And then, do I have permission to say Semper Fi? I don't know if civilians can say that, but if I saw Frank Kidd on the street, I would say Semper Fi to him. But Frank Kidd in real life and also Ryan McGowan, they both go into a deli and they ask for a hero sandwich, but they keep cutting off the worker who's just trying to take their order. And Frank Kidd just kept going, "You don't serve this to civilians, right? This is a hero sandwich. It's just for heroes. I'm a veteran. It's not just, for the pieces of shit like you. It's for veterans, right? Right. And then some guy, he was in a wheelchair. He was a veteran too, right? He served in Korea, but Frank Kidd said that was pussy shit. So then he tackled him out of the wheelchair and put him in a headlock. And the old guy did die, but it was ruled self-defense because, we didn't have a woke judge thanks to Mr. President Donald Trump. So that's cool. 6 months later, chapter 4. So he is working at the tavern. He's going to the gym. He's exercising. He's in good shape. He goes surfing and his life seems very, very good. And there is a newcomer at the gym, some old guy that is watching the fighters, and the owner of the gym, Abdel, warns him, if this guy ever asks something of you, you really should consider it, and don't take it lightly, whatever he tells you. Some antics of him at the bar, having fun with the patrons, and then we have the guy from the gym who was looking at the fighters show up, and he says that he's getting a group of guys together, and he can't tell him much more unless he's in. He says his name is Mike Hudson. People call him the Colonel. He was a Green Beret for 20 years. Ryan isn't interested in the deal because he has got a good thing going on right now, so he's pretty comfortable, and he turns this guy down. But literally, after this conversation, as this conversation wraps up, we have the friend back say, "By the way, I'm selling the houseboat, so now you no longer have a place to live. Sorry." Which, sure, I don't know. It's just a little, all right, I need a little pause in between these two actions. I know Mike is leaving in 2 days, so maybe we need something else, some other reason to quicken his response and make him more inclined to consider this deal, legitimately. He runs into Mike at the gym, and Mike makes the offer that, "Hey, we'll fight. If I beat you, you go to Argentina with me tomorrow. If you win, then you don't have to go with me." So Ryan, he's feeling okay. He decides to take the fight. Mike lays him out. It's not a contest at all. They're on the plane. Mike explains the mission. So we have Chinese fishermen in Argentina. Some members of the Argentinian government are extremely opposed to them, but they don't have the full support and they want to do it quietly. So they're hiring these guys to do wet work and to deter the Chinese from fishing in their waters by taking care of the problem. So that's why Mike has assembled this team and they're heading down there. But no one is supposed to know who they are or what they're doing. They're supposed to be pirates, eco-terrorists, vigilantes, whatever, but no one can know who hired them. And the payout for working here for, I don't know I think it's supposed to be a few weeks or a few months tops, and you're supposed to be paid $1 million in cryptocurrency. So, not that Ryan really has much of a choice. He's in now, but, good incentive to stick around. So we have Ryan, we have Mike, we have Tex, we have the Hulk, we have Psycho, who is called Barawar, and that means lion in Arabic or whatever language it is. We have the Nord and we have Mex. This is our crew. And they're supposed to be gone for 4 months, and it's totally dark. They have new identities and everything while they're down there. They can't contact anyone, no phones, no credit cards or anything, and they're going to be remote in their own little base. No one else, and they're going to be in their own little remote base. We have Ryan having some reflections about, as a young boy, playing in the woods, making little forts, and exploring and all that. That feels authentic. I certainly did that in the little woods behind my parents' house. A lot of broken glass back there. Really not sure where all that was from, but used to dig for it and mine it. Just collect it and sort of pile it up. Building like little walls out of fallen limbs. So that all feels good. That all feels authentic. However, very next page, 72. Ryan has a friend named Ty, and because Ty and Ryan would be too rambunctious in the classroom, the boys end up getting split. His mom starts to give him medicine. It was probably Ritalin. Ty committed suicide his senior year of high school. I joined the Marines a year later. I had often felt guilty about him. I understand who killed him, and it had not been himself. Okay. Are there young boys that are being medicated and being punished for being masculine and being rambunctious young boys that are forced for 8 hours in a shitty classroom? Yes, that's happening. Do I imagine that some of these boys, as they've been put on more and more medication, there's probably been some cases of some suicides? I think that's probably also true. But it just feels like, and Ritalin is bad, exclamation point. And then Frank Kidd goes, check, we check that box because Ritalin bad. And I'm not disagreeing here. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good thing, but it also doesn't feel like we're writing from personal experience. We're writing something from the heart. It just feels like this is here just to say, you know what I mean, right? It's just another like little talking point that doesn't feel great. There are some members of the Argentinian government that pick them up from the airport. They say something about the Compañía, the company, and they say many people here don't like the company, and the company has killed members of their family. We don't know anything else at the moment. Oh, okay. Sorry, I forgot to say. Psycho cannot speak English. Okay, Psycho and Mike can talk to each other, but no one else can speak Arabic or whatever the hell Psycho speaks. About Psycho on 77, I nodded to Psycho. He was a man from another time, from the rootstock of those that had stood against Alexander, beat back the British, the Soviets, and us. At every turn, civilization had tried to drag the Afghanis out of their tribal ways and into the glaring light of the 21st century, but their roots were too deep. They have civilization, right? Afghanis do have civilization. It's not like, I don't know. There is like this kind of weird warrior LARP anti-civilization bullshit. Like every warrior culture that you can name is a part of a civilization. Maybe it's more quote unquote free than we are. And in some ways, they definitely would be. I'm not saying I love everything about modern life. But you have like obligations and duties and rules and shit you cannot do as a warrior in these societies. They're very like highly structured actually. And it's just, okay, did they really beat us back, or is it no longer okay for us to try to genocide a race of people and people would object to it worldwide? Because if we really want to take the gloves off, the Afghanis don't win, okay? They just don't, right? There's this issue with people, and you know what I mean? Like, it is like a Western thing, trying to civilize the third world and to bring them into the British Empire or teach them the greatness of American democracy and liberalism or the Soviets and communism and whatever the fuck. And these people aren't going to take to that, They're just very tribalistic, and you cannot bring them into your society. You either have to genocide them or leave them alone. And they keep trying like half measures, and it's just like, okay, man, if the gloves were off, no one beats the American military if the gloves are off and we're just going, you know what? We're not going to try to bring these people into the empire. We're just taking them out. It wouldn't be much of a contest. So it's just this weird kind of glorification of the Afghani people. But there will be more from Frank Kidd about our Middle Eastern friends. Oh, we are at the base now. It's pretty basic. They have like 3 different buildings. They do have 2 boats. They both have guns mounted on them. And honestly, it is pretty sick. Like the military adventure stuff, kind of fucking cool. I was enjoying that. I was wrong about my page count. It's actually page 92 when the shooting begins, when the action finally kicks off. What the Chinese boats will do is they will go into Argentinian waters, they will fish, and then they will go outside of like the border of their waters typically, and they will pretend that they're like a different they will pretend that they're a part of another country. Like they pick Libya or Liberia, whatever, because that country doesn't really have any navy. So they will try to mask themselves like that. So the guys, they're out there, they took the boats and they got the rubber dinghies and now they're boarding this first ship. Oh, and our first action on 92 isn't even a murder. It's just Cowboy choking this guy out, and then they tie him up with some zip ties. Then we have gunshots on 93 coming from the direction Psycho had run, and we have more crackles of gunfire. And Cowboy and Hulk have been zip tying people, but also they've had to shoot and kill a few guys that were shooting back at them. Psycho comes along and he is gunning down the prisoners that are tied up and prone on the ground. And we have Mike saying that we were doing what needed to be done. He said we can talk about it later, but first we have to get off this boat. My question is, so the term wet work was brought up a few times before we got to this point. As a civilian, as someone who could not walk into a sandwich shop and ask for a hero sandwich without being choked out by Frank Kidd, does wet work not always imply murdering people? Does it not typically mean that? And okay, maybe the objection from Cowboy is not for shooting people who are shooting back. That's all well and good, but it's the unarmed people. But you are being paid $1 million. Now, I don't know what the average Marine or Army Ranger or Special Ops guy makes. I know they're not making 7 figures. So maybe you could think with all the secrecy involved that would be a higher price tag, but what were you honestly expecting from some shady guy picking you up in the gym and saying, we're going to Argentina to battle the Chinese fishermen? And by the way, no one can know that we're down there. It's top secret. Really top secret. I think you might expect that you might have to kill a few civilians. I don't know. But I get it. Ryan, some of the other guys, they're more of a moral compass for us. And okay, fine. That's fine. That's good. Whatever. Some of the guys have some justification that the Chinese, they completely fucked up the fisheries on their side of the world, so now they're on our side and they're destroying everything. The whales, the squid, all of the fish, they don't fucking care. They're just annihilating all of it. And okay, a few Chinese guys got shot over it, and if it makes it stop, it's worth it. Frankly, I agree. We will get into it more later, but some of these Chinese are literally slaves, right? And they have other people that are attached to these ships that are not there of their own free will. But it doesn't seem like any government is really gonna stand up to them and make them stop what they're doing. Because not to be shitty leftist environmentalist, but actual environmentalist, yeah, the Chinese are doing serious damage to the ecosystem and they should be stopped. And if no government's gonna enforce it, then stuff like this, I think it's sad. I don't think it's good that, some probable Chinese slaves are being killed in the crossfire, but if that's what has to happen to make it stop, then yeah, it is worth it. Psycho and Ryan have a boxing match. He takes Psycho down pretty quick, and then Mike hops in the ring, and Mike takes him out also pretty quick. After this, the guys are sitting around, they're having some beers, and yeah, like the little hangout moments, they're not bad. I'm not gonna break down like what did everyone say, but they're good. These feel authentic. Guys having beer, sitting around a campfire, telling war stories. That feels great. That's excellent. I don't know if this is KDP published, meaning it's just self-published through Amazon, or if this Firebelly Books LLC is something. But not blaming the author, not at all. This doesn't affect like my review or anything, but something that did happen to me, and maybe I just had a not great copy, but I had several pages. They are not torn or anything like that, but as I was turning them, they literally came out. I was just turning them, and then, whoop, the page came out. There are a few pages that fully came out, and there are a few where it's like the top or bottom of the page is pretty loose. I guess it's like a gluing issue or whatever. I might have just gotten a not very good copy, but maybe there's something else, right, that maybe should be looked at, or I don't know. Okay, I forgot. So actually, there is a free ebook version along with the physical version that you do buy. I do appreciate that. I think that's very nice. So that is definitely a point towards our author. But yeah, I thought I would mention the page thing. It didn't really affect my enjoyment of the work, but it's something that I think I should mention. Sharing some stories about having sex with a woman. She has one breast, the other one got ruptured. She had like breast implants and one of them ruptured, so he had sex with her, and one of her tits was really small and looked creepy, but he was still able to finish. Tex tells some stories about his life. Got busted for poaching some alligators and had the choice between jail or the army. He chose the army. And they're talking about 9/11 conspiracy theories. And by the end of the chapter, Ryan, he feels that he doesn't like what happened on the boat, but he's going to be okay with it going forward. He just wishes that the people that they were fighting and killing were actual soldiers and not just fishermen. They are not going out for a few weeks, so they're still sitting around. It doesn't read bad. Like, I know, like, I was complaining about the pacing, but, like, this stuff, it all feels good. And we get into Cowboy, that's Ryan's nickname because he used to do cowboy gun shit growing up in Wyoming. So we get into his backstory, and he punched out his commanding officer. That's why he was kicked out of the military. His commanding officer sold out a friend, a Kurd. He saved my life in Mosul, and they just let the Turks move in on him. I don't really know much about the Turks and the Kurds. I know I don't like Turks, so maybe I think the Kurds are okay just by, not being Turks. But Cowboy is not willing to dive deeper into the story. Frankly, when he brings it up again later, we also don't get too deep into it. We do get more information, but I don't think quite enough. Like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know why we're holding back so much. I get it, like, it's a guy, macho, military stuff. You don't want to divulge everything to each other and get all sentimental. But especially for the second telling, it felt like we were just kind of missing some more details that we could have used. I don't even know if the Kurdish friend is even named, right? And since we're not naming the guy, we're just saying, yeah, that Kurdish guy, he saved my life. He was super important to me. And I was really upset when he got betrayed and killed. It doesn't feel as good, especially when we spend more time with certain characters in their POVs, which doesn't line up for me, but let's keep going. We also get to do some fishing. See, boys, I mean, since you killed all those chinks on that boat, the fish have come back. Unironically, I think that is what our author is saying. I think that's what he's saying we should do, right? We will all be able to fish and live very lavish lifestyles, if we just get rid of one Chinese fishing boat. And then this is another moment which is kind of cute, but I'll allow it. So orcas also show up, and they feed the orcas and play with them a little bit by tossing them bait. And okay, right. I'm not exactly an orca respecter. I'm more of a seal guy. Really like seals, not Navy SEALs, but just seals themselves. Good animal. Orcas just, I don't know, they kind of seem like fags. Like, it gets overstated how smart they are. I feel like they're overhyped as an animal. Fuck them. Now, I know you boys might be thinking, orcas just showing up like that in kind of our military thriller book. That seems like a bit of a coincidence to me, White Pill. Like, okay, I could sort of see that in maybe a more sappy, sentimental tale, like towards the end, the orcas show up. Boys, what if I said that this is not the most coincidental appearance of orcas that we will get in this book, and we should just keep listening? So, moving on. Mike has gone off again to talk to their employer, so he's out of there. And Tex decides that they need to get out of there for a few days, and he saw on Google Earth that there was an abandoned vehicle in like a barn. I think it's like 5 hours away from their location by hike. So their plan is to go out there, see if they can fix it up, and then drive to the nearest place, which is still a good distance away, even by car. We had this on 127. You guys are a bunch of pussies, Tex said over his shoulder. I'm a Navy SEAL. My feet hurt. Army strong. My asshole hurts. He mocked us. I'm Tex. On this week of Swamp Creatures, I'm going to show you how to poach a gator, Hulk mocked back. Oh shit, the feds. Guess I'm in Iraq now. Good. Authentic, that is very good. Miraculously, bullshitty somehow they get this fucking decrepit vehicle working again, and they are able to hit the road, and they go to Villa del Mar, which is this little village right on the coast. They're hanging out in this bar, they're drinking. There's naturally this beautiful brown woman named Valentina, and Cowboy is smitten with her at first sight. They're talking. She did an arts degree for painting. They actually bring up orcas because he had to come up with a backstory on the fly, and he says he's a marine biologist. She says they are actually very nice to humans, she giggled. They have been known to save sailors from shipwrecks. No way, I said. Yes way, she said with a giggle. I watched a whole thing about it. There are dozens of stories of sailors being dragged back to the surface by the guardians of the sea. Did White Pill Media write in the margins here on 139, will he be saved by an orca? Question mark. Boys, we're not at the end yet. We're not even halfway through. We're just going to have to keep reading. Gosh, I don't know what's going to happen. And then he gets hit in the head by a bottle, and he wakes up, and he's in Valentina's place, and she's done his laundry. She giggles a lot. That's maybe a complaint I can make about Valentina. She giggles fucking constantly, every other sentence with her. So, she had a jealous ex-boyfriend that saw Cowboy and her talking, so he threw the bottle, and then the boys ended up fucking up the ex-boyfriend, and now they have to get the hell out of Dodge and back to the base before Mike shows up again. They're at the next fishing boat in the next chapter, and their plan is to hit the bridge first. But they realize as they're clearing the ship that these guys are better armed than they should be for just fishermen, and then they find the cargo hold. And in the cargo hold, they have 15 or 20 women all crouched on the floor, shivering and chattering in a mix of languages. Some sobbed hysterically, but most cowered, trembling in fear. All of them were chained to the floors. So this is a bordello. It's a floating whorehouse where I guess the Chinese fishing companies, they will bring this ship out for the fishermen, and they will come aboard and, I guess, rape these women and then return to their fishing vessels. There's a bit of tension because Cowboy doesn't know if these people are going to be murdered as well, but Mike says that they're not going to kill them. They're tossing the bodies of the fishermen overboard, but they're leaving the prostitutes alive so that they can be rescued. Oh, and this was kind of fucked up. There were 28 girls all told. Well, 27 because one of them was dead. She got hit with a pass-through when I shot my man in the hold. I could add her to my list of night terrors. That's fucked. That's really fucked. I guess that's authentic, though. Shit like that happens. It's unfortunate, but I guess, yeah, it happens. We're back at the base, and Cowboy is looking over at Psycho. I resented myself for letting him do all the dirty work, letting him kill while I tried to pretend my hands were clean. The blood was as much mine as his. Anything else was delusion. He smirked at one of Nord's one-liners, but caught me looking and went deadpan, and that's when I realized that Psycho could speak English. Okay, we have a twist. We're 159 pages in. Psycho can speak English just fine. He is like just Mike's guy. He does not fraternize with the other guys at all. It is a twist, right? But we've already kind of established Mike's Mike's a pretty shady guy. You can't really trust him. Things are a little more gruesome out here than he initially promised or you thought it was going to be going in. So it is a twist, but it's also not too big of a deal for me because we don't do a hell of a lot with this information. We already know that we really can't trust Mike, and he's not exactly our boy out there. And Psycho, we don't do much with Psycho at all, and it sort of feels like a big wasted opportunity with Psycho, but let's keep going, because now we're in part 2. And in part 2, so I know, all right. We're not doing much with Psycho. What's this? The first part of part 2, the Ballad of Bahrawar, the POV of Psycho. White pill. That's interesting. We're not doing much with Psycho, and then we get Psycho's POV. Interesting. Let me fucking finish, okay? We're gonna get into his chapter. We are in 2001 Afghanistan, of course, why not? Psycho is very young here. He is guarding some sheep because his family, they're like nomadic shepherds in the Afghan mountains. And there's some drama going on because his cousin has come back and the cousin seems to be involved with, I think it is Al-Qaeda. Okay. So our author, we are spending quite a few pages here. So, okay, 163, we start with Psycho's POV as a child in Afghanistan. He's out there, he's out in the elements, nature, he is literally guarding sheep from wolves, and he ends up shooting and killing a wolf, okay? And it's this young man, it's vitalism, a lot of things that our author really enjoys, right? But when he is not relieved by his uncle the following morning, he decides to go to his people's encampment. And it turns out that his cousin and the terrorists that he was with have wiped out his entire family. He doesn't have a family anymore. He sells the sheep that remain. And he then is just traveling around for a few years, making a little money, doesn't really have a sense of purpose or place. He almost gets raped by an older Muslim man, but kills the guy, and he runs away from this place too. And then it is years later where he's working for a shopkeeper. The Americans have arrived, and he starts learning English at some free classes that they offer. Did I say Al-Qaeda? I meant the Taliban. Okay, sorry. And he ends up joining the Afghan military. And then we cut to 2007, where we have Mike. And Mike is in the Helmand province. Mike is a part of this operation where they're supposed to infiltrate this compound and extract this guy. They also have some Afghans along with them that are support units. And there's a big battle and everything. Everything kind of goes AWOL. And at the end of it, there's an Afghan that has survived. So Mike's talking with this guy. This is Psycho. At the very end of 188, Mike glimpsed the man's face in the firelight, and the sudden rush of recognition flooded him. Could it be him? What recognition? Will this go deeper? When would Mike have seen him? So we have 25 pages here for this aside. 25 pages, not a small amount. Still not done. We're going to flashback again. We have a little Psycho POV. There's a reason for it. I think I see the author's intent, but we'll talk about it more in a minute. Next chapter, they want to go back to the village, so he ends up going with Nord. He talks with Nord about how he thinks Psycho can speak English. Nord agrees with them, and they think that something bigger is going on than just the illegal fishing stuff. And yeah, okay, there is something bigger. Cowboy gets into his own backstory a little bit. He was in Syria. We were partnered with a lot of Kurds. We fought all summer with them. They fought for their lives against ISIS. They have intelligence that the Turks are going to attack the Kurds, which they're not supposed to do. And American intelligence doesn't want to get involved. So Cowboy tries to disobey orders and warn the Kurdish commander who saved my ass more times than I could count. They tied me down, and then when it was over, the CEO called me in for a reprimand. I lost it, chokeslammed him through the desk. Again, it's just Kurdish commander who saved my ass. It's not this guy, this Kurd in particular, and then just giving us one concrete detail. I'm saying the amount of time we spent with Mike and Psycho doing that random extraction mission in Afghanistan, which really means just fuck all, right? We could have given it to Cowboy and this Kurdish commander and built that up a little. You know what I mean? Would that not have been a better use of our time and our page count? It just feels like, what a waste, right? Because there's nothing more, there's nothing deeper with that particular mission. There's nothing there, so it's just random aside in the past, so it doesn't matter because none of the characters that we care about or know or can die or be hurt in that event. And it also establishes Mike a little bit, but Mike is frankly rather boring, and then Psycho isn't even really a part of that mission. I mean, he's there at the very end, but I don't know. I could have, since this whole Kurdish thing is so important to our protagonist, I don't really get why we don't spend any page time there. Oh, and then, he's talking with Valentina some more. What happened to your dad? He takes his medication, and, he was a fisherman. The oceans are dying. The foreign fleets come in with their big trawlers and pillage our waters. I'm sorry, I said. You think someone would do something. That's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I would not buy Frank Kidd a hero sandwich if I saw him on the street. I don't even know if I would salute Frank Kidd. Are there going to be some fishermen in this Argentinian coastal town? Yes, we're on the coast. There's going to be fishermen. And sure, her dad being a fisherman and being hurt by the foreign fleets, okay, I can go along with that. But there's an awful lot of coincidences in this book, and we haven't heard the worst of them yet, so we'll get there. So we're on our next fishing boat. Things went pretty smoothly. They took out the crew. They have some guys left to interrogate. That's not all, because black and white forms floated in the ocean below. It took me several seconds to place what they were. Orcas, at least 30 of them. I could see the bullet holes and torn flesh on one as it bobbed in the water. They fuck with the nets and steal fish, Mike said. He demands Mike to ask them who did it. I want to know which one did it. The bad guy who was shooting the orcas is wearing a necklace full of orca teeth, and he pulls his gun out and he shoots the guy in the head. He likes orcas, I guess, right? That's fine. I don't think it's bad. It's okay, but it also feels like we're 200 pages in, and so far the action is about to pick up. But so far it's we board a ship, there's some light gunfire, maybe, and then we execute some fishermen. We do this again, do this again, do this again. But our next mission is supposed to attack the largest ship yet. It's a mothership. Since this one is so large, they can't board it like normal, so they have these magnet pole systems, so they're gonna use these like magnet chest rigs to climb up the side of the boat. It's kind of cool. I like it. I like that we do this. The guys are talking about war movies and which one is the best one. Black Hawk Down, have not seen it. Fury is not very good. Apocalypse Now, ooh, no. We don't say what the best war movie is. And Red Dawn, the original, no, obviously that is not the best war movie. Deer Hunter, that's the best one. It's not really close. Jesus fuck. I think it was, if it was an option of living in sub-Saharan Africa for the rest of my life or hanging out with right-wing guys who really like Blood Meridian and Apocalypse Now, boys, I'm going to need some suntan lotion. I'm just throwing it out there. I can't fucking do it. I just fucking can't. Please, God, I can't. They're approaching the mothership. It is literally a dark and stormy night. They are being batted around by the waves, but they get close to the ship. Everyone is going up except for Tex because he has to stay with the boat. Things immediately are wrong because the guys that they're fighting are not fishermen. These are Chinese special forces. This is an ambush. Things are not going good. They're just trying to evac. There's no way they can hold out against these guys. So that's what the plan is. However, as they're trying to escape, Cowboy runs into Psycho, and Psycho is greatly wounded here. Cowboy is unwilling to abandon Psycho, despite Psycho saying to leave him. And then they jump for it. They get in the boats. Chinese also have boats of their own, and they're pursuing them. It's cool. We finally get to use the boat guns, and honestly, it is pretty sick. I do think this was done well. And that's not all, because Hulk did not make it back. He got left on the ship, and they don't know if he's dead or not. Mike was the last one to see him, and Mike is claiming that Hulk was killed, but Cowboy and some of the others aren't sure if they can fully trust that. If Mike was correct, and I'm not saying that we should take Mike at his word here, but if Mike was correct and Hulk did get shot in the head, it doesn't make sense. I know there's like a sense of honor or whatever, but to haul this corpse back with you when you're under heavy fire against special forces is retarded, right? I don't know, like, I'm saying if he had the opportunity, yeah, try to bring his remains back, but it's not like you could just stroll out of there. Like, Hulk is a huge guy, and just carrying literal dead weight with you, it makes sense that you abandon the body if he did die. They're back at the base now. Psycho whispers to Cowboy, not safe. He is CIA. They plan to burn all of you when this is done. That's why they chose you. How? I asked. They will send drones, he said. They always send the drones. And then he gasped, choking on more blood, and he was gone. Cowboy doesn't tell the others what he's learned, but okay. Psycho, we barely learned a little while ago that he can understand English. The only English that he's spoken with the crew was "don't shoot me" to Cowboy on the boat, and then him dying here warning them about Mike. We already strongly suspect that Mike is not a good character and he does not have good intentions. So Psycho warning them about it, it just feels kind of weak. Like, if more had been done with Psycho, you know what I mean? it just feels like a bit of a waste. Like, okay, yeah, you have this disconnected backstory with Psycho, which has no effect on our main plot. I just don't feel very much with Psycho being killed, even though he has more backstory than the other members like Max, Tex, Hulk, or the Nord, right? Psycho has more than all of those guys combined, and yet it doesn't feel like it's nearly enough because it's not characterization that's present. It doesn't affect anyone that we're with, and since Cowboy is our POV, our main POV, all of Psycho's backstory, it has no bearing on Cowboy, right? It has little bearing on us because, I don't know, Psycho just dies. That's it. That's the end, you know? It definitely feels like a waste. Mike has gone off to do a debriefing. The guys that are left say we should go after them. We should make the Chinese pay for what they've done. Maybe Hulk is still alive. There's some abandoned Go plate, which is, I don't know, it seems to be some type of like sea base. It's made of concrete, so they know that that's where the Chinese must have been because when they were escaping in boats, the Chinese sent a helicopter. They know that's where the Chinese must be based, at least for right now. So I think the action for the storming of this place, that's all well done. They are taking both boats. They don't have enough fuel, so they're taking a boat about halfway there, and then they're getting in and they're bringing both boats at this point, and then they're taking the other boat all the way to the base, and then that other boat is supposed to return to the first boat, and then the first boat will have enough fuel to make it back to the base. Okay, so that's the plan. They've done that. And then Cowboy is supposed to get very close by swimming. He's supposed to clear out the guards on the lower floor. Then the rest of the guys are going to come, and then they're going to work their way up this place, killing guards as they go. It's nice action. You got stabbing people, coming out of the water, scuba shit. Then we're gunning people down. Huge battle. Probably one of the best things is at the very end, their boat has been destroyed by the Chinese who escaped, and some of them in a speedboat. So all they have is this Chinese helicopter, and Nord doesn't really know how to fly it, but he thinks, it's our best option, so they go for it. They find no sign of the Hulk, no mention of the Hulk, no body, nothing. Some dreams of Cowboy about building a ranch house with Valentina, not being allowed to have a peaceful life, and being hunted down by the government or special agents, which is maybe too Hollywood, he admits. Starts bemoaning the state of America. We're a country of merchants, slaves with white collars, some with blue. And I figure, well, who was above the slaves? Well, it was the warrior caste, and above them, or part of them maybe, was the aristocracy. We're talking about Greeks and Romans. There's no land grant waiting for us back home. Who are the aristocrats? A global neo-feudal empire, I continued. The aristocrats are just banks and private capital now. You're either a slave or an enforcer for the protection racket, no nobles to be found. Plenty of aristocrats were involved in warfare. A lot of them were not. A lot of just like the grunt soldiers were not a part of some warrior caste. Like the upper echelons of the warrior caste, sure, fine. But I don't know. It's a little too naive, maybe. It's a little too idealistic, where it's probably like 80%, 90% of the people fighting and dying on the battlefield were not a part of this grand warrior caste. It's just the people who are already worth something back home, right? They were a part of the nobility, but they're the nobility that went to go fight. Yeah, they're still the fucking nobility. You know what I mean? Don't fully agree with this take here. So they're ready to go the next day. They didn't take off in the helicopter the day before because they wanted daylight to help them just in case. There are some orcas here on 259. Let's keep that in mind. They're playing tag together. That's nice. They make it. Nord is able to pilot them safety, and Nord says, Crazy shit, he said with a giant shit-eating grin. That is some crazy fucking shit. I looked at him confused, and then he said, I failed out of helicopters. He burst into laughter. I joined the army to fly Apaches, and they failed me out. Very solid. Then we're on part 3. 6 months earlier. I despise this. This is one of the worst sections. We are in Mexico. We are with Mike, who lives on this very grand, beautiful estate that they recently got from a high-ranking cartel member. This is his property now. And he gets into the company. What is the company? It's CIA spook shit, where they don't defeat criminals, but they, rule over crime, right? So in here in Mexico, they got 2 cartels to stop fighting by executing their respective leaders and then putting in place 2 guys that are good enough to run the cartel, but they're also somewhat cowardly and are unlikely to start a war. Shit that you've seen 100,000 times where we're not defeating crime, but we're controlling it, and it's just boring, right? Do I think the CIA does weird criminal shit like this? Oh yeah, I fucking do. I think so. Yeah, 100%. But it's still not very interesting. There's nothing very compelling here. It's just standard fare spook shit. And I want to get back to our main plot. I don't want to go 6 months earlier. Did you know that the CIA does spook shit with criminals? Yeah, I figured it's not very interesting. Can we get back to the story now, please? And the guy who is Mike's boss is just known as the tall man. There's no character there. He's just, maybe he's supposed to be just glowy bureaucrat guy that runs things. That's what he is. And it's only 8 pages, but what is the point of this flashback scene where the tall man says, hey, this Ryan guy, if you don't have to burn him, don't burn him, bring him along with you, but if he's not going to go along with you, then drop him, but the other guys that are on this mission, burn him when it's finished. It just doesn't seem needed. We've killed the momentum from the going to attack the sea fortress, doing the helicopter flying, and then no, we're not at the base. We're doing this flashback, and now we're back with Mike. I know it's only 8 pages. There's worse examples coming. So Mike is already there when they arrive at 275. Cowboy completely loses his cool. He's questioning him about Hulk. Did you really see Hulk die? And then also, Psycho told me that you're CIA, even though Cowboy has not clued in the other guys that, hey, Mike is CIA and Psycho warned me that he's going to do some evil shit to us and none of us are going to make it home alive. Does this shit, it doesn't go well, and Mike ends up taking him hostage and boarding the boat. Cowboy asks about the others. Mike says it's too late. They've already called in a drone strike for them to take everyone out. All of this down here in Argentina was not about illegal fishing. It was about making China sweat. It's about a little proxy war, so the big war never kicks off, which, okay, that's kind of, what it seemed like it was going to be, it's illegal fishing, it's a part of it, but it's more of we can attack China without directly attacking China in a full-on war. And Mike realizes that he cannot recruit Cowboy, so he pushes Cowboy out of the boat, and Mike has driven away in the boat, and Cowboy is now stripped down to his wetsuit, and he's floating on his back. And this is where we leave our protagonist for a minute. And for a minute, I mean too long. So, 283, we leave Cowboy in the ocean. No one's around. It's fucked. And we have the guys back at the base where a drone strike is being called in. The car that they used to get to the village, Mike knows about it, and they've already disabled it. So that's not an option for these guys. And now in chapter 23, we're with Mike's POV. Mike meets up with the tall man. They load him into a chopper from the boat. And then they get back to base that they have, and they call in the drone strike. There's 3 heat signatures. The three figures are completely taken out by the drones. And Mike, good guy that he is, so these guys were supposed to get $1 million in crypto apiece. Well, since no one had any phones or laptops or shit down there, and all that money's just sitting there, he transfers all the money to some burner accounts, and then it's going to be filtered into his account, so he gets everyone's share. Then we do 1 month later, where Mike and the tall man are in the Mexico estate. The tall man has been his handler for a little over a decade. This is goodbye for them. The tall man gives them a deed to the ranch, and they say you have to check in once a week, and just so we know we're still kicking, and there are panic buttons. There's one in each room for the ranch house. Keep that in mind. It will come up. So, Mike has everything in the end. And then on 293, his thoughts turn to Psycho then. The old boy was dead. Perhaps the only man that had really ever known him. It was a son of a bitch that he talked, warned Ryan there at the end. And then for several seconds, Mike was back in Afghanistan. He stood outside the small red and white striped wool tent. He ran fingers through his beard and watched the small Kochi encampment intently. He readjusted his shamaya, the traditional Afghan scarf, up over his face so only a strip of baked olive skin and his green cat-like eyes were showing. He looked every part of a Mujahideen fighter back then. Continuing on, Aslam's voice carried from inside, and Mike could barely just catch the gist of the conversation. He wanted repayment, tribute for the way he had been dishonored. He said he'd been cheated out of a wife that had been unfaithful, and so demanded that the tribe provide another. Further down, Mike watched as a small boy ran towards the tent. The boy was a young shepherd and had the look of virginal innocence. He was ruddy-cheeked and had bright chocolate eyes, not a mean bone in his body. And that night, it is Mike being a part of the massacre and gunning down Psycho's family while Psycho is tending to his sheep flock. And then we have a figure sitting in front of him. This was the next time he'd seen the boy, but the boy was now a man. The boy had often visited him in the small hours of the night, invaded his dreams, and asked him where his family had gone. He knew that the massacre had been a turning point because it had been the only nightmare he ever had. So Mike was a part of the group that murdered Psycho's family and put Psycho on the path to become Psycho. What the fuck is this anime shit?
Remember when you were making out with your first girlfriend, and you came right as she touched your leg? It was me, Barry. I jerked you off at super speed so it'd seem like you nutted at just a woman's touch.
Do I sort of see what our author is going for about CIA spook shit attacking this young, noble, vitalist boy who is living this traditionalist way of life, killing wolves in the mountains, and the CIA and American democracy and liberalism has turned him into Psycho, not Bawa, the lion cub. Tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. I see what the author is doing. However, you don't really do nearly enough with Psycho to justify this fucking anime backstory bullshit. What the fuck is this? It was me, Psycho. It was me. I was in the tent. I was the Afghani. I murdered your family. No, Frank Kid, what are we doing? Do you think Mike... Okay, on a scale of 1 to Hero Sandwich... Do you think Mike would be eligible to get a hero sandwich? Like, probably, right? He's probably like a 9 or a 10. I know he's a CIA spook, but probably hero sandwich? Yeah, I would probably say so. Despite all of this, I think he's entitled to a hero sandwich. Boys, I can't even make that up. He's the one that put Psycho down this path. Oh my god. Oh my god. But it really made me think about Cowboy's girlfriend, Sarah, fucking her coworker, Steve, and this was one of the events that pushed Cowboy over the edge and made him accept Mike's offer. Now, boys, I'm just saying, we have a lot of coincidences in this book. Maybe, is it not possible that the CIA, through, like, tricknology and disguises and glowy shit, somehow made Mike look like a completely different person, this Steve, and he was the one fucking Cowboy's girlfriend?
It was me, Perry.
I'm just saying, and this puts Cowboy on his path to accept Mike's offer. Oh my God, it makes sense. Oh my God, it makes sense. So he feels some guilt about it, not too much. And then, okay, on 297, Mike is without a gun because he forgot it. He's relaxed on his ranch. He has a bunch of security, so he didn't bring it with him today. And on this day, "Hi, Mike," a voice said. It was a voice that had been long dead. "Cowboy?" Mike said, not believing the name even as it left his mouth. Couldn't make out a face, just a frame. Two more figures stepped up, flanking the man. He could see the silhouettes of rifles slung over shoulders. "We stop here, right here, in present time, in the future." Mike has guns pointed at him from Cowboy and presumably at least two of the other guys that managed to survive the drone strike. So this is 297. We are going to get back to this place in time at 336. 39 pages. 39 pages for us to get back to this time. We're at the end, and we are going on a 39-page unnecessary detour. This is a pretty fast 39 pages, but still, Jesus fucking Christ, what are you doing? What the actual fuck are you doing? And we are 1 month earlier. This is Cowboy's POV. This is him surviving in the water. So it just feels like we're doing this survival craft. Is some of it kind of interesting, like all the little tricks and tips that he's using to survive? Okay, sure, I guess. So the author leaves it up to your interpretation if he gets rescued by orcas or not, because he thinks maybe he dreamed it or he didn't dream it, but some orcas show up and they bring him to safety. Now, some of you may be thinking, White Pill, that's a hell of a coincidence for some orcas to show up and to save Cowboy. That's kind of too cute for me. That's not even Hollywood for me. It's too sentimental, and it doesn't quite feel right in a book that has Chinese prostitutes being killed on a fishing boat, and living a hellish existence. To that, I would say maybe these orcas aren't actual orcas. I'm throwing it out there. Mike, his job was to recruit Cowboy. That was an explicit order from the tall man. Now, what do we know about Mike? Okay, Mike, he left Cowboy there in the water. He took the boat. He got on the helicopter. That's what we see, right? But maybe this has all been done to make Cowboy into the leader that he needs to be, right? So I'm just throwing this out there. It's possible. It's definitely possible. 80% chance that this is true. But could Mike not have dressed up in an orca costume and carried Cowboy to safety to bring Cowboy to the next stage of his CIA spook journey?
It was me, Perry.
And now I have overplayed that bit, and we will not do it again. Anime backstory for Psycho. The Glowies murdered my family and turned me into Psycho. Oh my God, I can't believe it. Give me Fight Club. Bring me back to Fight Club and the nursery over this, please. Two characters that we never see in the same room together. We have Mike and we have Valentina. And whenever the guys sneak off to the village, Mike is always conveniently doing a debriefing. What do we mean by that? I mean, is it possible that I'll stop. No more. We've overplayed the bit. It's done. So the orcas managed to bring him to a beach, and he is now a new man. He's been renewed, and he craves justice. And then we have 12 hours earlier from that, where we are with the boys back at the base, and they realize that there's some bad shit going on. They know that Mike is CIA now. He's just kidnapped Cowboy. So they believe that a drone strike is coming. How are they going to fool a drone strike? Well, they need bodies, right? And they're going to use the bodies next to a fire to throw off the heat signature, and that's the plan for tricking the drones. So they make a phone call, like a public phone call, knowing that Chinese special forces would pick it up, and they're going to be scanning and looking for the guys that just took out the Sea Fortress base, right? So they make the phone call, they lure Chinese special forces to their location, they kill them, they leave 3 of them alive, and they chain them up and tie them up near a fire so that when the drone strike does go off, it kills the Chinese people, and Mike and the tall man think that they've taken out the guys. And I wrote, could we not just cut all of this and the boys just explained it to Cowboy in a paragraph or two, and we just move on? Is it kind of interesting from a logistical point of view? Yeah, I guess, but again, we already know what the ending is. We know that the guys survive. We know that Cowboy is there. We're confronting Mike in Mexico. I don't need all this information. It sucks. Cut it. It's not needed. It's too late in the book. We're at the end. We're past the climax, and you're just adding all this stuff and throwing it in the way. I don't care. I don't care about collecting rainwater and trying to get food, and let me get there. So, literally, chapter 27, Cowboy doing some Survivor Man bullshit and collecting rainwater and food and all that. He even runs into some Argentinian cowboy who feeds him for a night and then takes him into a town, right, the village that they've been going to. It's just, I really don't need this stuff, man. We were at the ending. Why is this here? Cowboy is captured by Valentina's jealous ex-boyfriend and their goons, but he is then rescued by the boys who burst in, and they now have captured Argentinian bandits. Again, there's no tension here. We know that Cowboy survives. We know that the boys make it with them. We know that they go to Mexico. So Cowboy being captured and tied up and there's no tension. There's zero tension. It shouldn't be here. There's no surprise, right? And they're using this guy to get new papers, fake IDs, passports, all this shit, and it's going to be a few weeks. Is any of this really needed? Them hanging out here and the process of getting new documents? Do we honestly need any of this shit? Could we not just, Mike is on his ranch and then Cowboy and the guys show up and they explain in a few paragraphs, how the hell did you get out of there? And boom, there we are. Instead, we're doing this. Then we are finally back at 336, 40 pages to get back here. 39 if we want to be autistic about it. They have a little ideological thing. Mike, who is super pro, Ares, the jungle, god of war, blah, blah. Cowboy says, the tribe beats the jungle. That's the whole story. Men burn out the jungle. We make farms. We take wives. We build cities. Men that are loyal only to each other. They turn the jungle into a city and the city into a state, and when the state gets too big, it turns everything back into a jungle, and then it all starts over again. So they've killed all the guards on the estate, which Mike was hoping could bail him out. They get Mike back into the ranch house. He says, I saw the airstrike. I saw it. Ask Nord. He pulled us out of that one. Those were Chinese special forces you saw, Nord said. We baited them in with the cell phone. You saw 3 bodies by a fire. That's all. Would this and maybe a bit more not have sufficed rather than doing the whole play-by-play how we lured these Chinese here and then killed them and going through all the details about it? Would this not have worked better? I think it would have. They get Mike to open up his vault. He has gold bars, just money, jewels, so much money that you could never spend. Well, you could spend it, but it's a lot of fucking money. Mike says that, hey, can we box? Give me a fair fighting chance. And Cowboy does not agree to that, but Cowboy instead offers to let them draw like it's high noon and to shoot each other that way. And Cowboy guns him down pretty easy. Then they say we should start a company. There's plenty of merc work around, and they might go with strategic solutions. They load up all the treasure, and they leave the hostages behind. So, one thing is, in that previous chapter with the tall man and Mike at the ranch, we established that each of the rooms in the ranch house have a panic button. I don't think we say that Mike pressed something as he moved into the room, but suffice to say, Mike probably definitely pressed the panic button for the nearest glowy team to come bail him out, which would have been way too far away to save him. Probably trying to play for time, and it didn't work out in his favor. So if we do a sequel, there's probably a glowy squad on their tail. So we take inspiration from the Wild Bunch, as the author says. It's a good movie. I do question if, like Thorne in that movie, who was with the Wild Bunch, and then he got captured, and then he's hunting the Wild Bunch down, will Hulk play a similar role as a Thorne, except now he's been turned Chinese? That would be a twist. Yeah, that'd be kind of a twist. Is that what we're doing, Frank Kid? Maybe. Who can say? And like the Wild Bunch, which has like very heavy, impactful action scenes, there's a shit ton of downtime in between the fighting scenes. And I don't really have an issue with any of the majority of the downtime. Feels good, especially between the guys. At the start, I think we're a bit inauthentic here and there with some of our what feels to be like right-wing checklist topics, and then at the end the pacing's a bit fucked for me for way too many pages. The whole thing with Psycho and Mike, that's just bad. I think that's just really terrible. I think Frank Kidd is a pretty good writer, though. The scenes that I did like, I think they're written very well. The military stuff, the action, that all feels great. Again, I am mixed on this. I would for sure read more by this guy, but there's certainly some weaknesses here as well. So that's why it's more of a mixed. I would probably lean more towards a recommendation, right, rather than a non-recommendation, but I would definitely read the next installment of this. So, boys, those are our 6 titles. We are now on to our outro.
You know who I am? I don't want to know who you are. I'm very scared.
So, where to begin with all of this? I guess the stuff that I have the most to talk about would be work. Or, well, alright. I think I'll do work first just to get out of the way. And then I'm gonna, do more media stuff. And then, okay. I'll go with that. Before we get into some of the bad and how that's resolved more or less at work, some of the good. Okay, so last time I mentioned that there was an issue with this guy, Caden, who he does the DMI stuff, which means he does dye tests on slabs, and he's supposed to give breaks to the craneman. Well, they had a slab that was pretty short. It was 175 long, and that is, like, very short. He is unable to pick that one up, two of them actually, and they both have to be sent out the door, and it's very unpleasant phone calls about it. Anyways, we had another situation where we had a 175 long slab, and our craneman, Jody, grabs this one in 2 grabs, and Jody, who was on break when Caden was unable to get it last time, chose to not go up in the crane and to bail him out, and to save everyone a big fucking headache because they were on break. Thank you very much, Jody. The job is basically the same. They are using both casters a little more now, so that's been okay. Definitely like more busy at work. There's a lot more going on. Whenever something does fuck up, like the crane, it's doubly bad, right? Because now both casters are running out the door, and that's a real shit show. We still have some downtime. We had a cap off a little while ago, which went on for 4 hours, basically, with nothing to do. I did finish Worst Boyfriend Ever, which, not pleasant. So I think next video will be those Crusader books. I have 3 books I've read on the First Crusade. One of them was the Alexiad by Anna Kamena, or Kamenos, whatever. She was a Byzantine princess during the time of the First Crusade, and she does have a very interesting account. They never refer to themselves as Byzantians. They always refer to themselves as Romans. The other Europeans, they always call them Greeks. They never refer to them as Romans, really. I have 3 accounts to get into. They all conflict each other to a large degree for some events, but certainly interesting. That'll be, I don't know, a few weeks maybe. Another day, it was like really early. My card kept getting rejected, and I thought, oh fuck, I have been fired, and they didn't say anything. I guess I did something wrong. That was not the case. My card was rejected because I had to go get my drug test at our little company health center, which I passed, by the way. That was fine. I still have a job, thankfully I decided not to hit my crack pipe just before heading into work that day, so, really dodged a bullet there. Yeah, 24-hour shutdown. We had another 24-hour shutdown. I think we should have one within like a week or 2, so I am actually really looking forward to that. Please God would be within a week or 2. But I was able to finish the Fulcher of Chartres book on the Crusades, and then we barely used the crane that day. 30 minutes tops. Of course, guess what? It lost power, and and because it's not docked, the electricians, they have to go up 3 fucking stories, and they have their harnesses on, and they have to walk on the beams to reach the crane. I don't really know if I want to be an electrician. They were up really fucking high. And I know you have a harness. I get it. You have a harness. But still, I don't want to do that shit. That was not easy to watch. There was some bullshit with some like safety stuff going on. So like, hey guys, make sure you're wearing all your safety gear. Apparently some people got fired it's still in like our department, but over in the 80-inch place where they process slabs. 2 guys got walked out by, the safety committee or whatever. Frankly, what White Pill Media suspects is the union and company work together during these initial 6 months of people's probation, and people that they mark as problems somehow, no matter what, they will get written up for something, and those people are walked out. That seems like that's how it goes, but White Pill Media did not get walked out. I still don't like. I like the older white woman I work with. The other two people are pretty not very good. There's like the trailer trash. Did I mention that she's a dyke? I found that out the other day. Or she's bisexual. I don't know. Like, people will just come up to me and tell me drama and shit going on with people, and I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want you to know my business. I don't want to know your fucking business. But she does not let me know that we have certain slabs for customers where they have an issue with the slabs bowing too much, and it's a serious problem, right? So what they do is they will get cold slabs, and after like a stack of 4, they will then put a cold slab on top of that to top it off and to prevent the stack from bowing. Bitch doesn't say word fucking one to me about this. So it's not my boss, but a boss who's still within the union and in my department calls and asks, oh, you have toppers for those, right? Because I know those are coming up. No, I didn't know that. So frantically have to call Cress. They're able to get some toppers and it's all fine, but god damn. And Caden, so for smaller slabs that are about like 50,000 pounds or less, you can grab 2 at a time, right? Caden, not very good at it, but he still attempts to grab 2 at a time. Grabbing 2 at a time, it's better for the cranemen. They're doing less work, right? They're just taking one off the rollers, setting it down, grabbing the second one off the rollers, putting that on top. They bring them both over to me. I tag them both. They set it down. Simpler for them, simpler for me, less work involved. You have to go back and forth one last time, right? So Caden attempts to grab 2 at a time. I shit you not. I walk out the door of my little trailer where I have my workstation, and I see that he has 2 slabs. One of them is dangling. He barely has like control of the bottom slab. He has it in the back half of his tongs, but in the front half it is freely dangling, and it's really fucking dangerous. White Pill Media, being the good union brother that I am, immediately spins around and goes back in my trailer, and I do not come out until Caden has come to the table with 1 slab, and then he goes back and gets the other slab for me to tag. I didn't see shit. I don't know shit. I'm not involved. I've never seen this guy before. Do not fucking get me involved with this shit. Please, God, Caden, don't do it. Whenever the caster slows down a bit, they will, like the run-out team, they will put in a code on the screen for you, and then you have to go inspect the slab and check out the code. S, it means slow down, and it's almost always there. I've never really seen it not be there. So you go, you see, and it's like, okay, yeah, I see the slowdown on the slab, which is like a crack, right? And then you mark it in the inspection code so that they know that, work needs to be done on it. Someone needs to take a further inspection. So I'm relieving trailer trash, and I see that she had a slowdown because, I'm logging in, right? And we both use the same screens to see all the slabs in the itinerary. And it says S for slow down for this 1 slab. And this is a few slabs ago. She did not put like slow down like H heavy, meaning that you went out, you checked the slab, and you saw that there's a slowdown, and now you're putting the code in. Because if you don't do that, no one's going to know that it's a slowdown slab, right? So I go out and I check because the slab's still in the yard. Big fucking slowdown. You cannot miss it. You cannot fucking miss that there's a slowdown on this slab. And she just didn't fucking put it in. So maybe I shouldn't have done it, but I go in and I put the code in to make everything check out because I don't want to fucking, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I should have left her out to dry, but at the same time, it's just more eyes from the bosses on us for this shit, Okay, so a few other smaller things. I had a guy, Phil, who called me on a Sunday shift, and he said, hey, we have 2 slabs with the exact same tag. What's going on? So I figured it out. It was a few days ago where we have some slabs, they are water cools, so they go into this tank of water, right? Now, because the slabs are glowing red hot, coming right off the rollers, and then you tag them and then they go straight into the tank, there's a lot of steam, there's a lot of friction, and even if you double nail the metal plate onto the slab, that plate will get ripped off while it's in the water cool. And there's another issue because the run out went down for a little while, so then the system wasn't updating, and then when they brought the system back, it mixed up some of the code. So there's one slab, for example, like 12888 was supposed to be water cool. Well, after they, redid the system, they're now saying 12889 is supposed to be water cool, not the 88. So I call one of the bosses about it, and they say, it's still like blah, blah, blah. We're catching up on our end, so I'll call back in about 40 minutes and let you know which of these 2 needs to be in the water. It needs to go into the tank. But by the time they call back, me and this other guy, I'm being replaced, right? So he's taking over for me, so I let him know about it, and then he goes, okay. The next day, I think it is the very next day, Caden, good boy Caden, we don't always hate Caden, he comes over to me and he says, hey, I have the slab on the DMI skids, and it doesn't have a tag on it. And it's a water cool, and you can tell which slabs have gone in the tank or not. It's very obvious how they look. They're just a lot duller, right, in color. They're kind of a brown, like a very dark kind of, not turquoise, but it's obvious. So this one has been in the water. As far as I know, because we did the shift change, it's 12888, because no one has said anything. Now keep in mind that for a full 24 hours, basically, we have had a slab over there because it goes in the tank for an hour and then it gets pulled out. So for nearly 24 hours, or 16 hours about, they have had a slab in the yard without a tag, and no one has done fuck all about it. None of the DMI guys, none of the coordinators. Now, to be fair to the coordinators, that's my job. We don't really go over to the DMI area unless we have to talk with the DMI guy about something. That's kind of their domain. But the 2 DMI guys, whose job it is to do tests on slabs that are in the DMI section, 100,000% would have seen that slab, and they didn't say or do fuck all about it. So I go, well, this is the only water cool that I know of. So I checked previous group sheets, and this is the only one that says it's a water cool. So I go, okay, I guess it has to be 12888. And they pulled it out after we left, and it was missing its tag, and no one bothered. So I print out a new tag for it. We tag it. Get the call from the boss about 2 days later. Hey, we got 2 slabs here, same tag. What's going on? Say, okay, I know exactly what happened. It must be 12889, and because there was already a 12888, right? So it has to be 12889, and no one fucking mentioned it, and no one did anything about it. They pulled a water cool out, it was missing a tag, and no one did anything about it. Because they also said, and then they're looking up the position of where 12189 is supposed to be, and it says it's in our yard, and it never left, meaning Crest never got it, because Crest keeps a catalog of everything they pick up and when they drop it off and all that shit. So, okay, if they're saying 12189 is in our yard, then it's in our fucking yard. That has to be it. Crisis averted. Retarded that no one else took care of this problem before it came all the way back to us, right? Because it didn't happen on our goddamn shift. But whatever. Jody is my craneman, and it was going good at the start. I thought they were pretty decent. They're older. They're an older woman. Some people kind of warned me about her in the weeks coming up to when I started working with Jody. I didn't know what to think, right? But for the first few weeks of working with them, everything was fine. Didn't really have an issue with them at all. And Jody has started training a new guy, so they're being broken in on the crane. So while they're breaking someone in on the crane, meaning that, you have someone up in the crane with you, there's more noise, there's talking, whatever. Sometimes we get transition slabs. This means that they're going from one grade of steel to another grade of steel. And since it's a continuous cast, these are kind of in between slabs that maybe they can sell them, maybe they can't, maybe they're going to get melted down again. Who knows? But they're transition slabs and they have to go in a special pile just for transition slabs. And this is literally all that happened. I noticed that after I marked this slab as a transition, and I had called Jody when they were picking it up off the rollers that, hey, this is a transition, because that's what you do. I see that Jody is putting this transition on top of a regular slab that's just good to ship out. And I just pick up the radio and I think, oh, they're probably a bit distracted because they have this break-in with them. And I just go, oh, hey, Jody, that's a transition. They fucking lose it. They really fucking lose it. What I think they were probably doing was they were explaining to the new guy, Seth, how they would like shorter slabs stacked on top of longer slabs. And I think that's what was going on. Jody does not explain that to me. She doesn't go, oh, White Pill, I was just showing Seth how I want these stacked. I know it's a transition. To go, oh, hey, Jody, sorry. And that could have been the end of it. And she goes, I know what I'm doing. I know how to do my job. I know how to do my job. And then she goes, maybe you want to watch me and make sure that I'm doing it right, because the next slab is also a special code slab. And she's just extremely passive-aggressive for the rest of the night. I go to tag one slab that she set down for me, and I'm unable to tag it because my nail gun ran out of nails. She knows that I didn't tag it, and she takes the slab up immediately, and she brings it over to a spot in the yard, and she sets it down, and I'm not allowed to walk under a crane, right, with the hap install. You're not allowed to do that. So in the weeks that I've worked with Jody, never once has this occurred where they are hovering with the hap install over the slab that they have just set down, and they're not moving. There is no reason for them to do what they're doing. They have never displayed this behavior before, but I think just because Jody felt a little insecure, like I was questioning their business as a craneman, and I oh, you know better, even though you're just a fucking tagger. That's not what I was saying. I thought maybe, a little distracted, and I thought I was just helping out. Because I didn't say it in like a shitty or a mean or a passive-aggressive way. I just said, oh, hey, that's a transition. So it's a bit of a stare down between me and Jody. Not that I'm trying to like escalate this passive aggressiveness with more passive aggressiveness, but they are not moving. So I go back into my area, and it's a few minutes later when they finally move off, meaning I am now able to go over and to tag the slab. Now, also, so I have my nail gun. I walk over there with the tag, and boys, we tell stories on this channel. We like to have fun, and but there's no exaggeration here. So the slabs, as I said, they're glowing red hot coming off the rollers. It's extreme heat, and it can be a bit dangerous if you're walking in between. Like, let's say you have a pile of 6 slabs and another pile of 6 slabs, and you're walking in between them. That can be, it's painful, right? And it can be kind of dangerous if you stand there for too long. It can legitimately, like, you don't want to do that. Now, there's a pile of like 5 or 6 slabs, and the one that I need to tag that Jody just set down is behind this one. Jody has been doing this job for a while, like over a decade. They're good at their job. They know what they're doing. They don't really make mistakes, which is probably why she got so insulted, thinking that I thought I knew better than her, I suppose. And the slab I need to tag is set much closer to this pile than slabs are typically done. Jody has never put a slab this close to another pile like this in the weeks that I've been working with her. And I shouldn't have done it, but I thought that I'm just like really fucking weirded out that someone has exploded over like seemingly nothing, like something where I meant no offense whatsoever, and this person has just lost it. And honestly, what the fuck is Seth's POV up in the crane? Like, just, he's sitting there, Jody's going like kind of passive-aggressive ape shit over the radio, and Seth just has to sit there because he's a trainee. But I should not have tagged the slab. And I should have worn a heat visor, but I felt that this is a bit of a stare down between me and Jody, and it would be bad if I called her and I asked her to bring it back to the table for me to tag. I felt that that was not an option. I should have worn a heat visor. So it's close. It's like very narrow in between the stack of slabs and the one that I need. And I'm not there for very long, maybe a minute or so. But it's about like 10 minutes or so after I get back to my workstation, and like 10 minutes after I tag the slab where it physically hurts to touch my face. Like in my hands, it's painful. It's so hot that it does like literally hurt to touch my face. It's that hot. And Jody knows what she's doing. Jody didn't make a mistake. This was, I don't know, right? I don't know. And I'm really freaking out because I thought, holy shit, I have never interacted with someone who would just lose it over this, who would kind of put someone in harm's way or in a more unsafe situation because they got somewhat upset, you know? It's fucking crazy to me, all right? I'm sorry if this is me being a little pussy, but I've never really interacted with someone who did that, right? I've never interacted with someone who would behave like that. And the issue is, if I were to say something about this incident, then it's, oh, well, why didn't you ask Jody to bring the slab back to the table if you felt that it was too close to safely tag? Fair point, right? Because it's my fault if I engaged in an unsafe action at work. I'm the one who did it, not Jody. And Jody can claim that, oh, I didn't know that it was too close. I'm sorry about that, white pill. She fucking knew. She fucking knew, man. Just, I cannot believe this. You know, I'm just like, I'm at a loss here. I'm really at a loss. But they've been here for years. They are in the union. They would be represented by the union if there was conflict between us. I would not be. I'm in probation. And I'm just kind of scared, right? I'm just kind of really freaked the fuck out here. There's another like smaller thing. So when Cress enters the building, no one can be outside in the yard and you just have to wait for them to leave, right? And then we have these remotes where so we also have a little gate, right? And there's like traffic that comes through the building, and the craneman has a remote to let people in. And then I also have a remote if someone's not up in the crane, and I can just press the button and let people in through the little gate. Now, we have like 2 remotes out of like 5 that work, right? I have one, the craneman has the other. The Cress, they have that alarm that goes off, right? And sometimes they forget to shut the alarm off. Now, what you're supposed to be able to do is use the remote and shut off the Cress alarm. I would press the button, right? Because to activate the gate, which is the main function of the remote that I use on a daily basis, it's you press this one button and then you press this other button, and it opens the gate. That's it. So for the crest alarm, I would attempt to shut it off by pressing just the button for the crest alarm. Nothing would happen. The crest alarm would still go on. And then I would also try to press the one kind of like primer button, which we use with the other button for the gate. And I would use that one with the crest alarm. That also wouldn't work. So I thought, well, I mean, we have 3 remotes that are broken. Maybe this remote can only open the gate and it can't shut off the crest alarm. And Jody is not happy, and she explains in a not very kind way that you have to press and hold the crest alarm button. And no one has ever said that to me. It's not written down anywhere. We have some like pages, like sheets of paper on the wall with like important information, right, that you can glance at if you need it. And it says, press this button for the crest alarm. It does not say press and hold. For the gate to open that, you just press it. There's no pressing and holding. So I didn't know that. And Jody doesn't take it great that I didn't know that because no one fucking explained it to me. And we don't really have to turn off the crest alarm very much, so it hasn't really come up that often. Now that I know how to do it, it's simple, but for that day and the next few days, and Jody hasn't really done it. Well, actually, the day before the day I'm recording this, she's done it, where I guess she gets annoyed at me over something, but she won't state what I did to piss her off, but she is going to be passive-aggressive about it, where she will turn on the crest alarm from the crane and then pretend that she didn't do it, and then it will be up to me to go out in the yard and make sure no crest haulers are trying to enter the building, and then I get to shut the alarm off. And she's done this multiple times, and just other little... It's just there's this passive aggressive tension. It was really fucking bad for a few days, but I don't know. I thought I don't know what to do exactly. I don't know who I can go to. I just don't know because I can't go to the union because they'll side with Jody because she's in the union. If I go to a boss, none of the people I work with will ever let me forget that I went to a boss. This was from years ago where I was a loader, right? And I had another guy that I loaded with, and I really didn't like this guy. He was white trash. I never said word one against him until one day. Just load trucks together. He would show up late. He was slow. He was kind of stupid. He was kind of fucking lazy. Really didn't like the guy. Never said anything directly against him. And then one day when we're loading up and he is in another like pod area where they have a bunch of trucks, and he went over there to go help some people, and I'm over in my area loading trucks, and there's some other guys here because we got help like very rarely, but this is one of the days we had help. And they go, okay, so some people stay here to finish up, and then other guys need to go over to so-and-so and help him out. And I said, and they go, oh, White Pill, what do you want to do? And I go, yeah, I don't want to help so-and-so, so I'll stay here. It was a stupid thing to say. It was a really dumb thing to say that I didn't want to help so-and-so, so I'll just stay here. I should have just said, I think I'll just finish up here. That would have been the right, neutral thing to say. But my retarded ass said, I don't want to help so-and-so. And I didn't want to help so-and-so because either he was really shitty at the job or he was just exceptionally, he was shitty at the job on purpose, or he was just very bad at it. So he always got bailed out, and that never really was extended to me. They never let me forget it. Suddenly, I have like 5-6 people that are extremely passive-aggressive with me at work. And thankfully, I moved on to being a driver, a few weeks after that incident. But just every day was shitty from then on because just dealing with these fucking people. And it is like just kind of this horrible situation to go into work and there's a person there that is going to be passive aggressive with you and is just trying to like fuck with your day, right? Just objectively, they're just here to fuck with you, and I just can't stand it. And I don't want to lose this job. I'm about halfway through probation. I'm a little over halfway now, but if I start shit with Jody, not that I'm trying to end shit with Jody. But I was thinking, like, if I go to a boss and I say I have a problem with Jody, maybe they decide that I'm the problem because Jody's been here for a while. I haven't. And they decide, well, time to get rid of a problem. And that problem is me. It could be that too. And then, seemingly the next day, I think Jody maybe felt a little guilty about what happened because there were a lot of please and thank yous for White Pill. Look, I don't think I'm being over dramatic when I'd say I would have been fine with just, hey, White Pill, I blew up at you yesterday. I overreacted. I'm sorry about that. I won't do this again. Hopefully we can just move on and work together. And I went, okay, Jody, apology accepted. Let's just move on. And I would apologize for seemingly saying that she was a bad craneman and insulting her in some way. But why is it so maybe I apologize too much, but on the other hand, you have the worst people in the fucking world and no, I could never apologize. Just say, oh, sorry about that. How goddamn difficult is that? And Jody, nice the next day, not so nice in the days after. It has never, ever gotten to what it was that day with the slab and the crane and getting that fucking hot. But I think it's mostly resolved. It seems better now, but it's still not great. And it was honestly tearing me up so bad that I went to my parents about it. And my parents didn't even know I was working at the steel mill because I didn't want to say anything until I made it through probation because there's the chance that I don't make it, right? So I went to my parents, so I guess I was upset because I didn't know what to do. And I went for some advice. My mom put me in contact with a millwright that's there because she knows this guy's mom. And that guy was going to get the lay of the land for me because he knows a millwright in the slab yard. I don't think anything came of that. I'll touch on that in a second. But I decided I shouldn't go to a boss over this. If it got to the point where it's really horrible and I'm going to quit, then yeah, I should go to a boss because otherwise I'm out of there anyways. So instead I went to Deanna, the older woman who does my position, and it was hard. It was really, I don't do well, I guess, with asking for help. And she was nice about it. She was very, very kind. She did speak to Jody, which I didn't want, but Jody was nicer for the next few days, and it's better. It's definitely better between us. But she said that she would go to Phil, who is the highest ranking union member in our department. And he's not a boss, but he's a boss. Phil said he can do fuck all for me unless one of the other coordinators would agree to switch schedules. So that ain't happening. Then Deanna said she could go to, our big boss in the department. He could switch my schedule, I guess, if I needed it. Things are there's one craneman that I absolutely would not want because Kendrick is a retard and I don't want Kendrick. So I would rather have Jody and the chance that Jody just fucking loses it again one day over Kendrick being a dumb fuck every day. I don't know. It was just kind of the situation where it's if I do nothing, then maybe they just keep going at me. And if I say something, maybe I make it worse and they never let me forget it. And I didn't know what to do. It was, Jesus fuck, I didn't know what to do. Bad day with Runout where there's a bad, so we do groups, right? And it's it depends on how wide the slabs are and how long, but it'll be between 6 slabs all the way up to like 13, 14 slabs. And that's a group. Anyway, run out fucks up pretty bad. And there's a group of slabs that are supposed to be tagged one way and not the way that they have in their computer system. So I am on the phone with Runout for hours. Cress is not allowed to come into the yard to pick up slabs because this is not resolved. It gets so fucking bad that the caster foreman has to come down. And I'm in the right. I was doing it correctly. The caster foreman agreed with me, and it was all good on my end. But they were able to finally resolve it. And yeah, because it's like, oh, well, in the system, it's saying that it should be tagged this way. It's like, well, no, going off the group sheets, which we were doing because the system wasn't up, this is what they should be tagged as. This is how I've tagged them. If you need me to change that, all the slabs are here. I can knock off all of the tags, and I can tag it however the hell you want it. But this is what I have because they, like, said that one of these groups had like 2 extra slabs in it. It didn't. And then this other group was short a slab when it was supposed to be like 8 slabs, not 7. It's like, holy shit, this is so fucked up. My job is super chill. Like 70% of the time. The 30% of the time when it's not chill, it sucks. It really fucking sucks. But when it's good, man. And I just thought, like, I don't know if Jody's going to escalate this and she's going to try to get me fired, you know? And for all I know, maybe she has spoken to a boss and she has spoken to the head of the department and she said, White Pill's a problem, he's got to go. And they might use me for the next few months. And then when I'm getting close to passing probation, they might just give me my walking papers. I tend to be anxious. I tend to panic, right? That's kind of what White Pill does. But I just think the only thing I can do is show up to work on time, do the best job I possibly can, don't start shit with anybody, and if they let me go, they let me go. That would be devastating, that would really hurt, but that's all I can really do. So stop freaking out about it so much, you know? And if they do fire me, I am going to Ireland for like 3 fucking weeks. I don't give a shit. I've saved up a good amount of money from working at this place, and I'm going to fucking Ireland. Because if I ran out and I got a new job instantly, how long is it before you can take vacation typically? It's like a full year, right? It's a full year before you can use any of your vacation time. So I'm just not willing to do that. I don't know. I guess I would feel, and, you know, I don't know, maybe that's really selfish or, you know, that's not very responsible, that's not adult, but I also want to be happy, right? I don't want another year of, like, drudgery with no happiness. I want to go fucking Ireland again. And if I am not fired and make it into the union, then I should be able to use my vacation time in like August, September, and I am going back to Ireland. So either way, we're going to Ireland. So there'll be another travel log. But, you know, this one hopefully will be less explosive than the last one. Hopefully still interesting, but yeah, not quite as dramatic as the last one. White Pill would be going solo, which I think that would just be a much smoother experience. Oh, and apparently I'm in better standing than the trailer trash lesbian and the black guy. What is Logan? That's his name. Because while I was on my weekend, those two, because it started on her shift and then into Logan's shift, where they really fucked up the tagging and they mistagged 40 fucking slabs. So what they have to do is you have to shut everything down in the yard so Crest can't get anything, and then you literally go out in the yard with a shovel and you're, you know, banging off and you're scraping off metal plates from slabs and you're figuring out where the fuck did it go wrong. So they fucked up big time, and White Pill did not fuck up big time. So that's good for White Pill Media. Not a retard. I'm above black guy and trailer trash lesbian. White Pill Media above them, you know, so it's okay. All right, I'll take that. However, they still both outrank me in terms of seniority. And there's a old guy, Leo, who does the DMI stuff, and I was told that he's gonna, look into moving into the tagging position, which means I would be forced out because I'm the youngest guy on the totem pole. Which, if it happens, it happens. I don't think they would just get rid of me. I think I would maybe go to another department, which would be okay. I think maybe the hot strip or the 80-inch. I don't really want to go to the blooming mill. I don't want to go to the fucking blooming mill. That would be unfortunate. I would definitely take those over the blooming mill. I don't know. Like, I don't have a say in it if it does happen. But if it does happen, I like my position, but also, yeah, I could see some change because it kind of sucks just being in the middle of everything. When shit goes bad, it's deeply unpleasant, right? And I don't know, just getting chewed out by various departments for shit outside your control, and just, it's not my fault. I'm just the guy. I'm the guy in the trailer. I read books, I'm reading, I'm just hanging out. I'm relaxing, right? Don't bring the shit on me, please, okay? And yeah, the whole Jody thing, I just kept thinking, like, I don't know. Like, I was planning on handing my dad, like, a really big check this year for student loan payments, just, 'cause I have money, right? I could pay off my student loans in, like, 2 years. And not even, like, hurting me working at this job, just, hey, Dad, big check. That's what I wanted to do. I wanted it to be a surprise. And just moving into a better, more secluded, quiet house in like 2 years, right? Have a good down payment for that. If I don't have this job, then no, that's not reality. Eventually start funding my own creative projects. I don't know, if I lose the job, that's not really going to happen. And it's just like, fuck me, right? Just imagining all these little daydreams, and it's all going up in smoke. But things are better now. I'm feeling a lot better. I'm really thankful to Deanna, right? She's really solid. My parents too. I don't know, there's just not much that they could do. I mean, they gave me advice, and that nudged me towards, speaking to Deanna, which was the right call because she was the one with the most seniority that I knew of personally. So yeah, that helped. And I don't know. So what is today? It is actually Thursday morning because I am on afternoons right now, which means from 1 to 10 p.m. Yeah, I am. It's 2:20 in the morning right now. This video, I'm hoping, will be out Monday. That's kind of the hope. So there might be more work stories in between then and now. I doubt it, but if there are, I'll just include it. I guess I'll throw them in. But today, Wednesday afternoon, it was a shit show when I showed up. I mean, there's Herb, our big boss. There's Phil, our underboss. There's a bunch of electricians, and everything's gone to hell. The crane got stuck with the slab in the air in a very bad position, so they cannot work on it, and they have to shut down power to the slab yard, which is going to be down for an hour, and both casters are running. Fucking nightmare. And Herb coming down for this is like a really big deal. And I don't know. Everything went right on my end. I kept track of everything. Everything was good. So I think I did right by him. I didn't give him like a reason to draw his ire against me. But he said, yeah, whenever they get power back up, should be an hour. Have Jody in the one crane, and then have Caden, who is can do the crane stuff, in the other crane, because we have 2 cranes, just to get caught up. Now, when we have power restored, Jody is going up like pretty quick as when we get power restored. And I asked Caden if he can hop up in the second crane and to get slabs off caster 1 so Jody can just focus on caster 2 and get caught up in that way. There are no slabs for Caden to do his DMI tests on. There is quite literally Nothing for Caden to do right now. And Caster 1 decided to shut down because we were having all these issues. So there are 4 slabs that need to be picked up on Caster 1. Now, the rollers can hold 3 slabs. Whenever there's a 4th slab, it will push it out. It will push that first one out of the building. And I say, yeah, Caden, can you just go up there? There's only like 4 slabs, and then, you'd be able to come right down again. I could just use a little help on Caster 1, make it a little easier on Jody. Caden says, well, Jody's going up like right now, so it should be good. And cannot get Caden to go up in the crane despite him having nothing to do. And it would just be helping someone else out in a crisis situation, and it wouldn't take 30 minutes. And Caden is unwilling to do it, and I want to fucking scream. I wish I was like a boss, and not that I want to like cuss Caden out, but in this situation, a little bit. What is wrong with you? You don't have any work right now, okay? Just help out for 30 fucking minutes. It's not even that much. You're just grabbing 4 slabs. That's literally all I need you to do. So he refuses to do it. And Jody is trying to catch up on Caster 2, and a slab gets pushed out of Caster 1. Now, White Bill, is that really a big deal? It's more because Cress has to grab the slabs as they're pushed out of the building and then bring them back into us. It's just worse. It is more shit on Cress because Cress gets annoyed if they have to stay out here for so long because they have a lot of other stuff to do. And it's just like I'm more annoyed with Caden and just not helping. And it's just, he can't be bothered. He can't be bothered. I wish Caden was like my property and I could have just commanded him to convey my will.
James, your name is Toby. I want to hear you say it. Your name is Toby. You're going to learn to say your name. Let me hear you say it. What's your name?
And then everything was going fine after that, right? It was an extremely rough beginning. And then guess what? Caster 2? Slab broke out of the mold. So they have the molds or whatever, and then I guess it can happen. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but the last slab that they got off Caster 2 before they like shut it down really fast, it really fucked up at the end, but it had a breakout, whatever that means. I think it means that if they were going to keep casting, that it wouldn't have stayed in a slab, right, shape. It would have just like kind of went everywhere. So that's why they did the really quick shutdown. No one calls me or says anything to me about it, and then we go down for a few hours, so I have time to catch up on all of my like busy work, so that's nice at least. But no one calls me or says anything to me about holding that slab. That was the last one to come out. And then I have a casting foreman come by, and he is very angry, and he wants to know, where is that slab? And I say, it got shipped out. Cress picked it up. And he said, call Cress and have him bring it back. So, okay. How hard would it have been to call me? I have a phone right here and say, hey, Tagger, do not let that slab leave the yard. It has to stay in the yard. And I could have handled that. No problem. No problem. But Crest takes a while, but they do bring the slab back. I try calling the foreman twice. They don't pick up. They still got that slab there waiting, but it's just, I don't know. Like it. I guess I never really tried to start an interaction with someone by just being like a dick, right? Just being like a real faggot about it, where it's just, is there any reason to just like start with anger, right? You might get angry, right? I mean, just maybe if I did something really retarded, or if you said specifically, don't let this slab leave, and I let it leave, that's on me. Okay, fair. But you didn't say that. So, sorry about all that, work stuff. I know that's probably not the most interesting stuff, but I think everything's resolved now. I hope it is, at least. I don't know. I just have a bit of a more positive outlook where it's just, I don't want to put up with a coworker who's that passive aggressive and can just fly off the handle for nothing, right? I don't want to put up with that. I don't think anyone would. So if they could switch me, I would 100% take it. If they move me because I get bumped, I would kind of welcome that unless I end up in a worse situation. We have locker rooms, right? And this locker next to me, it is always sticking out, and it always pisses me off because there's not a lot of space between the bench that's down the middle and the lockers. I always kind of just like shove it in a little bit as I walk past so I can access my locker. And it's just, it's annoying. It's every goddamn time I'm in the locker room. I don't know why the guy that uses this locker does this. I don't know why he's like this. Just how inconsiderate can you possibly be? Well, one morning when I see that he has left his locker open again or partially open, I decide I'm just going to shut the thing. I'm just going to slam it closed. So I slam it in. Well, me not understanding why the owner was such a dick and never fully closed his locker, I see why he never fully closed his locker now. And what happens is the locker is jammed now because the top part that I guess like catches it or whatever, the top half of the locker is broken and the bottom half is free, but now the top half is wedged inside the locker, and it is to some, it might be comedic, but for me, it was a horrifying 15, nay, 20 minutes of my life, where thankfully no one else was around. So I don't have any tools or anything, and White Pill Media is freaking out a little bit because the locker is definitely severely fucked up now, and I don't know what to do. So if I had tools, maybe I could have solved the situation somewhat elegantly. White Pill Media did not have any tools, but I did have, my own strength. I tried to push the bottom half in just to fully close the locker. So that's not happening at all. And then I think, okay, I'm going to have to free that top half of the locker. So I'm going to have to pull it out because I don't have any tools and this is all I can do. Because as it is right now is pretty fucked up. And I'm pulling, and boys, what do I manage to do? I managed to severely bend the bottom without freeing the top. Now, I will post these images on X, and I am not able to pull the locker free, but it is severely warped now. It is so fucking bad. It's not funny. It's not funny how terrible it was. But I ended up having to give up because I needed to get to, my workstation by my start time. And you know what? The irony is the bowed out door now takes up more space than when the owner would leave it partially open because he couldn't fully close his locker. I have less space than I did before now, and that's terrible. I suppose there's some poetry in that. And I keep waiting for security or the guy who owns the locker to confront me about it, but no one has said anything. It's been 2 weeks, 3 weeks now. The locker is not fixed, and it had clothes in it for like a week plus after the locker incident, as we have coined it. Since then, the clothes have been taken out of the locker and the locker has been abandoned. So now there's this horribly warped locker that is taking up more space than it did before. And no one knows it was me, though, except you guys. You guys now also know. Don't tell anyone. Never again. Never again. This was like 9/11, except this really did happen. There was a locker incident. People were hurt. So with Caden not jumping in to help out in a crisis situation, this was like 2 weeks ago where my shift had ended. I had been replaced by Deanna. We were doing like the changing of the shift when we had the crane go down, completely lose power. It's stuck on a hot pile. It is in such a position that we cannot have the other crane access the caster and get slabs for it, right? Bunch of electricians are running around. Cress is here, the foreman. No one's happy. There's so many people. The electrician's bringing in a cherry picker, and they have to go up in the cherry picker to get into the cab and figure out what the fuck's going on. And even though my shift is ended and Deanna has replaced me, and she keeps saying, you can go on your break, White Pill, you can do your break, I stick around for another hour. I mean, I'm still on the clock, right? It didn't go past when I'm supposed to clock out, but technically, since I've been replaced, but I can't clock out, you go take break. But it's like, no, Deanna, this is a crisis moment. I'm gonna stay here, and I'm gonna we'll get through this. And then it did get resolved by the time it was time for me to leave. But it's just, you help out, right? If you see things are pretty shitty, you just go, hi, how can I help? It's not that fucking hard. I don't hate Caden, I guess, but really just kind of let me down there, right? I don't know. Just, it shouldn't be, oh, geez, I don't know. I guess they'll probably figure it out. It should be, yeah, I can help. That should be just the immediate response, especially when you have nothing going on. But today, things were going pretty smooth, but then there was an issue. So we have group sheets, and this lists out the number of slabs that are going to be in a group, right? And sometimes they miscalculate, and there's more metal than they planned on, so they are casting extra slabs within the same group instead of just moving on to the next group. Now, the tags are already assigned on these group sheets, so what do? They have what they call extra slab sequence numbers, which means just it's a really high up number, right? Which isn't any. Let's say we're in the 16,000s. This would be in the 60,000s, right? And these are just extra slab numbers that can be assigned when needed. Okay. Now, we had a number come up that there was going to be an extra slab, and they were saying to use this tag, and the tag was 69930. And we have the extra slab sequence number tags in, so we have a desk on one side of the room, and this is for caster 2, and then on the other side of the room it's for caster 1, and we have the stacks for caster 2 on that side and caster 1 on that side. So the stack for caster 2, it's calling for 69930, and that tag is not here. Instead, the next tag available that's in this pile is 69931. I'm freaking the fuck out. The craneman is grabbing the slab. What's going on? I don't have the tag. What in good God fuck is going on? So I get a blank tag, and I just draw on with the metal Sharpie that the proper number 69930. It gets tagged, and then I am frantically searching through all of our group sheets because we mark on them, we take notes, check them off, put down this was a special cooling type, measurements, whatever. And I find the problem. So, yesterday, midnight, on caster 1, they were calling for an extra slab sequence number 68862. That's what's in the cut screen that I'm looking on right now, and they're only running caster 2 tonight, but that's the number that they're asking for. And guess what? In the caster 1 extra slab sequence number pile, 68862 is literally right there on top. So, the black guy, retard that he is, the computer is literally telling you what number to grab. He grabs from the wrong fucking pile. You literally would have to look The computer is saying what number it is right there. The tags that you need are literally right in fucking front of you. And at no point does he go, oh, geez, I guess I fucked up. Nothing. It doesn't happen. There's just, oh my God. Because he even wrote on the group sheet, extra slab needed 69930, and he writes down the length of it, and he writes down that it's also a transition slab. And in the computer, the length is correct. It's what he wrote down. It's a transition like he wrote down. It's the wrong number. How do you fuck up that bad? Oh, and it's not like a super difficult job, but it's just pay attention. Don't fuck up the count. Just pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. So I tried calling the highest ranking union guy. He's not available. I can't get through to him. I call the boss above him. Can't get through. The boss above him. Cannot get through. I end up calling the blooming mill and not sobbing or begging or crying for help, but I explain the situation. They say, okay, it doesn't sound that bad. It just seems that, we have to find the bad 69930 and put the good tag, the 68862 on it, and we should be good. But we're trying to track down where the slabs went exactly because it's not showing up. The bad one, the bad first one, isn't showing up. They do eventually find it hours later. And by the time I get replaced by Deanna, they have both slabs now, and they're in the blooming mill, so everything's sorted, but just big fucking headache. I'm glad I caught it. I think this probably gives me, good boy points. That's the hope. And it's just, I don't know. I'm not trying to fuck anyone over. I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, right? But at the same time, don't make a goddamn mess and then have everyone else clean it up, right? Just shit, fuck, Christ. Just God bless, man, just pay attention. Just pay attention and save everyone a whole hell of a lot of heartache, please. Thank you. Oh yes, we now have the family section, which I'm sure everyone was really looking forward to. I would say that I had we did have Father's Day, so happy Father's Day, everyone. I would say I had a fairly normal childhood. Mom, dad, they loved me, they loved each other. It was rather typical.
That's it. Break it all, you spoiled guinea brat. Break it all.
Why don't you beat your heart up and
So, yeah, I had to tell my parents about the steel mill, which I did not want to do, but now that's done. My brother came into town, the one I don't like, and I saw him, and, just fine. I don't know. I don't like that I keep going, back and forth on the parents thing, but I don't know. Maybe that's more realistic, because it wasn't always, yeah, it definitely wasn't always bad. I think I'm a bit like my mother, and I don't like to admit that. But just kind of, I don't know, more adventurous. I know that doesn't seem to quite track with me being more of a shut-in that works at a steel mill and, reads right-wing books. Kind of travel. We used to travel a lot when I was younger. TWA. That was an airline. It no longer is. But my mom worked for TWA, and you and your family got to fly for free. So we did a lot of traveling when I was little. Unfortunately, I was pretty young for the majority of it, so I don't have a ton of memories. I do remember some stuff, but for a lot of the travel memories, I was just too young for it. But we did a lot of that. I think I take, more chances, I think, than my dad probably does, and I think I get that from my mom. I don't think my situation's quite like her, but her parents were always like in our lives, but I don't think it was a great situation, or I don't think my mom's parents were great people. I mean, I don't know. I only knew them for a bit, and definitely not as well as some people. I don't think I like hate them, but just some of the stories growing up, where my grandparents would offer their son, my uncle, free babysitting for my uncle's children. But like at first, for my mom, who's older than my uncle, my mom had to pay for our grandparents to babysit. And little like just shit like that where it's okay, I think if I don't know, I'm not a feminist, right? I'm definitely not a feminist, but I think I would just be a lot more even-handed with all of my children, like my sons and my daughters. Now, I would have different expectations and wants for my daughters than my sons, but I wouldn't treat my daughters the same way that my grandparents treated theirs. Because it seems like definitely got the wrong end of the stick on that one. And my uncle is kind of, I don't really like him. I never really have. But whatever, successful guy, but don't really like him. Little shit like that. And then for my parents' wedding, they either paid very little, right, for my parents' wedding, or they paid none at all. And it's not as though like it was a bad match or something. My parents came from like similar economic backgrounds, not rich, not poor, but it wasn't like that. They were just kind of like cheap and just not very great people. And I don't know if I don't think I'm like cheap. I think I spend money when I feel it's right, and I'm not. Yeah, but I won't like skim. If it's like a big event, if it's something important, I'm not skimming on it. But for them, they paid almost nothing or literally nothing for my parents' wedding, and they still went, right? And just other little shit like that. But even when they got really old and sick, they lived with my parents, and I was there too for a bit. And my mom just really trying to take care of them. And it's not a similar situation between me and my mom. I think it would be wrong. And it would be very wrong to make a comparison. But I think for my mom, it was kind of, she kept trying to like make her parents love her, right? Just trying to make her parents, I guess, love her as much as my uncle, and I don't think she was successful. I think my mom's probably a bit of a dreamer. I think I am too. Realistically speaking, I think we're probably both people whose reach often exceeds our grasp, and I probably inherited that from her. I have some memories of my grandpa, and it's not that he was like a really bad guy, but just I don't think he really did enough by his children. But I remember when I was very young and we bought a guinea pig. Her name was Emily. She was brown. I think she had a white face, a white underbelly, and then maybe in like her back, she had some white on her. But I remember we're in our grandpa's kitchen. We go over there after we got the guinea pig, and it's in this brown box. Grandpa's going, "What is it? What is that thing?" So he picks it up. He literally shakes it. No fucking idea why he did that, but he literally shook the box, and Emily's going, that thing that guinea pigs do. Yeah, terrible. But we had Emily and our 3 girl cousins. They had a guinea pig as well. They had a guinea pig called Teddy, who was black, and he had orange on his ass. And Emily and Teddy ended up having kids. There were 4 of them. I think it was Emma, who looked a lot like Emily. There was Chocolate, who was all brown. There was Teddy Jr., who looked like a mirror image of his father. And then there was Everett, who was brown, like a light brown, almost a gray, and he had really curly fur, and the other ones had smooth fur. I really liked Everett. He was my favorite. He died first. It was later on when we ended up moving the guinea pigs to other homes, like the babies, away. So we had Emma stay with our girl cousins who owned Teddy and Emma were in the same cage. And I was too young to understand, but they had kids, and Emma's kids, like 1 or 2 of them looked just like Teddy Jr. And I remember going, wow, that's weird. Why do they look exactly like her dad? So it's kind of Shakespearean where this father has impregnated, raped his daughter, and then, here's your future incestuous hellspawn. Yeah, our older girl cousins just kind of explained it away because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I just thought, oh, wow, that's unique. When I was in the 2nd grade, my mom, complete surprise to me, showed up to school for my class, and she made cookies. She brought The Tale of Despero, which is one of my favorite books, and she read The Tale of Despero to us. I think it was over a few days, or maybe it was just some of the book, if not the whole thing. But total surprise. I went, Mom, what are you doing here? It's like, oh, I'm here to read a book. And I don't know if she did that for my brothers, but she did that for me. I'm not sure. I don't think I have too much else for family to say. I got there's like a well-known family cookie, like bakery in where I live. And the area where it's located used to be a white neighborhood. And it was a pretty decent working class white neighborhood. I mean, like 100 years ago, it was a decent area. It's a pretty nasty ghetto now. But I braved the storm for Father's Day, so I got a shit ton of cookies, probably more than I should have bought. And then I also got this like 2-gallon cookie jar that they have, and it has like the company logo on it, and it's nice. But just going down there, and you feel so fucking bad, It's just like 100 years ago, this was a decent area, and look at it now. It's unrecognizable. It's a 3rd world country down there. I don't know. It was disgusting to drive through that. I know that family stuff was probably kind of sporadic and whatever. I don't know. I'm glad I reached out to my parents, and I'm glad that they were there. And I don't know, just stuff that I was thinking about over the past few weeks. Father's Day was a little awkward. We went out to a restaurant as a family, and I thought everything was going well at first. When I said, Happy Father's Day, Dad, and my dad just looked at me and he said,
You're not my son.
Father.
I didn't have anything more with that. I'm sorry. I just wanted another DS9 clip. I'm sorry. That's all I had. I'm tired, okay? It's like 3 a.m. now, okay? Let me have this. Boys, I believe I promised you all some Transformers media, and I'm here to deliver. So, I did, in fact, watch all, and I do literally mean all, of the Transformers movies, whereas before I'd only seen the 1986 one and the first 3 Michael Bay movies. Why did I watch them all? I think just talking about Minecraft, and we had the Transformers skins, and it made me think about Transformers, and I don't know. I guess that's kind of where I was, so I thought, yeah, why the hell not? I'll watch them. So we're going to do a quick rundown on all the movies. Not really surprised, but most of them are. Most of them are pretty bad. There are a few that are okay, and they're not like all the worst thing in the world, but after watching all these movies, I think I can rather comfortably say I'm not really a Transformers fan. I enjoy some of the designs and that type of thing, but overall, I don't think I care about the medium. I don't think I care about the property. So there was one that came out in 2024, and this is the most recent one. It's called Transformers 1. It is awful. It is loved by critics and fans, and it is a fucking Avengers movie, but it's the Transformers. And it's just the worst 1,000 jokes a minute, Marvel, I'm using a lot of buzzwords, Reddit, soy fest, bullshit. Bumblebee by far is the worst part of that movie, where he never shuts the fuck up and he is never funny. Those are his two traits. Never funny, never shuts the fuck up. But it's about Optimus Prime and a Megatron before their respective, before they are Optimus Prime and Megatron. And things are really shitty on their planets. They have to mine for energon. And basically, they just want to, be more than they can be, more than meets the eye, whatever. And it's just really gay. There's no mystery. There's no intrigue. All of the tells are really obvious. You know every plot point before it happens. And they start out as friends, and then they become bitter enemies. And the guy, what's his name? Is it Ultra Magnus or Orion Pax? No, not Orion Pax. That's Optimus. Whatever. But the guy who is like the leader of their planet is actually secretly a bad guy, which is really shocking. Megatron is voiced by a black guy, and his narrative is about a slave rising up, and he literally gets branded with the Decepticon logo. Now, I think that is a part of the lore where he was like a gladiator or whatever, but he shouldn't be voiced by, a Mulian. That ain't right. We have Steve Buscemi voicing Starscream, and I know. That sounds great. And it was. But still, it's Steve Buscemi voicing Starscream. There's just all this awful millennial, just like quirky writing where it doesn't want to take itself seriously. It doesn't want to be authentic. Everything is a joke. And then it tries to have these extremely heavy emotional moments, and it doesn't fucking work. It doesn't work at all. The pacing, the motivations are really bad, where Megatron seems like an okay guy, and then they have him do something completely out of character and like kind of dark, and you're like, hey, that doesn't work. You didn't set that up properly. And then at the end of the day, Megatron justifiably wants to murder the guy that's been keeping them as slaves and harvesting energon, where Optimus Prime thinks, well, he should be in jail forever. No, I think you just kill him. And that's like morally the right thing. So it's just a dumb conflict in that way. And just Megatron also becomes like a really evil, I don't know if sadistic is quite the right word, but he just leaps and bounds from where we started, where he accidentally shoots Optimus Prime, and he's like horrified that he accidentally shot his best friend, and Optimus Prime is falling, and then he catches him, and he's holding him, and then like you see it, like he's kind of debating right for a second, and then he decides to let Optimus fall. That could work in a decent movie, but not in this, where Megatron at the end has become like an allegory for BLM, and they're literally burning it all down. They've killed the bad guy. Like, the bad guy completely defeated, right? They are blowing up their own planet and their own cities just because, right? To tear it all down, man. And this is your property. You are now the new government. This is your fucking property, and you're tearing it down. I know it's gay. I know I'm autistic. I'm sorry. But the credits literally have a rap song, and people love it. I don't get it. I just don't get it. There's this other character, Alita 1, She is just a cunt to Optimus Prime. And she's voiced by Scarlett Johansson. That's literally her character. It's, I am a cunt to Optimus Prime. That's it. I don't think I have much to say about the Bayverse movies. I don't think they're the worst things in the world. Like the first one, I think is fine, not great. I think the humor is ultimately pretty bad in these movies, but also just the designs look like shit. They're not as colorful as they should be. The Decepticons in particular look bad. Having them speak alien is a mistake. It's kind of like Halo, where Halo 2, the aliens speaking English, and Halo 3, them speaking English. It works. It's good. Later Halo games where, isn't this authentic? Where the aliens, they talk like the aliens. No, you're retarded. You're a dumb fuck. And then also just the Decepticons that are always like spitting and shit, and it's just gross and stupid. There are some like okay emotional moments, but a lot of it is just I know it's Transformers, but just watching it, it's like, oh, this is kind of retarded. This is stupid. Maybe it's just Michael Bay. No, it's probably just the medium in general. But I had never seen any of them past number 3 before. But number 4 and number 5 have Mark Wahlberg in them. And outside of my main 2 issues with Age of Extinction, which is the 4th one, is 1, there's this super weird Romeo and Juliet law thing. Like, it goes on for several minutes and it's not very funny. Where this guy who is like 19 or he's 20 is dating Mark Wahlberg's daughter, and they were dating in high school, and he has like the Romeo and Juliet law printed out, and he keeps it in his wallet. It's fucking weird. It's just kind of gross and disturbing. If he just said like, yeah, we were dating in high school, she was a sophomore, I was a senior, that's fine. That's fine. No issue with that. But printing out a card and keeping it in your wallet, not okay. But I don't know if I'm going to explain the whole movie, boys. I don't think you need to hear it. But like the worst looking Autobot Decepticon guy ever is this guy Lockdown or Lockout, where he looks like a fucking gorilla. And it's not like because they have like the monkey animal Transformers in this one too. He doesn't look like that. He looks like shit. Just the face is so bad. He looks so fucking bad. And he's here to like, I don't know, does he work for Unicron? I think he works for Unicron because we're doing like a Galactus and Thanos and Darkseid thing where we have a herald to Unicron. It's stupid. It's really fucking dumb. I think the colors are better, yeah, and we're focusing on just like a handful of Autobots and Decepticons, so they have a bit more characterization than they did in the past, which was another mistake. And then also just like in the previous movies, they'd be like, oh no, Ironside died, or oh no, Ratchet's dead. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Like, they're not really present. It's more of a human movie, and there are Transformers in the background. It sort of felt like that's a pretty solid complaint I would make. But it's not horrible where we have the big evil tech CEO guy is he starts out like wanting to build their own Transformers, and they've succeeded, and they make like Galvatron by mistake. But anyways, speeding it up. But he actually has a redemption arc where he realizes that, oh, we're being played, and this is actually going to hurt a lot of people, and this isn't why I became an inventor. And he and Mark Wahlberg, they can bond a little bit, you know, about being inventors. And Mark Wahlberg's this really poor Texan that his farm's being foreclosed on, and he's an inventor. And I don't know, there's an okay human element in this movie. I would say it was just probably better than the first 3, but it's also like not a great movie. It's not like good, but it was okay. It was better than the other ones. Then you have, I don't know I was never really into Transformers. As a kid, I saw some of the cartoons, I guess. But apparently they also, Transformers were in the time of King Arthur. Sure, why not? And we open up with this scene in like 400 something England. King Arthur's fighting. Now, we do have multiple sub-Saharan Africans in England fighting on the side of King Arthur. And just for that, within the first 5 minutes, I'm out of the movie. I did finish the movie, but fuck off with this shit. Just fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. I cannot abide that at all. I kind of wish they just did more with like the Decepticons, because it's kind of cool where Megatron bails out several of his guys, and that's sort of neat, but a lot of them get killed really fast. And I think there's probably a fuck you from Michael Bay to the fans who bitched about, not enough characterization for the bots, so that's what he did. Bullshit where there's something called a quintessa. I guess the quintessons, they're kind of like the Jews of the, Transformers universe. They really are. They're just like manipulative beings that enslave people. Not too much to say. It's a pretty bad movie. I would say it's pretty awful. Maybe the worst out of all of them. But then we have number 6, which is the Bumblebee movie. The art style is honestly, it's okay. I don't think it's great, but I think I can appreciate it over the Michael Bay stuff where it looks more like Gen 1 Transformers. It's more colorful, it's vibrant. And we have this white girl who finds the car after Bumblebee came to Earth and he got hurt. This is in like the 70s or 80s, I want to say. I forgot. So it's about this girl and struggling to be a teenager. And then, oh my God, a magic alien car? What? But we do have a neighbor who is a mixed-race mulatto. And I know what you're thinking, boys. Is this neighbor going to be a love interest for our white female? Yes, in fact. And the person who wrote the movie script is, in fact, mixed race themselves. So that's nice. So they do kiss, actually, later on. And then Rise of the Beasts is the last one. It's a similar art style to Bumblebee. And we have a Mexican family now. We got this Unicron guy who is like a Galactus. It is rather racist towards whites, and yeah, I'll present some evidence. I'll do that. So we have our Mexican protagonist, right? But then we also have a black woman who's a secondary protagonist, and she works at a museum. She knows all of the stuff about art. She knows everything there is to know about ancient European art, right? Because black women, they know a lot about white art. Of course they do. Her white woman boss takes all of the credit for all of her knowledge and her discoveries. They make some joke about capitalism too. Mexican guy, his little brother really needs hospital care and they can't pay for it. And the white woman administrator of the hospital makes them leave. Bro, do you not get it? This kid needs help. Bro, that means that you get free medicine, right? Because everyone else who has to pay for it, well, you should get it for free, right? Jesus Christ, This is like the only era. This is the only time and the only place where you could just show up with nothing and then just demand something for free like this. Oh my God, isn't that white woman just really evil? I mean, these other people who work and have insurance or they're paying out of pocket, and if they just keep giving free medical care, free, quote unquote, to this kid, then that means everyone else is going to have their costs raised because big medicine isn't just going to eat these costs for nothing, right? They're going to pass it on to someone else. Not that they won't raise prices on their own, but this certainly makes things worse. The Mexican guy goes for a job interview, and his interview gets canceled because this guy was in the army, and the army contact said he wasn't a good fit. We can't have someone like you mess up what I've built. Whoa, you're not taking me because I'm Mexican? And it is because he is Mexican, and also because he's not exactly a team player. And then there's this like magic hawk statue at the museum, and only the black girl knows what it's about, and the white lady doesn't care. The Mexican older brother starts doing crime to pay the bills because, you know, that's the only time non-whites would do crime, is to pay for their younger siblings' medical bills, of course. And the car that the Mexican guy was trying to steal is a Transformer. I think is it voiced by Pete Davidson? I think that it is. And there's so much rap music, and the Mexican guy in the final battle has a Transformer suit, and he looks just like fucking Mega Man. I'm not making that up. And it's awful. Just really, really awful. So after that, there's actually one more. I've seen 1986 before, but I ended up saving it for last this time around. There is some good parts to it, but there's so many Star Wars references, especially to the Ewoks. I'm not joking. There's a lot of references to Ewoks. It's just kind of god-awful. I forgot all about those little references, and I didn't think too much of it. I think there's some like good deaths, and there were some like decent emotional moments. Is it better than a lot of the live action movies? Yes. Would I take this over Transformers 1? Yes. But I wouldn't call it great. It certainly has its place, and I think it definitely like made its impact. So while I was on my Transformers high, I had a scratch, and it demanded to be itch, so I scratched it. I've been down memory lane a while lately, and kind of gay, maybe kind of stupid, whatever, but I sort of wanted something for like Minecraft and like griefing, and I didn't know exactly what I wanted in my house, but I wanted something physical reminder of that time in high school. And I don't know, I enjoyed it. It meant something to me, so maybe that's kind of stupid, but it's what I wanted. Now, there's probably merchandise that says Minecraft Griefer, and it has like a creeper on it or something. I don't want that, and I didn't get that. I probably could have found it if I looked for it, but there's not going to be something that like specifically is representative of, you know, what we were doing in high school, or that, you know what I mean? Like nothing like that specific for me. So what did White Pill Media do? Well, since we used Transformer skin in high school, there is in fact a Megatron, there is a Soundwave, there is a Starscream, and there is a breakdown on this little end table. And I will say this. Maybe I will regret getting those guys in a few months, and they will sullenly be pushed into a trash can. But I do have a Nether Portal light, and honestly, that looks fucking sick. I think the Nether Portal light looks really cool, and it's like, okay, it's not Transformers Minecraft, but I'm never going to be able to get that in like something in real life representative of it. You know, I like it. I sort of want more lighting around it, something, I don't know. I think I should probably just let it go. But okay, so some issues are, one, the Starscream, it's a little taller than I wanted. It was also like a model, and the others were not models. And I was freaked out because, you know, I'm like, oh, it's a model? Like, how hard is this going to be to put together? Not very. It took like 5 minutes. But he's a little taller than Megatron is still taller, but Starscream is too tall, right? Soundwave, he's got that like little... He doesn't have like the midget, like the autistic midget that lives in Soundwave's chest. He's got like the jackhammers for arms. He doesn't have that one, but he had... two like fucking birds. I know one of them is Laserbeak. I don't know what the other one is. And that dog, Savage, Ravage, I think. But those guys, pain in the ass to assemble them, not fun. Megatron, as I was trying to like have him hold his shit, His fucking hand fell off. I'm like, oh, I don't know. This feels kind of fragile. Yeah, his hand did break off. It's back in now. It works, but not good. So there's also Breakdown, right? And so the Starscream looks good. Soundwave looks good. Megatron looks good. Breakdown. All of those guys are in the Gen 1 art style. So is Breakdown. The issue is, when we were playing Minecraft at school in like 2010, there was the War for Cybertron. Those games were going on, and I actually tried to get a copy of it. It is like $60. The game is 16 years old, and it's $60 fucking dollars. I hate scalpers. I fucking hate it. I wish Blockbuster was still around. I would rent the shit out of that game. I can't find it anywhere, not on eBay or anything. Oh, White Pill, why don't you pirate? I did. Guess what? It crashed after about 5 minutes, crashed again, and I just said, hey, I've had enough. So, not doing that, but the Breakdown in War for Cybertron looks cooler, looks very different from Gen 1. Oh, White Pill, why don't you just get that one? Because the one that you have now looks so fucking bad compared to the rest of them. Okay, but then they wouldn't all be Gen 1. You boys, you understand, right? Then they would not all be Generation 1. And I don't know, like, it would look weird, right? He would look different compared to all the other guys. It doesn't quite fit. So there's a lot of options for Starscream, right? There were. One that kept popping up was the movie Starscream one, and that was Starscream that has a crown. And I didn't want that one. Like, John Boy, he was never our leader, and he was the Starscream, and even his toys, that wouldn't be right. And I can't go with another generation so that they all fit what Breakdown would look like, because they all look like shit outside of Gen 1, or they look worse than they do in Gen 1, except for Breakdown. He objectively looks worse in Gen 1. Is it cringe? Probably. Is it pathetic? Probably. But it's mine. It's uniquely White Pill Media, and I do kind of like it. So, whatever. And I won't explain it to people. If people come over and ask, if I don't like these guys, and they go, oh, you like Transformers? Yeah, sure. Love them. I really don't give a fuck. But to anyone else that isn't in the know, you boys would know. So, for anyone that doesn't know, they'll never know. And for those that matter, I think I'd explain what they represent. The skins were from me playing Minecraft with some friends in the computer lab, and we would grief our atheist admin, and we fought a war. But I'm kind of the only one that would get it, I'm kind of the only one that would get it, and maybe the other guys, they would get it too. And you, dear listener, would also get it. If something happened, if there was a happening and the media was commenting on, oh, we went into the perpetrator's home and we found these 4 figures. I guess he was a Transformers fan. A Decepticon? Those are the bad guys. And you, very excitedly, would be jumping up and down and pointing at the screen going, honey, you know that thing? The thing, they're still pulling bodies out? Yeah, the guy that did that, he was not a Transformers fan. No, seriously, like, babe, wake up. He was a Minecraft griefer, and I know all about it. They fought this war against this atheist, and they wore Decepticon skins, and you boys would get it. So you hold on to that knowledge. There's not going to be happening. But if they're ever clearing out, like, racist, crazy White Pill Media's house, and they have, those 4 figures and the little nether portal lamp, you guys will know. You'll know. Yeah, I think the goal should be to, invite a woman over and, set her down in a chair and, show her, the figures. That should be my new goal.
Look at the screen. William Blake's The Great Red Dragon, and the woman clothed in the rays of the sun. Do you see? Yes. Mrs. Leeds, do you see?
Yes.
Mrs. Jacoby, Do you see?
Yes.
The next family as they will look when I go to visit them. Do you see?
Yes.
Before me, you are a slug in the sun. You are privy to a great becoming, and you recognize nothing. You are an ant in the afterbirth. It is your nature to do one thing correctly. Tremble. But fear is not what you owe me. No, Lowndes. You and the others. You owe me all.
And I'm sure she would get it, why I couldn't get the breakdown outside of Gen 1, because it would clash artistically, and I can't get the Starscream one with the crown, despite the figure looking good, because he's not the leader. He never was the leader. But that itch has been scratched. I don't have the desire to just own all the Transformers toys. I'm done. I'm satisfied. I saw all the movies. I pirated them. So I feel fine about it. I think there is some enjoyment you can have with it. I don't think I would ever fully watch like any of the cartoons and shit. It was like kind of there, but I didn't really grow up with it. But some of the clips that I've seen are entertaining. There is, definitely some enjoyment to be had.
Shockwave this, Shockwave that. All I ever hear about is how great Shockwave is.
Shockwave is an ideal soldier. He's both humble and respectful.
Shockwave has much to be humble about.
Okay, some more media. So, boys, what you really want to know, what you're dying to know. Boys, the question that is on everyone's mind is, Daniel Gavrilowski, is he a Napoleon or is he a Snowball? That's what everyone is so desperate to know. Now, Napoleon or Snowball, personally, I believe Daniel, who we like, is a Snowball. I don't think he's Napoleon. I think it'd be funny to call him a Napoleon, but I think he's a Snowball, and this is his new name. This is what he needs to be called. What is White Pill Media talking about? I am, of course, referring to Animal Farm, written by Orson Welles. There are 3 adaptations of it. 1954, which was literally funded by the CIA. 1999, and 2026. I watched them all. I'll speak briefly on all of them. The 1954 one is the best. The CIA, money laundering one is the best. It's 2D animation. The 1999 one is live action, as strange as that sounds, with animals and then some CGI. I don't think it's great. And then the 2026 one is god-awful, naturally, and that one is fully CGI. And as the adaptations progressed, I did notice they did get literally more progressive. They got simpler. They got more kid-friendly. I really don't recommend showing the 54 version to young kids. I think it would traumatize them in certain parts. But if you want to avoid spoilers, Barnyard Animals, they embrace communism, socialism, and they overthrow their oppressor, the Farmer Jones. And then it turns into Stalinism and the oppression of Stalinism. It's free on YouTube. Like, literally, if you search up Animal Farm 1954, it will be the first or second result. It's a little bit over an hour, I want to say. Very good. Strong recommendation. But it's pretty brutal, and it definitely leaves an impact. And as the adaptations go, it's more kid-friendly, it's less impactful, it's less emotional, until it just becomes kind of a, you've stripped it of its core identity. It's like, I don't know, it is kind of messed up, where thoughts that kids or maybe teenagers in 1954, they could handle more adult subjects, and I mean adult as in like complex or deep, and not as in it's just like sex or whatever. It is this like sad digression of like what we expect or demand of the young, and it just gets more retarded and weak as time goes on. Also, in the first movie, it's very racist. You have the pigs who are the most intelligent on the farm. They become the bureaucrats. They become the commissars of the new regime. You have the sheep who are very retarded and they just repeat the slogans that they're told to repeat. I could kind of relate to the sheep. The dogs are like the secret police. It's all very kind of racially, the cows are stupid and just basically do what they're told. The chickens rebel at a certain point and they get slaughtered for it. But it's very racial, right? The animals stick to their own groups. They all behave with the traits of their own race. This is lessened in 1999, and this is extremely lessened in the final version where, oh, well, I mean, hashtag not all pigs. Oh, well, I mean, not all of the sheep are stupid. Oh, well, I mean, because you can't have this racial solidarity, which did exist in the first movie where they did kind of stick with their own people, you know, even though they were like communists or whatever, there was still very much a racial divide. But that's gone. Snowball is a pig who he wants to do right by the farm. He believes in hard work and building this windmill, which is going to make everyone's lives better. He is supposed to be a Trotsky figure, right? And Snowball, fine character, right? And then we have Napoleon, who is fat. He steals food. He's a coward. He gives himself medals for battles he didn't participate in. He's fucking great. He is a really good character. He's an excellent Stalin. To be fair to Danny Boy, he's a Snowball. He's not a Napoleon, but I suppose that's up to you to decide. You know, you could vote on X with some type of poll, or in the comments if he is a Napoleon or a Snowball. Honestly, solid. And apparently the original Animal Farm, it is not long at all to read. So I am going to get a copy probably next month when I do like a book run. So I'll probably read through that. I can't imagine it'll take very long because I think it's even less than 100 pages. In the 1999 version, Fraser, that guy, he voices Snowball in it, and you have Patrick Stewart voicing Napoleon. The CGI when they do it is very bad. Oh, no one like dies in the 1999 version or in 2026. Plenty of people die in the 54 version, and some of it is like, I don't know, if I was younger, you know, if I was a little kid, yeah, it would stay with you. I don't have too much to say about 1999, but in 2026, guess who voices Snowball? So maybe we shouldn't call Danny Snowball. Literally, a black male to female tranny voices Snowball in the latest adaptation of Animal Farm. I'm not making that up. There is, at the start of the movie, a rap version of Old MacDonald, and yes, I am going to play 10 seconds of that right now because you do need to hear it.
Old MacDonald had a farm, had a farm, had a farm. I said Old MacDonald had a farm. Brick by brick, we break down the barn.
There's fart jokes, there's extra background noise when characters are speaking. I'm not sure why. I think it's more of just American media and then just more of like current American media. And this has probably been going on for a while, but I don't really see a lot of new movies. But it's just like they're worried the audience will be bored. Like it's not enough to just focus on the dialogue and how the characters are speaking and their inflection. You have to have this extra noise, I guess, to stimulate you. I don't know. It's distracting. They sing like this communist song in the 54 version, and it is kind of haunting. They do it a bit in 1999, and in 2026, it is like once in the background and not really at the start of the film, where it comes up a few times in 54, and it's done well. It's rather retarded and it doesn't make sense, but the animals start their own farmers market in 2026. Yeah, they do that. We have this evil CEO woman that wants to buy the farmland to make a dam, and she drives basically a Tesla. Animals sticking with their own kind is a bad thing, even though it just makes sense. If you're a chicken, you have more in common with the other chickens than you do with the fucking donkey, or with the cow, or with the pig. But no, we can't really have that. We're all just kind of individuals, you know? Benjamin, who is a donkey and a character in all the movies, is now a woman in this version. There's a female pig named Puff, who is also this voice of doubt, voice of reason. Snowball has now been turned into a voice of reason, so a lot of the kind of important knowing characters that are trying to steer our protagonists, because we now have a protagonist named Lucky, who's a pig, on the right path, which wasn't there before, so it's more racially progressive. It's definitely more gender equality shit. All right, so legitimately, if you do want to see the 54 version, I will put some timestamps in, but skip what I'm gonna say right now and just pause the video and then just go the timestamps to skip what I'm gonna say. I'll give you a few more seconds. So in the 54 version, when Boxer's being sent off to the glue factory to be killed, kind of fucking brutal. When Benjamin is chasing after the car, that is harrowing. In 1999, it's a bit less harrowing, it's less dramatic, and in 2026, there's so little emotion there compared to what they were doing in 54. It sucks. And also, by the way, not all dogs are bad, even though they're pretty fucking evil. In the 54 version, there are no good dogs after the first good dog dies. But in here, it's, hey, not all the dogs are bad, and hey, not all the pigs either, right? There's some, but like individuals. Seth Rogen voices Napoleon. I think I forgot to say that. And he does his little chuckle a lot. It's almost as good as Steve Buscemi as Starscream. It's about as good as that, but somehow worse. And he also calls himself Napopo. I don't know why. I think we just have to make everything more silly, right? It can't be... We're not supposed to take things... Just don't play it straight, I guess. I guess that's the rule of thumb for more modern media. Mainstream media, I should say. And the big showdown, what Lucky and the other animals want to do, because in the first movie, at the end, they kill Napoleon. They slaughter the fucking pigs. It's kind of, it's like, that surprised me a little bit. No one defeats Stalin in real life. He gets to die peacefully, right? But in the movie, the animals who have had enough from the pigs, they fucking slaughter them. 1999, it doesn't happen. They wait it out. That's probably more realistic to what happens in real life, where Stalin is not killed, but communism does end at a certain point for Russia. But in here, it's we cannot confront evil, or we can confront evil, but we cannot slaughter evil for what they have done to us. Instead, it's, you need to leave, sir. That's all our protagonist is allowed to do. You're not allowed to kill evil. So Napoleon ends up being killed, but this is only through his own action, not through the action of our protagonist or other characters, because he tries to kill Lucky and he miscalculates and he ends up drowning for it, and it's his own fault. Thankfully, our protagonist never took justice in his own hands, because that would be unthinkable. I highly recommend the 1954 version, and honestly, the book is probably worth it. I haven't read it, but I will be reading it, and probably at the next Not a Trough, I'll just mention it briefly at the end, but I have to imagine it's worth it. And what is Daniel's favorite scene in Animal Farm? He would not stop laughing when he saw this. Frankly, it was disgusting.
Comrades, I have made a terrible discovery. There are traitors among us. Yes, comrades. in league with Jones and Snowball. To destroy Animal Farm. Who else is guilty? Stand up and confess!
Okay. Code Geass. So I ended up watching a Code Geass movie, which was a sequel to the original series. It wasn't very good, just really forgettable. The art style looked fine, I guess, but yeah, not the best. I watched something called Akito, which is a OVA thing. I think the episodes were like 45 minutes each, and there were like 4 or 6 of them, I want to say. I think there are 4. I will not describe all of it, but all right. Basically, it's Napoleonic War. England gets its ass kicked. They flee to the United States, and England is conquered by France. Okay. Many years later, in like the near future, Britain is this huge, gigantic empire. They are feudal, they're hyper futuristic, they have mechs and all this shit. They're the Holy Britannian Empire, whatever. This Aikido stuff is happening in Europe, and it's happening during like in between the first and second season of the original show. The Japanese were recently conquered by the Britannians. They are treated like subhuman trash, and it's incredibly racist, right? The show is very, very racist. We have this guy Aikido in Europe fighting with the Europeans against the Britannians. There's a thing in the first episode of this OVA where this guy's like, hey, why don't you hop in? I'll give you a lift, soldier. Then this guy sees Aikido's like dog tags and he goes, wait, you're an 11? Ugh, I guess you can hop in, but if I had known you were 11, you couldn't have hopped in. So the Britannians are really racist towards the Japanese, and we don't like that. We think that's bad. And the Europeans are also racist against the Japanese, and we don't like that. That's bad. If race is a real thing in this world, and alright, I know it's anime. I know it's fucking anime. In what goddamn world would you look at a Japanese guy in the face and not realize he's Japanese until you see his fucking dog tag? I'm just saying. And then Aikido, not to really get into it, but he has an older brother, his half-brother, who's really risen in the ranks in the Britannian military. Even though he is Japanese, he's like fully ethnically Japanese, and they view these people as subhumans. I guess he's just that good, though, because it adds tension later on. Retarded plots with that Lelouch guy where he's, oh, you know what we're going to do to like fuck over the Europeans? We're going to pretend that their cities and important infrastructure is being destroyed by the Britannians, and this will make them panic and go into chaos. Which, okay, the Europeans still have their technology and shit, and it turns out all of the attacks, quote unquote, that have been happening are all fake. Literally all of them are 100% fake. And like literally you have entire cities on the brink of chaos where people are looting and killing and burning shit down, and how does your government not step in immediately because they still have power and technology, right? And say that these attacks are all bullshit, everything is fine. Look, here, this is a live broadcast from this location that everyone thinks was destroyed. It wasn't destroyed, you know? And then you go, oh, wait, the Britannians are lying, everything's fine. It is really fucking bad writing. I hate it. I fucking hate the Japanese. They're so awful with it. Now, what you could have done is mix in some genuine attacks, like genuinely bomb and destroy a few places, and then lie and exaggerate about some other places that weren't attacked. And then you would at least people would at least point to, look, this place, it was really destroyed. And then, oh, I don't know, maybe that attack did happen. And that would amplify the results of what you've done, but literally all of your attacks are bullshit. It's retarded. White Pill Media is willing to admit, I will admit to you boys, we do have two female characters mainly. One is this French chick, the other is this Japanese girl. They wear like bodysuits when they get into the mechs and everything. Lot of jiggling in this OVA, and I'm not proud of it. I wouldn't say it was bad. It wasn't bad to look at. I'll say that. I'll say that about Code Geass, the Aikido the Exile. That's what it's called. But I don't know. I might rewatch the original series at some point. It wouldn't take very long, but man, this writing's fucking awful. It's really terrible. And the Japanese guy, because we have like 3 Japanese characters that join Aikido and the French bitch after like episode 2 or whatever. These people literally ambushed them and murdered several European soldiers in the process in this convoy they attacked. There is no punishment. These people who are viewed as subhumans basically to the Europeans murdered several European soldiers, and everything is just A-okay. They get to join their special ops unit. It's stupid. It's gay. It doesn't work. Code Geass is retarded. I'll stand by that, but some parts of it are kind of fun. And then I watched some other smaller OVA stuff, like extra stuff from Code Geass that I had never seen before. So, alright, I don't know. I'm not trying to like make a mountain out of a molehill here, I guess. Not doing a bit. But there was one OVA which I didn't think anything of it at first, so I turned it on because I'm watching all of the Code Geass OVAs. Just the stuff I missed from when I, watched the series like back in high school. And it's like Code Geass characters, but it's Alice in Wonderland, okay? And Code Geass, pretty sexualized show from what I remember. It does pander to some people with preferences, I guess. And in the OVA, it's a pretty quick, like, snapshot. It's a pretty quick image, but you do have, because there's some rather young female characters in this OVA, and you boys know where I'm going with this. And I was, like, genuinely shocked that they did have underage nude female character only for like a second or two, and it was like played off as a joke, but it's still like, Jesus fuck, it like this was made in like 2013 2014, right? So it's not even like a really long time ago, but it's just, I don't like anyone on the right wing or normies, I guess, that try to downplay some of the shit from the Japanese, because no, like, they literally do pander to pedophiles. That's who that's there for, right? When they put in, like, lesbian bait for guys, or the opposite, when it's, like, 2 guys for women, they are pandering to a specific audience, right? They want their money, they want their attention. When they put in shit like that, who exactly are they pandering to? Because then, there's all these fucking arguments that, oh, I mean, well, it's not like real pedophilia. It's like, yeah, it is. It's just, it's specifically to appeal to a certain person. I don't know. It's like it's a gag or something, but I know maybe Americans, we can be a little prudish on some topics, but just like underage nude characters, and what's the bit? What's the joke? It's haha pedophilia, I guess. I would rather stand with the American prudes who can maybe go too far in wanting to censor some things, but the alternative is too monstrous to really consider. White pill, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. Yeah, maybe, but there are like literal like pedophile trannies that read to school children, so I think those guys would be really okay with this OVA and that, but I don't think the show had anything like that. It might have just been in this OVA, just like right here for this bit, but yeah, I don't think the main show did that at all, but it was, yeah, whatever, just moving on. Okay, you boys legitimately want a recommendation from White Pill Media? All right. Movie recommendation. I'm only going to give you the title. That's it. Nothing else. I'm not going to tell you what genre it is. I'm not going to give you basic bullet points. Nothing. If you want to see it, go watch it. Watch it spoiler free. You know, if you didn't like it, White Pill, you fuck. I watched this on your recommendation. Didn't care for it. I think you'll at least get something out of it. But the movie is called Sneakers. It stars Robert Redford. That's it. That's all I'm going to give you, because I don't know. I was thinking about the movie lately, and I ended up rewatching it. Still very good. There's some aspects more towards the end, like right at the very end, which I don't care for, right? And you'll know it if you see it. But I've always liked this character, and I found myself identifying them probably more than I should. And that's probably not a great thing, but Sneakers, Robert Redford. If you haven't seen it, see it. I think you'll at least get something out of it if you don't end up caring for it that much. My grocery store, which has gotten lower and lower class, and there's now security in there because I guess too many of our future astronauts are stealing from the store, so that's great. Well, White Pill Media ended up recognizing one of the security guards working there, and from how he looked at me, he recognized me as well, but I think we maybe just said hello, and I've seen him 3 times now. But this guy used to go to the same game store that I went to, and when I was in middle school, I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And this was also into high school, and then I switched over to Magic the Gathering. This guy would also play there. I know this sounds mean. Okay, we never said this to his face, but he was called Gimp because one of his arms is fucked up and he can't use it properly, so he was the Gimp to us. White Pill, that's so mean. That's so cruel. What's wrong with you? Okay, let me finish. So, literally, Gimp, when he would play, he would, like, drop cards into his lap, and then he would cheat. He would, like, blatantly cheat children. I'm not exaggerating. It was a children's card game, and he would cheat children. Gimp's not a good guy. So don't feel too bad. And I don't know if I really want a conversation with him because we didn't really speak much at the store. I think I played against him once, and he did try to cheat me. I distinctly recall that, at least. So with the whole buying the Decepticon figures, which maybe I shouldn't have done, but they're here now, and I don't hate them. I only spent like $25, and I probably shouldn't have spent it. But I've bought the main pieces of what I played back then for Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I guess I'm trying to crawl back into my childhood a bit, which probably not a great thing. But I used to play plants like Synchro Plants, Chaos Plants, Doppel Plants, was Quick Draw Plants, Junk Plants, yeah, Chaos Plants. I think I said that one. The plant engine, fucking great. I loved it. It was a great toolbox deck. I couldn't afford all the best pieces, right? But if you were an okay pilot, and I wasn't very okay, but I could still do decent sometimes, you had a lot of game against everyone because you could be hyper reactive to your opponent's board state, and you could also develop your own board state if your opponent wasn't doing much. Big synchro deck to play with. Just a ton of fun. I got a Black Rose Dragon, so the only way I was able to afford it was heavily damaged, right? And that was okay because the text was still readable. It wouldn't have been like okay if it was a normal card and it was supposed to go into a deck, because it wouldn't have shuffled properly, right? It would have stood out and that would have been illegal. But in the Synchro Extra deck, it didn't matter that it couldn't be shuffled properly because that deck doesn't get shuffled. So that's how I got a Black Rose Dragon. And I ran Chaos Sorcerer, which was strictly inferior to Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the beginning, even though they have the same summoning cost, because I couldn't afford Blackluster Soldier Envoy of the beginning. So you may do with Chaos Sorcerer. And that was kind of largely like what my deck was. It's make do with not that thing, but what's like the second or third thing below that thing. And I don't know, it was fun. Do I think it's kind of pathetic? Yes, I do. Do I like wholly regret it? Not really. I've spent $25 on a lot more retarded shit in my time. Transformers figures for one. But while I think fondly back on times playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, I wonder, like, does Gimp dream of it as well? He probably does. There were a lot of decks. I remember Six Samurai was really big when I was playing. Lightsworn, Gladiator Beast, Blackwing, X-Sabers. A lot of X-Sabers. One guy, his name was Mike. He would play Dragunities. Terrible deck. Mike always wanted to play, though, and I loved playing him because I always won. I think he beat me maybe once, but loved playing that guy. There was, what was it called? The Treeborn Frog deck, where you would play, like, the Monarchs. Whatever, I forget what it was called. Plants could always just adapt, and if they would ban a piece or limit some aspect of the deck, well, okay, the core engine was still there. It could just go into a new pile. Just had a lot of variety. I never, like, did very good with it. You had a lot of older guys that spent a lot of money on the game, so they had the best decks, and you couldn't really compete with that. I did get like 15th place once at a local regional by playing TGs. That was cool. I never went to like the next like tournament above it. So it was whatever, but that was like the highest I ever went playing Yu-Gi-Oh! That was alright. That was the last deck I ever played. I went from Plants to that for a little bit, and then I moved on to, Magic after that. So we always had like the younger kids, us in middle school and high school, then the guys in their 20s, and then you'd have like the 30-year-olds and sometimes guys beyond that. And the older guys, not all of them were bad. Some of them were just fine, decent people. But I never quite wanted to... I always like kind of knew instinctually that it would not be good to end up like that, right? To be like 30 plus in a store, right, playing card games. I don't think that's like a horrible thing, right? If you're like, I don't know, I mean, it's like, oh, I'm 50 years old, I really love watching sporting events. Okay, right? Like, is that really that much different? Like, if you're just sitting and like watching video game content or whatever, you're still just like sitting and watching. I don't know. At least you're interacting with people. I don't want to be one of the old guys at the store, so not that I would really want to crawl back to a place like that, but I guess I was thinking about it lately, but that's not really what I want. I think me buying these cards is a way for me to kind of scratch that itch without, wanting to get back into any of those games, because I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is just a shit show now. Not that it was like perfect back then, but it was like slower. It was more interactive. It seems fucked now. Magic seems hyper gay too, so it wouldn't even be fun, right? Whatever, but I think those guys are probably they were chasing what I'm trying to chase now, but yeah. I don't have anything else with that. Oh, I just wanted to say, Lewis Woolston, guy who recommended this Australian miniseries thing, The Battlers, I have looked, and I have looked. I cannot find a way to view this in the United States. It seems like it would be such a clusterfuck to just get a copy or even to see it online. I can't even find a place to watch it online in the United States, but it's supposed to be set in Australia during the Great Depression. It seems to be well regarded. But Lewis Woolston, kind of a faggot for recommending something that I have no idea how to access, so maybe we'll watch The Battlers at some point, maybe not. So I came home, it was like last week or a little over a week ago, and so I've been growing this apple tree. I think I've mentioned this before. I have my little shade tree up front, apple tree in the back, little cherry tree that's coming into its own. 2 other small trees I planted to just block my fence with my white trash neighbors who I don't really care for. And then I also planted, you can laugh for now, boys, but we'll see who's laughing at the end of the season. But I did plant a cold hardy banana tree because I saw on YouTube this guy, he planted some in Michigan, colder than where I live, and they did live. Now, they never produced bananas because there weren't enough warm days for the plants to produce bananas. Okay, also, banana trees are not banana trees. They are not like a traditional tree. They do not produce fruit every year if you do have them in a place where they are going to make fruit. So they grow really tall, really fast, and then they grow one like flower, right? And on this flower, there will be a bunch of clumps of bananas, and that is it. Now, that plant will not die, right? It can keep living, but it will never produce bananas again. And now that it's hotter where I live, it is like producing a new leaf every other day, and it's like the leaf is coming out of the main trunk, and it's like spiraling up and then out and spreading. It's kind of crazy to see. Like, I wonder what it would be like in the deep South or in like Latin America, and you're just watching banana trees grow in this heat. That has to be incredible to see. So they should really be called plants and not like trees, and don't mistake them for an actual fruit tree. Anyways, so my apple tree, which I've cared for 3 years now, right? I have watched videos on it. I've read a book on fruit trees. I was thinking about getting a second book. I've done pruning. I've done the mulch. I've, taken care to get rid of aphids and spreading this stuff on the trunks to stop aphids from crawling up, and yeah, all of it, and then going through and then thinning the trees so there's only a certain amount of apples, so all the apples will grow to a decent size. There were still a decent amount of apples left on my tree that I did not thin, but when I came home, I looked back and I thought, wait, that doesn't look right. So I go into my yard, and there is not a single apple left. There are no apple cores or remains on the ground. Nothing. There are no deer prints. There is nothing. There is no sign of wildlife here. And I feel that if an animal had done it, like a deer or something, even though there've never been any deer in my neighborhood, some sign would have been left of wildlife, right? I think that would be kind of crazy. And some of the apples were kind of up high, and yeah, I think a deer would kind of struggle to reach them. Maybe it could try to brace itself on the tree, which the tree's not like super fragile, but I don't know if it's strong enough to support like a deer resting their front legs on the trunk. I don't know. It probably could, but I think I would have seen or heard something. The apples, which were not ripe, obviously, were in June, were stolen. That is the conclusion that I've come to. Someone Went into my backyard, and I don't have a lock or anything because, the fence is not very high. So I thought that would be kind of, just a waste. If someone wants to get into my backyard, they'll get into my backyard. And it was like, I saw the tree like the day before, and then the very next day, no more apples. They're all gone. It wasn't like, oh, I went on vacation and I came back and animals have been eating the apples every day, and oh, there's none left. I don't know who did it. I strongly don't feel that it was a neighbor. Did I mention that I have blacks in my neighborhood now? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. That was great. I came home from work one day, and this black kid came up to me, and I thought, excuse me? In this neighborhood? Excuse me? He goes, excuse me, sir. Can I mow your lawn? And I said, no, I'm fine. Thank you. I think I did say thank you. I wish I didn't, but I think I did. I can't help it. I can't help but be polite. Oh yeah, there is a black family. They are a few houses away from me, but oh yeah, there are blacks in the neighborhood now. That's good. He did call me sir, at least. No, I don't think it was a neighbor. There are homeless people that hang out at the overpass, which is pretty close to my house, and sometimes they go through the neighborhood, right? And if you're walking on the street and you were going by my house and you looked in my backyard, there's a direct line of sight with the apple tree. So you would see that there are apples there. And it's not like this was an incredible amount of money. Well, all the time and effort I've put into caring for this tree and watering it and taking care of it, yeah, it would add up. This isn't even like $20 or $30 worth of apples, but they stole all my fucking apples, right? They're not even ripe, They weren't even of like a great size. Some of them were okay, but they still needed to be on the tree for a few months. And I thought, well, why would you eat an unripe apple? Won't you get really sick? Apparently not. It might cause diarrhea in some people, but otherwise you can eat unripe apples. So I guess maybe my only hope is that whatever homeless drug addict stole my apples shit himself to death in a McDonald's bathroom. That's maybe my only consolation prize, I suppose. But it's just, I know it's like silly, I know it's funny, but it's still someone trespassed on my property. They went into my backyard and they stole from me, right? And it's not like a huge dollar amount, but those were my apples. That's my fucking tree. I've been maintaining that tree. It's mine. And I just felt so just dejected, so defeated. And it's like, okay, great. What's the point of like my tree doing better and getting more apples next year? I'm literally not going to be able to eat the fruits of my harvest. Someone is going to come in and they're going to steal them. I don't know. Can I put poison on my apples next year? And then if someone stole my apple and they ate it and they died, am I at fault? Right? It's just, oh, hey, was that poison? Oh, are you admitting that you were trespassing and you stole from me and that's how you died? You faggot? I don't know. And I don't want to like cut down my tree and then like burn it for firewood. That would just feel awful. That would feel so fucking awful. But at the same time, I don't want to maintain something if it's just going to be destroyed. You could probably make some analogy for modern America where white people get kind of tired of maintaining it and defending it just for whatever parasites to show up and to take advantage of it. You could make some comparison there. I don't know what there is to do. I really want this job to work out, and I really want to be out of here in like 2 years. Like, I'm joking, but the neighborhood is getting more diverse, and I am scared about like property values and dropping because can you name one area, one neighborhood that you can point to where it got more diverse? And then things just got better in that neighborhood, right? Things just got better. I just want to be out of here. I just want like 10 acres. I want some woods. Would I love to build a little greenhouse someday? Yeah, that'd be fun. Then I could do like banana trees and they would fruit. That'd be sweet. And I just don't want someone coming onto my property and taking my fucking apples, I guess. And that day was even better because I think I saw Gimp working security at my grocery store, and there was a unintended black child racing a shopping cart in the store, just up and down across like the mouth of some of the aisles. And just like, I hate this. I hate this so much. And if you say something, are you a racist? If you say, hey, don't do that here, you little, what's a good word to use? What's a good word to use that won't be considered a slur? I never did anything like that as a kid. You know, maybe it's just because I'm white, like hashtag white, where my parents would allow me to, one, be unattended in a grocery store, and two, even if I was unattended, I would never behave like that. Not in public. Not at that kid's age, which was like 11 or 12. Yes, fucking Christ. Kind of just felt somewhat, disconnected, I guess, recently. Just, I don't know, like this whole like WN thing where it's just, I like appreciate and like guys on the right wing, but there is this reality where the majority of white people do hate us. They do hate us, they do resent us. If they knew what I was in public, they would hate and shame me and want me to lose my job and probably to die, to be fair. You know, they do hate racism. Like your average white person would gladly sacrifice a future for their own people to not be called a racist, you know? And that is real. There's like more white people now than we had before that are on our side or more inclined to our viewpoints, but it is, I don't know, just frustrating. It's very dehumanizing. It's like I'm gonna defend like our people, and a lot of our people, they don't want to be defended. They don't want to be helped. They're not gonna accept like me, right, or the right wing, and in just broad terms. It's kind of this martyr complex where you're being asked to sacrifice for the greater good, and the greater good is never gonna want you. Like the greater good really fucking despises you, you know, and that's reality. And white pill media, you know, just other thoughts lately, but deep down, do I acknowledge that even if our side wins, and I do think we will win, it might not go how, you know, me or other people imagine it'll go in our heads, but let's say we did win. I know that I would not rank very high in whatever the new system is. I know that. I know that. So I think I'd probably be in the same position I'm in now, right? Maybe like better in some ways. I think definitely better in some ways, but it's, I don't know. I don't know. I'm almost wrapped up here. I just wanted to say that for the next video, so I just saw on X that John J. Stancliffe is going to have his new book out in, I think, early August. 100% we are doing that for the next Not a Trough. 150 fucking percent. However, I'm not really sure what to pick over for my other titles, which will probably be 5 to 6 books. I think that's kind of the range that I'm going for now. So if people do have recommendations on like X or YouTube, or even if it's your own book, I don't give a fuck. Feel free to recommend them, because otherwise I'm kind of, I have an idea of like where I could go for some books to pick out, but if you have a suggestion, I'm okay with hearing it. And then there's the last thing. I want to save this for the end. I wanted this video, and hopefully it came across that way, like more kind of upbeat, funny, because I don't want it to just be like, hey guys. It's like very depressing and boring and shitty. So I did reach out to A again, and it's been over a month since we spoke on the phone, and I thought that I would just contact him. You know, I did it through text message, and I would just ask like, hey, what's up? How's it going? You know, and I didn't think it would be too much, or that I was bothering him or anything like that. But I contacted him on day, and as of right now, it's Friday. A has not replied, and all my message was, how things been, and I thought it would be better than just like starting a conversation with just asking a question and then demanding the other person to supply the rest of the conversation. So I just give a few sentences about what I've been up to. But I don't know. I don't know what happened, right? But because I thought things went well with the phone call, and I don't know. I wanted to check in like once a month, right? Yeah, he has not replied. I haven't gotten a reason for it or anything. And I just sort of hate this feeling because I keep thinking that, I must have done something. I must have like pissed him off, or, I really was bothering him and all my insane insecurities were on point, and he spoke to me, I guess, out of pity, maybe, and he didn't really want to speak further. It was just, here's a 2-hour phone call. I don't really want to talk to you again. It didn't feel that way. I mean, and then he texted like hours later that night, like, hey, it was really good to talk to you. Next time I'm in town, we should, get together. Or if you're headed my way, we should get together. I don't know. And it's just, maybe that's just something that he said. Maybe that's just something that people say. I don't know, right? It's just this big, I don't fucking know. And it really did bother me for several days. It really just like clouded over me, and it was unpleasant. I think I feel, yeah, I'm better now. Things are all right, but I remember just looking at my phone at like waking up and seeing I got a text message, and then I go and check and it's not from A, and just that disappointment. Like, I don't know. I just kept imagining, months from now, getting together. Either he's come up, back here, or I've traveled down to him. We hang out a bit, and then, I would apologize face to face, and I think that would be better. And he either forgives me, and he says, I don't think you're a coward, White Pill, or not, but at least there would be some closure there, I guess. And then White Pill Media starts thinking that he is this ugly, dysgenic, loser, worthless faggot, and yeah, A did not feel like humoring him anymore and didn't want to like continue this, because I was like barging in, wasn't I? I mean, 12 fucking years, and then who's this random guy that's texting me and wants to, know about my life and be a part of my life, right? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't want to bother him. Obviously, I don't think he wants anything to do with me anymore, because you would say something, right? It's just very frustrating because I don't know what's wrong, and I guess I did something, or I annoyed him, and yeah, so that is over, right? And okay, look, I did not buy a Minecraft chess set, and it hasn't arrived yet, but I did order. Whatever, boys, it's fine. It was like a magnetic block, and it's colored like a Minecraft redstone block, and so it has like a magnet in it, and then there's like a magnet base, and they repulse each other, so the little redstone cube, it floats, right? And I thought, I don't know, that's cute, that's fun. You could put that on a desk, and it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, and I liked redstone, so better than Minecraft chess, right? But so now I'm going to have this redstone block, and what the fuck am I supposed to do with it? Oh, White Pill, you could put it with your gay Decepticon figures. Thanks, retard. Maybe if I got the purple one, I could have called it Energon, but what am I supposed to do? It's red. That's not going to work. That's like breakdown. It doesn't fit. It looks like shit. So I don't really know what to do with all that, but I will send him an email for the good email that I know works, and I'm just going to lay out everything that happened. I mean, regarding that incident where I didn't defend him in the computer lab. And I'm just going to apologize for it. Because if he doesn't want to text me and he doesn't want to call me, okay, I'm not going to attempt to force it or, yeah. I'm just going to apologize in email, which isn't the way I wanted to do it, but if that's the only way I can do it, that's what I'll do. That'll be the end of it. I'm not going to bother him again. I'm not going to contact him again. I can't figure out like what exactly happened because I felt like things were fine. I don't know. It's gonna bother me for a while. I know that. Just I've ghosted one person in my life, and I shouldn't have done it. It happened in college. Not a lot of dating for White Pill Media, but this is one of the few women that matched with me on a dating app, and she was a big girl, a real big girl. And we had a date, then we had a second date, and she was a brunette, and then she was no longer a brunette. Now her hair was vomit green colored. White Pill Media, who maybe viewed her as a 1 or a 2 on the attractiveness scale, was now at a 0 or a 1 in terms of attractiveness. And I think we went on like 2 more dates. I was lonely, whatever. And then I just stopped replying to her. It was shitty. I still feel bad about it. I have no way of reaching her or getting in contact, but I still feel bad about it. I don't think I've ever ghosted anyone else. Yeah, the whole kind of reunion thing, that's not going to happen.
We need to hit up underworld contacts. Squeeze people.
Sure. Why don't we just pick names out of a phone book?
You forgot how we do things, Daniel. You've gone too soft, too trusting, especially with women.
Okay, no, listen, I've had it with that. God, who do you think you are, Rorschach? You live off people while insulting them, and no one complains because they think you're a goddamn lunatic. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that, man.
Daniel, you are a good friend. I know it can be difficult with me sometimes.
Forget it. It's okay, man. Let's do it your way.
Oh, boys, were you expecting me to go, psych, actually, everything's great? I'm sorry. I set myself up for failure by, doing that in the last video, but no, I don't really have a positive outlook here. Regarding this, other things are going fine, so just focus on that, I guess. I don't know, I was just looking forward to it. Once Upon a Time in Argentina, I'm mixed on it, more towards yes, I would say. There were definitely some weak parts. Adventures of Patrick Midnight, thumbs up. Fuck me, was that it? Holy shit, a full moon reaction, and the rest were ass. The rest were terrible. Oh no, this was not a good, not a trough. Oh, or maybe it was a good, not a trough, because the books were shit. Fuck me. We gotta do better next time. Stan Cliff. We all know how that's gonna go. Round 2. I'm looking forward to it. I'm hungry. I'm ready. But that is gonna be it for me. Check out those books. Yancey just released a new song. I'll link that down below. Legitimately, he did release a new song, so I am linking that down below. I don't have anything else, so thank you for listening. White Pill Media out.